According to all the clickers, we went live. Don't have a clue. Now, off screen, I have to do other things. I have to refresh the other window and then tell it not to play. Pause. Yeah, I caught it. And then pop out the chat. How do we pop out chat? This is all happening off screen. Of course, I can't see the dots. Just computers. And I'm sort of leaned away from the microphone. I gotta shovel stuff around on the desk. Pop out the chat. Switch it to live. It says no viewers, so I'm okay right now. Hello, dear diary. It's going to be going over some things about the North Carolina Private Protective Services Board, dear diary. And then shrink that one down to, and it made another chat window. Okay. North Carolina's security, investigations, a lot of other industries, we'll pull them up in a while, are regulated by a side door office that thinks they're something more than they are. Called the Private Protective Services Board. They're a cubbyhole office building under the North Carolina Department of Public Safety. A couple days ago, they held their bi-monthly public meetings. And at every opportunity, at every political subdivision and level of any governments, state, local, or federal, in these United States, at every opportunity to do the old cliche about running your mouth and proving yourself the fool. I can't remember the cliche. It's a saying. Open your mouth, and there it is. Remove all doubt. It says, it is better to keep your mouth closed and let people think you are a fool than to open it and remove all doubt, says the guy talking onto the internet. Yeah, well, attributed to Mark Twain or Abraham Lincoln. Yeah. But I choose to be that way. Call me fool then in my chats or comment bar. Tell me how I'm wrong and what a fool I am. These meetings, time after time after time, they open their mouths and they have no concept of they held themselves out for, they struggled for these elections or appointments or elections to their heads of their own internal committees and hierarchies and bureaucracies within their own appointed by electeds. These goofy bureaucrats and government slobs. And in these wells of darkness, there is seldomer, if ever, any kind of light. And if there is, it's that weird fish from the David Attenborough show that lives at the deep seas and has a lit up tongue that it lures its. It's an anglerfish. Let's look at it. Anglerfish look like board members. Anglerfish. There it is. Oh, it's its, like its nose. It's its little unicorn horn. It's so cute. That would be the only kind of light we get from a government official. It's not their fault. It's just what they are. Except some of them. Some of them are willfully. They think they're this, but they're just a slug. All right. Let's get back on track. Hang on. Gotta click some windows. Gotta click some windids. It's just little old me so far in my Discord. It keeps saying one watching, two watching, one watching, two watching. Probably none watching. And then I gotta get OBS. Hello? I'm still too far from the microphone. Oh, well. All right. The audio levels seem okay. I hope they are. We just keep doing these things. We need to take the money out of government. Somehow. That's too deep. We're not going to talk about my famous old saying. I have a saying. Let's go. Saying time. Oh, put chat back in front. I need a war scribe. Oh no, that's not my saying. That's my constant begging and pleading. Somebody come keep these logs for me. Oh, 0707. Imagine. 7 hours, 7 minutes. The two videos referenced at the top of the description. I have a saying. I have many. The full thing of my BS, another of my BSs, is that this is an ancient Chinese saying that I just made up. Credit. I don't know if I should say his name. Let's say credit. Dr. Press F. R. Dr. FR. But it's not Mr. Freeze. And it's not Dr. Freeze. It's Dr. FR. Neuro. No, he's not neurodivergent. He's neuro doctor. A year and a few months ago at a Raleigh hospital. That's all I'll say. He's a good guy. He said, they say what they are accustomed to saying. They do. And just the way he slung it is something we all say all the time. They just do what they do. People, whatever. But he was explaining something very complicated about what would otherwise be seen as malpractice in the medical fields. And he said he gave them a world of excuses, these other types of doctors at a hospital in Raleigh, North Carolina, that none of the staff had showed up, and they'd already shut down half of the critical care and emergency services because they didn't have enough staff to meet the red tape. They were like 85% staffed, but they weren't missing someone important. They were missing some administrative and some low level, not as low as a CNA, like LPNs and other stuff. RNs, I don't know. There's so many initials and acronyms in every industry, but it was just government garbage that they're also afraid of their licensing boards. Hence, here we are talking about the PPSB. We all have them. They just say what they're accustomed to saying. So he talked about how some of those doctors who had absolutely messed up. We'll just leave it like that. He said some of them had been there 36 hours. The relief hadn't arrived. They were waiting on traveling nurses and temps and all this other people because it's just in all industries, we can't keep employees in America. So some of those that made the mistakes and weren't really switched on and paying attention, he said some of them have seen like upward of 200 patients and dealt with those 200 patients. If every one of those has 2 people with them, family and friends, that's 600 people all of a sudden. Mm. And they've dealt with that for 36 hours without a good break or any rest or any sleep or a real good meal. And they're all exhausted. Fatigue plays a role, I train and teach and say. So they didn't really, he said, because 99 out of 100 of those patients that they saw all needed the same thing. That 100th one, which happened to be our friend and family, got what the other 99 percenters got, which was bad and it was wrong. But his explanation was good. He said, whatever, excuses. It happens how it happens. He's explaining some of them have been here for 36 hours, blah, blah, blah. Well, we had just talked to several of them who hadn't been there for 60 minutes. But that's okay. They say what they're accustomed to saying. They do what they're accustomed to doing in this security. And I'll get to it in a minute. Destiny. Do you believe in destiny? I say that often. Bill H. LeBeau, the Batman, whatever. We've come up with all kinds of stuff. I saw another one today where we said tards on the end, securitards. Me and my friend Bill were laughing about stuff one day. I saw one today where he had securiturds, and I snorty laughed. This leads to this leads to that. I was watching a online acquaintance live stream, and one of their other mods in the chat and fans like I am hopped in there, and so I went to check out that person's channel, and it turns out they're a First Amendment type of real good channel, and I'm gonna go lose a lot of time later checking that out. All of the videos are not too relatively long in length. That one headline about the 3rd video old, it said 11 days ago, with the securitards, made me giggle. No, securiturds. In all states, in all industries. Anyway, they had 3 meetings. 2 are the short meetings that get repeated sort of in very short summary during the long main meeting. Whole lot of stuff. We're going to get to it. They say what they're accustomed to saying, which goes back to my saying. And the problem with egotistical government bums or whatever they are, especially contractor lawyers. Sorry, Mr. Gray, not sorry hashtags. You are very complacent. We're going to talk about it soon. If you're not 100% sure that what you're about to say or do is the 100% right thing to say or do, don't say or do it. Go ask somebody, especially if you are 100% sure. Ask yourself in that 100%, is that my pride and ego lying to me? How I know everything and I'm the smartest guy in the room? Non-gender specific. It's a neutral term. Because that goes to another saying that I stole from the law schools and the lawyer books. Not even the appearance of ... from the law schools and the lawyer books and the court documents and private internal rules and external rules and barristers associations. If you're a powdery wigged lawyer, you're a barrister. If you're a powdery cleavaged low cut blouse whammons serving coffees, you're a barista. But they both involve a bar. Did you know that, attorney? Do not be. I have another saying, and I used the wrong word, and I'm a nitpickery. So, not even the appearance of ... beyond reproach. Reproach or questioning. Question. Beyond question. Dot. Mm. We'll just leave it there. We got to get into this thing. Approximately 2 hours of meetings that I probably have approximately 6 hours of critique reaction. But you know what, guys? You won't learn lessons. Why? Because most of you are incapable of learning. You were born all knowing and prideful and so egotistical. That's okay. I hope somebody sends this to your children and grandchildren and they can come back and say, "You embarrass us so, Grandpapa. Can we change our last names? How do we unaffiliate from you? Will you stop thumbing our spaces?" It only takes one. Okay. I just copy pasted the notebook from the other day. I think it was Friday. I got a call at noon. Somewhere in it, a friend of mine, well, trying to relate feelings of loneliness and the world keeps kicking you, especially when you're down. And then, while you're down, some fool picks your pockets, and then some other fool comes and tinkles on you. He, he uttered the words, not "I am lost," but "feeling lost" or whatever. Coincidentally, these things always happen in threes or whatever. Being from the city of Lost Angels, I'm actually from the county. I only lived in the official Losita de Los Angeles for a very short time of the 23-ish years that I stuck to it in the big city, the big county. But it's the city of Lost Angels, and growing up hard and cursed with seeing reality for what it is, but blessed with also seeing reality for what it is. That's what I'm sure. I didn't make it up. I was just a kid. But from a very early age, the people who'd had their souls hollowed out of them and just wandered through a very small geographic area to pack in 20 million people, always bumping and rubbing and breathing on each other and honking horns at each other. That's blowed the horn for you Southerns. Hold on. Had to cough. I still got no watchers, except for one. Hello, one watcher. If that's not me, party heart you. But anytime people say those things, it flashes me back to hundreds of thousands of dead-eyed, hollowed-out walking skins called the Lost Ones in Los Angeles. And they move about amongst all of us, the rest of us. And we're all so selfish, we just don't care. And when we look in somebody's eyes and see sadness, we look away. We don't want to empathize or sympathize. Not because we're mean, because we're people. It takes an extra special kind of mean and raised with your mother washing your pee-pee until you're in your 30s, I guess, to be on a private protective services board. Yep, there's warnings. I may address and redress my government any way I see fit. To the employees of some of you, get out of my security board. Let me sing Darla. Your angry, egotistical, low IQ, failed cop attitude does not mesh well with private people. If you were all of that, you would have stayed next to your brothers, non gender specific, in blue. I know why you ain't there, pariah. Ever get that feeling? Because when you acted with that attitude around cops, they probably smacked you with a wet towel on your butt cheek in the locker room. Or called you dumb bee. Mhm. The rest of the employees are just like me. So most of them. They're just working people. They're just working slobs. They live in the same poop sandwich that the rest of us live in, stuck between bosses and the public. Trying to get through every day one long 1,000-year second boom click of that clock at a time. Some of them are a-holy, the administrative deep state, the blah blah blah. Yep, there's lots of those in our government employ, and it's not new. It just is what it is. But to all of you who accepted appointments to be members, there's another thing we use that word for, of the board, and sit around and the contract all-knowing lawyer. You take money, you speak the saying that I use the word wrong. Oh, I can't see the clock. My eyes are blurry. My screen is tiny. The saying this has all built up to. Do not speak if you always say authoritatively wrong. I know it's not a correct grammars. We're going to call this gov school. But hey, throw it into biz school camp. There is nothing worse than someone standing there saying stew. Low IQ. Allegedly, in this latest last couple of months, we're not allowed to say STUPID on the internet anymore. We have to come up with all these innovative things. And I've offered you guys all before. Paul Sherwin, Ray Bullard, many of the other employees and board members. I've offered you free classes in the past. Now you're getting taken to school online. It's like I said, I don't care if you heard it. Your ears are deaf to anything other than self. You are constantly, authoritatively wrong. It's sickening to everyone all around you. And it happens in all walks of life. I can go back and listen to all my other live streams, or who knows, maybe I have recorded some phone conversations where I have to sigh and tell my what I call friends, would you shut up? It's not whatever. And whatever book you had when you went to school, the book authors wrote that book to make you barely able to pass a test on it. They didn't write it so that you actually would learn anything other than do what you're told. Regurgitate this garbage. And you get away with it. Not only that, if you question it, you are wrong. You're going to get punished. So here we go with the world. Nobody ever questions you. Your bad parents, your bad wives, your bad children. They let you get away with this, and especially you public meeting speakers and all the others, and it doesn't matter. There is nothing. Hoppers, the board has staffed itself up with this fell off the blue wall bunch of Humpty Dumptys. They have such a blue lust. Then go get on criminal justice standards committees or CJETS, the overlords in North Carolina boards and commissions. Get off my private Idaho. But run it by Lawyer Gray, Jeffrey Gray, retire. You are so tiresome. We're going to get to it. I'm going to replay your voice into the world. Especially if you're going to make Bill McRae look good. Jeffrey Gray, no. No, no, bad boy. Because it doesn't make him look good. It makes him out to be what we suffer since before the founding of this not working union of ours. The lesser evil, which is all we ever have to choose from in America. Don't shine a light on Bill McRae, Jeff Gray. When the regulating agency or body, which the PPSB is not, B should stand for box, not board. None of them can get it through their thick skulls. You are clerks in a broom closet at the Department of Public Safety that has real things to do. So, let me zoom the screen a little bit. Whenever I get done with this stupid rantery that they won't listen to, I sent links to the last ones, several of them, to several board members and government officials and all that jazz. They're immune. They're not going to ever listen. Does it say the enter name here? The Me Show? Did he get up there and talk about how I got the biggest slunger and the proudest chest and pulsating pectorials, and it's me and my gorgeousness that's gonna turn Dean gay? Then I don't want to hear it. Screaming into the void to one watching now. Whoever you one are, robot. You're my only friend. So lost, so faded. I'm faded. The link is at the bottom. It's an Alan something song, which is why it got back in the title, because when people say these things, the dead girl, damn to the accursed words. I put warnings, YouTube. Let me have these words. I'm going to say all the other bad words. Does anybody remember no, not Virulent. Iryna Zarutska got a good DOA, a soldier's DOA. See the movie Gladiator? On a public transportation in Charlotte. She is faded. The news cycle is ended. Bye, pizza girl. I still love you. I'm sure your parents and others do too. I just know she could have been the first good governor of North Carolina. And it's your fault, PPSB, that we'll never have a good governor. Are you listening to me, Josh Stein? Remember, Josh Stein, it was your office directly, the Attorney General, for a million years, that I tried. And your minions, when something came into the yes men that answer to you, like Jeffrey Smythe, when something came into their offices that they really should have taken to you, they said, nah, man, you can't go to the king and tell the king that he's the emperor with no clothes. Bury that garbage. Go up there and tell him how he, since you've been the attorney general, governor, whatever you are, boss. Yes, everybody lies to you. Everybody. While they're busy sinking your ship and stealing all of your stores. See, so much. I don't remember all the ones. Rocky Mount, Cary, some others. We'll look them up later. How could every single city in the whole state be uncovering theft, mismanagement, millions and millions and millions of dollars, every single one? Guess how you make that stop? You just stop looking. At the end of all this, I will send a link to, I have Paul Sherwin's email. I have Jeffrey Smythe, the secretary of the NCDPS, who was upper management at Josh Stein's DOJ. And one we're going to pull up in just a moment. We're going to start at the top. Paul Sherwin, you make sure your boss, Smythe, you and him get together and have a meeting about this. Paul, I call you what I want to as when I'm addressing you as director of the PPSB. You're a government flub. I can say what I want about you. Everybody, including Paul Sherwin, the guy who doesn't have the sense to clock out and leave that work phone at work. When he's off the clock, he's off the clock. He's just another one of us. See the song, What If G-Word Was One of Us? You guys get together and have a meeting, and I'll forward you both the emails that I forward sent to you many times, Paul Sherwin and Jeffrey Smythe, especially you, Jeffrey. Jeffrey! Tell you about Diana someday. Heart, heart, heart. Jeffrey! Hello, Bill. I don't know how long that sat there. I apologize. I was deep in my thinking and staring at this tiny little screen. So anyway, Jeffrey Smythe, way up at the top. Get out of my DPS office. I will, when I get together and file this complaint through the front Permitium door, or maybe just forward a pile of PDF printed emails to again that went to you, where I said, go look back at it, Jeffrey. Go find it at your ncdoj.gov email. I have tried everybody I know at the PPSB, and they won't get LaSorsas to stop advertising their stupid CPP class as NC Department of Justice. And Jeffrey Smythe clicked reply and said, I'll take care of it. And then you ran off to become the Secretary of DPS, and never mind everything you left DOJ holding the bag for. Did you pass along that, hey, we got to fix these PPS people, because I'm going to become the secretary who's responsible for that? So the new, and I don't even know who it is, don't care. The new stooge that the Stein monster put in place to be our attorney general. Hey, stooge, go talk to Stein. Somebody get this to Roy Cooper. I understand he's running for Senate. Hey, Roy, this is all your fault. This is the legacy you left for poor Josh Stein, who can't do anything without you. And fix it. Now, we're talking about the LaSorsas because they made a big gaffe. Ha ha ha. The Speaker of the House of the NCLEG. Sweep the leg, sweep the leg. I can't find too much more. Give a F is what that is short for. But I had to giggle because it spells gaff. The board, I believe, erred on the side of being authoritatively wrong, and bullies and stew hid. It's not an accident, and you're not special. But we are going to talk at the bottom levels, because that's what the peanuts in this mountains. Remember Bandini Mountain? You West Coasters know what I'm talking about, who are as old as me. They had great commercials for fertilizer. Well, you guys all do whatever you're doing. I put responsibility on the top dogs. There's no point in telling the poor young person or persons of all ages working for an hourly wage over a counter or a desk everything that's wrong with the system. They can't do anything. There ain't no fixing it from the inside. All of you holding the high offices. I'm the CEO of my super international global. I'm so far more important than you. What the hell's a governor of a state? All that means is you got elected. What have you ever accomplished? What have you earned? What have you built with your hands? Have you ever, with your hands or your tools in your hands, done the ultimate games of life and death? And I don't care how blessed life has been to you. Some of the rest of us have played tough games, and it turned us into dumb, tough guys. So it goes back to all of it. They speak in your name, Josh Stein, overall. Who appointed Jeffrey Smythe? That would be Josh Stein. I don't know if appointments have to be approved by the houses of horror holies in North Carolina. I don't care. But did you legislatures get together and approve the appointment? You see, because you held yourselves out as capable, competent, which you're not, and qualified, which you are. What is the qualification to be governor of the state? Get elected. What is the only qualification to become secretary of anything as appointed by the governor? Lick wipe the governor's arse. All the rest of you that believe so much more in the American way, based on the introduction to the Superman TV show from the 1950s, you're wrong. You're in denial. All right, you top dogs. All this gets done in your name. If Paul Sherwin makes a mistake and won't address the idiot no bid contractor who cannot do right, because for some reason, whatever, don't want to get them upset with us, I guess. Well, what are they going to do? Mess up our data? Whatever. That all goes back on you, Josh Stein. The guy at the top gets all the credit and all the blame. So if you do really good, Paul Sherwin, we're just going to skip right over you and say, daggone, Josh Stein really does a good job through Smythe, who did a daggone good job keeping you on board. And who are we talking about again? Oh, yeah. Make all the angel singing sounds. The governor, our hero. But the LaSorsas got a special dump on by the board again. Oh, dear Lord. And even though Attorney Grey made Bill McRae look good for a second, oh, Bill McRae fixed that later. When it came time to vote, am I the dumbest guy in the room? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. We are unanimously the dumbest guys in the room. Non-gender specific. Catch them doing something right. Or at least not wicked evil. Let's get to that. Let me copy paste that. We are at Yin. It still says only one watching. Yet I have... These are the problems of the modern internet. Dear YouTube, could I please have some accurate statistics somehow? Metrics? What do you call it? 0, 0. Man, I ran my mouth a long time. I was hoping that we'd get a viewer or two. Other than the 1 or 2 or 10, there might be 25 in here. And the stupid thing just don't tell. Catch them doing something right. I already caught. And I didn't even open the file and get at it. For just a moment in one of the pre-meetings, it does pull him up to -9 bad. Bill McRae, you are still -10 bad. Get the F away from my industry. And by that, I mean any industry. Retire. Right off into the sunset. I'm listening also. Now it says Chad Bro again. Hello, Chad Bro. But on the other screen, it says an L name, but because it says Chad Bro in this chat, do you want us to call you Chad Bro or the other L name that it shows on the other screen? We have no... Why don't we have the ability to communicate, YouTube? Because what we type is we want our screen names to be this or that. Isn't... Oh, yeah, well, that's on that screen. The other screen, it's not going to say that. And everything. Let's catch them doing something right. I'm going to have to be careful. Go back to the logs. Law and Rules Committee. Oh, yay. Lori said Lori is fine. Law and rules people. And this shows how much I pay attention. I did direct message, because that's what WebEx called it. Got to be careful. Describe your acronyms. Because all of a sudden, a giant gray box, you can go look on my, or I can go look. I show you. Oh no, the thumbnails don't have it. I made new thumbnails for the videos. We'll have it in a second. I'm going to put these pieces on the screen. A big giant box that said David Poston unverified ? Filled half of all the meeting screens. Please, board member David Poston, who I was wondering, who is it? Who are you? He's a board member. That's how little I care. In the Laws and Rules Committee meeting. So, wait, not that screen. That one. Because there is another issue and it's somewhere else, but we're just going. No, that's catching them doing something wrong. We got to catch them doing something right. Screen. Hello? Flags and sins of our fathers. We just do what I said about the doctor a while ago. We do what they did, and they do what their fathers did, and their mothers and fathers, and birthing parent, and blah, blah, blah. Until we don't anymore. We get away with what we get away with until we don't anymore. And be thinking about these things. Because even though, especially you government cheese employees, you never know who might be the one wonderful... Let me get these names over here. Bill Hughes 1412 or Chad Bro X9B, aka Lori, that never what you know, but who you know, and they hear what you say and they think, oh, that reminds me of so-and-so, and they pass it along to so-and-so, and so-and-so tells two friends, who tells two friends, who tells two friends, and see the shampoo commercial from the 1970s. And so on, and so on, and so on. Or it comes back to your grandchildren, and then your grandchildren say, oh, God, Papa, or Grampy, or whatever they call you. We had to change our name. We can't be affiliated with you. You're the bad guy. Something I was going to look up. Catch them doing something right. Oh, I already sort of caught Bill McRae. Was it in? And it's Yin and Yang. That's why I put it in the description for today of Yin and Yang. Bill McRae. Hundreds of times, sir, you have been offered. Come take a free class. You're so important in yourself. You never would. Where I would have told you, dude. And somebody's going to have to tell him now. He would never lessen himself to listen to anything I have to say. You just wait, Bill. One day, all of my communications with you going all the way back are going to get read and published in a live stream like this. Just you and me. Stop qualifying yourself. Stop rolling around and piddling on yourself on the floor in front of they're not your betters. You lived your whole life. You remind me of you had a mean parent or a mean sibling, and definitely you got not hard bullied in school, but bullied, and you're the fat guy class clown. And you make self-effacing, self-disqualifying statements. You can't say anything. Top of the day to you, Jasper. Well, I know I'm not qualified to say this, and it's really going to make you mad. And I don't really know what kind of day it is, and blah, blah, blah. You spend 500 words telling everybody not to listen to what you're saying before you say something. And what you said at 10:16 a.m. last Thursday was important, Bill McRae. You were a good guy. And we're going to pull it up, and we're going to listen to it. And I'm going to be mad again about your stupid, your fell down and bumped your crown or something. And it's a disgusting trait that I call a multi-generational lie. And my great Priscilla's great pastor, preacher, minister says it so much better than me, because he says in a proper British accent or Irish, I can't remember which one it is, the British guy or the Irish guy. He says it is the mature deception. It is once upon a time in our mother country, England, all British people self-destructed and squirmed around on the floor with no backbone. For whatever reason, they gave that up, and we fought a revolutionary war so that we could keep it. Gosh darn it, Bill McRae, you're smart enough, you're good enough, and gosh darn it, people like you. Stop saying 5,000. I'm not the smart guy, and I don't really know, and I want to say something, but I shouldn't say it, and you guys are all going to laugh at me. No, we're going to scream at you. Just spit it out. Pull one thumb out of your mouth, little boy, and the other one out of your bum, and say what you got to say. They denied a unarmed guard applicant who came before them and tried to appeal to them that we don't understand the rules. There are no rules, you dumbasses. PPSB. Wait for it. Anyway, Bill McRae said something about the applicants not answering those questions, and he didn't say anything right. It makes me mad at the fact that you exist, Bill McRae, and that this idiot country, union of states, subdivisions, political subdivisions and levels thereof, and side office doors shove people like you in that place. And because you won't get the hell out of the chair, there's no chance that somebody that really could clean that mess up will get in the chair. But yay for you. Here's where you got it right. You sensed that there was something not right with this incident. Here's where you got it wrong. Yin, we got your yin. Good job. In between all your bloviated bullshit, you had the right idea. But your good intentions paved the road the rest of our hell, because it's all wrapped with what you're accustomed to doing and what you're accustomed to saying. Bill McRae, you enslaver of people in the modern era, you bad guy extraordinaire. You are the one that took the power away from the individual applicants and why we have an effing Permitium. Well, Matt Ray, you argued about applicants not answering the questions. The applicants can't see the questions. You discussed it yourself. Only the licensee or their designees can. Why the hell didn't the licensee read the CRC? Are they copying the damn tokens? And when I tried to chat about it, which I try not to chat when I'm recording the live stream, but this just, it's so stupid. Of course, Paul Sherwin missed it. He's trying to run this meeting, herd you cats, and read these chats. So, Paul, you get a pass. You missed it again, Paul. Paul says, pro tip in the chat. You should probably do your CRCs and click yes on the question licensee. The applicant cannot. Bill Ray, you put all this, remember in 2019 when you had Ray Bullard call and vanish my license and make me go to work for you and threaten me because I had my own license and I was one of those rogue instructors? It was your destiny to be, because you've never done anything about it and won't fix it, Bill. I'm still here bitching about it. And you won't even acknowledge it. You'll blame it on your ADD, you old idiot drug addict. Excuse writer. Why did the employer even submit the application if this was a felon? But the thing about the felony is it was 10 years hence. And this is what I'm talking about, your amnesia. All of you. And AR is Andy Renfrow board member. You are incompetent. Get away from my board. I posit that I could hire a high school kid to be on that board and they wouldn't be as incompetent and screw up and know it all wrong as you guys, with total amnesia for the fact that you put this system in place. And I don't remember. This is going to be Yang first. This is where the lawyer made Bill Ray not look so lesser than and incompetent and crazy and Stu. Oh no, maybe it was the next meeting. But they went on and on. They are still on about it. I asked in chat about licensing and the lawyer babbling about we have a right to run a criminal background check. Lawyer Gray. Jeffrey, another Jeffrey. Jeffarius Gray. We have to run the background checks. The private side of us. You have got to get out of that garbage from 10,000 years ago when you and Steve Johnson built the board. It's the computer age, bruh. Do you even IT, bruh? We have to run the background check before we can submit our registrants' applications. Oh my God. I mean, my dog, I dyslexed verbally. With you at the top, allegedly regulating us, dorking us, What do us minimum wage bums on the ground? We're supposed to look up to you and learn from you. And you babble nonsense. Why do you think we just do whatever the hell we want to do? You set the example, sir, leader, lawyer. So then Bill McRae goes on again at 10:28 and just forever self. See, I wrote it up there and I'm writing it again. Self-effacing nonsense. Stop it. Then they start trying to figure out which version of the administrative code they're talking about. And then they start talking about staff policy. There is no staff policy. I'm getting to it. I will get to it again. Is staff policy, is staff practices. Staff has no policy. Policy means written instructions. Hey, Bill McRae, go read that broken ass chart about paid time off at your new co-queened Renfrow organization. Your charts are broken at your companies, at this board, and everywhere else. And you find me one person besides me who even looked at that page of that book. Is it 5 years or 15 years for a felony, blah, 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 for we won't allow a registration? Nobody knows. It depends on which registration employee is looking at what that day. And whatever they say goes, and you're going to find your way to work around it and make it so. And then they're going to blame you, and you're going to blame them, because no one can take responsibility for themselves. You can't agree on what the damn code says. Which, welcome aboard. I found out later in the main meeting, this Joshua Ruiz, who typed a good chat. I got to get this video up on screen. I'm just running myself ragged. We'll get the video on the screen. I forget the name of the company. I'll try to find it when we get into the full meeting where they were approving new license holders. And yay, welcome aboard. Welcome to hell, Joshua Ruiz. But that's all right. You're going to fix it because you typed smart chats, which means they hate you now. Not because you were right or you were presenting yourself, whatever. It's because you are smart and you did a good thing and it repulses them. They don't know why. They're not smart enough to have ever self-assessed. Why does that person bother me? Yay. And then yay for Paul Sherwin. He accidentally got it right, so now we're going to yin again. Good job, Paul Sherwin. Give yourself a raise. Jeffrey Smythe. Paul Sherwin needs a raise. And he needs you to pay me to give him classes that he has to pass tests on about his job. That he works for you, not the board, Smythe. Paul Sherwin said, well, we should probably just strike the gibberish from the code. That's a great way to put it. What you didn't say, and you still don't know, even though I've written it to you at least half a dozen times, Paul Sherwin. The law that administrates how we can and cannot have, or may and may not have administrative codes, rules. Hey, everybody at the Renfrow group, listen carefully. There's no such thing at any level of North Carolina's government as regs. That's dummy talk. You know who you are. Ignorance is bliss for them. Yep. I call it luxurious stupidity or blessed naivete because I'm not allowed to say the STEW word anymore. Other people call it ignorance, but that saying, that cliche, ignorance is bliss. I have a saying and a cliche about ignoring and being complacent in your firearms training, that's what causes accidents. The first two syllables of ignorant or ignorance is ignore. That's a willful thing when you choose to ignore. And yes, it is blissful. As long as you have the alcohol, the drugas, the something to shut your conscience off. Or maybe you just were born without one. You're just pure mankind's pride lets you know in that super blissful state that you are always right and you're perfect. Yep, they do. They do not know what they don't know because they refuse to read it. They ignore that. I shouldn't be having to point out to board people who sit on the board. Did you know that we have a law and you can go to your own damn website and click down here on laws and rules and read it? Law year of the board. Wait for it. Just wait for it. Oh my gosh. Could this really be happening? Is this a Monty Python skit? No. Monty Python movies and segments are funny. This ain't funny. This ain't effing funny. This is our real government at work. What Paul Sherwin got right is we need to get that garbage out of the code. Gibberish. What he didn't know, because he refuses to learn his job, is that at 150B, I don't remember which dash whatever subparagraph with letters and it says, no administrative code can merely repeat a law. Cannot, may not. There's no reason to have a code that says what the law says. That's what we have a law for. You know, Lori, it speaketh. And those people dare to have an opinion. And they know nothing. Yeah, you weren't in here yet. I said, the problem with these, especially these men, is that their mommies washed their pee-pees with bubbles and warm soap until they were 35. I think I said 30 earlier. And their mommies who were busy scrubbing their pee-pees also told them how they were so right about everything forever and ever. Amen. They've been convinced by liars that they are ultimately right. I'm going to take a pee break and then we're going to come back because then the lawyer went on again. Man, this is the problem. Paul Sherwin, it's not your fault. It just happened that you got it right. And I said, yay. And then that damn lawyer blew the fiery wind of hell out of his mouth again. And the flood of liquid fire that came out of his mouth knocked my legs out from under me and melted me in that lava. And it wouldn't have been so bad. I'm used to laying in the trials by fire of life. Hello, Scott, under duress. I saw your chats pop up. Yeah, I'm glad you're here. And I'm going to take a pee break and come back and talk about Scott. But see, it's not your fault. It's always when you just start to feel like I saw a light at the end of the tunnel that the darkness pulls you down harder. It's not the light's fault. Yay, Paul Sherwin, catch him doing something right, give him a merit. And then come back to lawyer Jeffrey, gray man. These panel of enlightened gentlemen still are stuck, and it's another black hole of, I don't know what to say. Let's get the logbook up. Oh, the logbook is up. I need a war scribe. How far into this am I? How far into my rantery am I? Welcome aboard, Scott. Late today. I'm late. What's up, Scott? Hey, Lori. He. We are 110:42. I'm going to stop saying 01, 10, 42. All right, Lori, play your guitar for the listeners while I go take a pee pee. And then I will be right back and we're going to talk about some stuff. We're going to go on a tangent. Pee break. Lori plays. Go listen to the old David Bowie song where Ziggy plays and Lori plays guitar. Tell anybody that types in the chat that I will be right back. Let's get the thumbnail back up. Boom. See, Scott, if you would just let me drag you back onto the Discord, you could fill this time. No, she's just in chat, sir. Bill Hughes, if you're still there, jump on the Discord while I'm away and tell everybody all about it. I shall return. Be right back. I am back, but I am reading the chat. I'm trying to catch up. My lead guitarist in the 90s played for Muddy Waters. Oh man, was he a little red rooster? Was he a man? Did he spell M-A-N? He was one of the most skillful guitarists I've ever listened to and the best guitarist I've ever played with. I was just trying to get the lyrics down to the Blackjacks, which was 40 years ago. 41, I got in the band. 40, we re-recorded some of the great songs. I couldn't believe when a friend of mine showed up and said, "Can you still play songs after one listening?" Because I really can on the guitar. I'm not technical enough to be like, you don't go listening to the Eddie Van Halen eruptions or anything by Metal Liquor and rip that out 280 beats per minute after one listening, but most stuff, especially because I would always relegate it to the rhythm section. Most things I can get in one listening. But anyway, the friend showed up and said, "Can you still play it with one hearing?" And I said, "Yes." He said, "Great, you're in the band. It's called Blackjacks. Know the." I got all their songs on my YouTube channel. Made me look like a 2-year-old. Muddy Waters is why. Anyway, yeah, the original songwriter, guitar player, and the guy named Richard, we called him Dickie, or he called himself Dickie. If you like guitar music, put your headphones on and go listen to the Blackjacks. Man, those guys could play, and it was all just like most good rock and roll or punk or rocker. It's blues based. Can't watch the news lately. It's all smoke screen lies, I tell you. Some guitarists get. He didn't like the audiences though. He always hid behind the speakers. Yeah, I've known several. Eddie Van Halen was one. That's a story for another day of how I know the Van Halens personally and David Lee Roth very well. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I was yapping away. I don't have any drop frames. The little bars are going up and down on the audio transfer and transmit things. If I was muted, it was meant to be. YouTube didn't like me, which takes me back. Of course, I was watching something else, so I didn't see any notifications. Everybody stopped taking it personal. The only notification, oh yeah, when I was young, I thought for sure that the only way to get out of Los Angeles, never mind the flood of hundreds of thousands of gonna end up living on the streets or like Guns N' Roses, living in what they called hotel hell, gonna make it in LA. I was born there, so I thought I gotta make it in rock and roll and get the hell out of here. All I ever wanted was out of Los Angeles. And because I could play music and enjoy it, yeah, back in 85 and 86, by 86, when we redid the Blackjack stuff, and then I got separated from that. I was in 5 bands at that time. And the Blackjacks is a hell of a story for one day. It's another one of those, we were this close, and watching one of your streams, you talked about it. I mean, we were supposed to get up early the next morning, try to clean ourselves up a little bit, and go sign papers with a big record label, and go get taken away to England. They were going to take us to England and make us a British band for British Punk Rock Invasion Volume 2.0. Well, they didn't say 2.0 back then. They said that's what they called it. The first one being the end of the 70s, early 80s, the Sex Pistols and all the rest of them, the Clash. The record company had it all figured out in their head that by 7, 8 years later, or maybe they said 7-year cycles, America would be ready not for more American punk rocker bands, for more British punk rocker bands. So we were going to go spend our time in England and all over Europe and Australia, and then come back to America as Britishes. Vinny was a very shy man, but he could make that guitar sing from the heavens. Yeah, Eddie Van Halen would only face into his amp. A lot of the early pictures, if you look at Van Halen at the parties or the gigs or the small shows, like at the Pasadena Auditorium, he's always facing the amplifiers, which causes feedback, but he was terrified of the crowds. He could jam that Duke Tar like nobody's business. Everybody knows Eddie Van Halen. If you heard of guitar in the last 700 years and you haven't heard the name Eddie Van Halen, you lived in the wrong society. But yes, he was horribly shy also. And I played in a band with the Jimenez brothers, and one of they both played guitar. I was playing the drums in that band. The younger Jimenez brother. Hey, David, you out there? John? He was just the same way, but he was smart enough to turn himself and wedge himself in between his amplifier or whatever amplifiers were on that side and the drum kit. He just tried to hide in the shadows and play his guitar. I preferred being the drummer because, especially in hard rock or punk, no one's expecting a drum solo and all that other stuff. That's another thing about Blackjacks. I was listening to it again, trying to write lyric sheets because I can't find my copies of the CDs that have the lyrics. I figure 40 years later, we should probably have the lyrics because YouTube keeps putting up weird foreign languages. Thanks, Gary, the singer. I didn't mean to throw you off track from having your feet swept up under the lava. Yeah, we're getting back to it. I'm taking the break. 700 years. Yep. Anyway, speaking of these crazy things and the confluences, how the little tributaries run together and turn into little rivulets that turn into creeks that turn into rivers, that's confluence builds into a roaring rapids. The Great Mississippi. Jimenez guitar. Yes. Is this thing on? Hello. This morning, I woke up too early again. Life has been extremely stressful, and friends in need are friends indeed. Twice yesterday, Friday. Seems like 1,000 years ago. I think that's how the saying goes, isn't it, Scott? Scott, Lori, you know better than me. With him, all capitals, him, Him, caps. Absolute worst word I've ever put in my hands. Waste of iron. I had a $99 J.C. Penney Gibson Les Paul knockoff. I don't know what brand it was. Probably made in Taiwan or China or somewhere, even way back then. That we shimmed the neck. The neck was wobbly. The neck, it came with the neck loose. If you wanted to play like vibrato bar songs or Eddie Van Halen songs, where we could just bend the neck on that guitar. You had to hold the neck still while playing your guitar. Oh, G word. I got it. I got it. Sorry. Yes. Yes. Jimenez Arms. Just as bad as, I forget the name of that little 22. It might be like the American Arms Company. Yes. Eagle number 7 company. All the goofy security companies named themselves. Yes. No, it's not a Jimenez guitar. What was I thinking? It's Ibanez is the guitar bass makers. That's it. A day with him. The version I have in my mind, and it was probably mistaught to me by some teacher somewhere. See me picking at the board about that. But that's the way it's stuck. You gotta, however it's stuck, with him, and HIM were all capital letters. A day is as 1,000 years, comma, and 1,000 years as a day. That really stuck in me, to me, helped shape my thinking and comprehensions of time, especially under stress. Yes, another one of the pop metal ones that like those. I don't remember if it was Charter or American long ago when they had 22s and 22 Magnums and good stuff to go play in your local backyard if you had a big backyard that you could shout in. Why the T guy? I don't know why everybody's allowed to write it and say it except us on some. I think Tube now allows it, but you can't say the T word guy name. Man, he's the president. Why Trump didn't buy the land in Big Bear for the Eagles. I found that funny. Government is funny. You have to laugh or you'll cry. Hence, we're talking about the PPSB. Yes, yesterday seems like 1,000. Yesterday seems like it lasted 1,000 hours. We had to take, before I took my mother in law, which were not legal, so it's technically not my mother in law. It's my Priscilla's mammy. Just before that, a friend called. I said earlier in the live stream, said the keywords feeling lost. And then, God knows, just when I was sitting staring at my big blue screen, this one, I'll show all you guys. I'll show everybody. Put that one on video so I remember what I was trying to do. That screen right there without the yin-yang, because I can't see the yin-yang with the thespian masks in it. I do often stare at my big blue screen and try to tell myself, try to remember, like, test my brain. What do the little icons at the bottom mean again? Without moving the mouse to find out what they mean or just get lost in it. I had just decided that I was going to spend no less than 15 or 20 minutes just staring at the blue screen when the phone rang. And I got to spend an hour and 47 minutes in the pure hell of modern humanity, feeling horrible for a friend of mine. Big blue screen. So yesterday was tough, and then I woke up extra early this morning. I'll get back to it. I'll always get back to remember what I was talking about. That is speaking of what time is unto God. Do children of Israel were only in Egypt for like half a day in the Lord's time? Yeah. And that's why I don't know that I can say. I'm not qualified. I keep it to myself. If you're not 100% sure what you're going to say, don't say it. Says the guy who just runs his mouth reckless. I figured he would have jumped on such a publicity opportunity. Trump not buying Big Bear. What was that about? Autocomplete changed it to start, but yeah, and I like the distractions. Today I don't mind distractions. Thank you, guys. Let's get back on target. Back on target. Man, we talked about music and Duke Tars. That's what a girlfriend of mine who unplugged the electricity during a show once, not for blackjacks. It was from my band called Obnox. She was a sweater model. That's what all I ever heard about from girls that were friends and girlfriends' future is, well, what if the sweater model shows up? And I'd say, if you're going to show the ugly green monster head, I'm going to tell you truthfully, then I might run off to the Casbah with her and we'll make beautiful music. Stolen from the skunk. American Bald Eagle, she got hurt. They raised enough money for the land to preserve the area. A huge corporation or factory, probably a data center, was to be built. Oh, God. And I know I'm not supposed to say that G word on internet either, tube. I say it non-deiforically. I say it because I'm a California kid. Oh my God. Where are we at? I keep covering up the time clock with my chat box. 01, 31, 39. Back into the deep end. Let's go video. Let's go. Oh, no, not yet. I'll have to change that timestamp. Keep this timestamp. Intermission part 2. This AM. Too early. Way too early this morning. I finished watching a law talk with Mike, 3-year-old, I think. Court video. Any of you that don't know, and I'm not putting a link right here. If I remember later, I'll put a link later. Law Talk with Mike. It's a very good host, live streamer, and an excellent chat box full of excellent, smart peoples. I call them the Law Talkers because the channel is called Law Talk with Mike. Making enjoyment out of some of the train wreck that is our modern court and legal system. So I finished watching that and then refreshed the landing page, the home page, whatever you call the page where you go when you go to YouTube. And it said, Under Duress was live 30 minutes ago. And I looked, and it was a 33-minute video. What do you mean he was live 30 minutes ago? And when you look at the timestamp, hey, YouTube people, just so you know, if you didn't already know, like when you do a live, it says started, like mine right now says started streaming 93 minutes ago. As soon as I end it, it will say streamed however long ago it was when I started it. Not when I ended it. It won't say streamed 2 minutes ago. The YouTube number jargon. Well, anyway, so there I was watching along. Started out with the kitty catties. This guy named Scott on his channel. And then what I wanted to ask you, sir, but today has been a wreck for time too, and I'd already scheduled this for 12:15. When about 7 minutes till 12:15, I told my Priscilla, I cannot speak with you anymore or listen to you anymore. I gotta go. I scheduled it. Why did she unplug the juice? She tripped over the wire. Her name was Moura, Moura, and I called her Mo. And she was super tall, and she was super pretty, and I was so in love. That's a Blackjack's lyric, fresh in my mind because I was trying to listen to them and write the lyrics down last night. Yeah. And she was an older woman. I only ever messed around with older women. And when she went away, far away to college, I don't, what was really cool about Mo is that I guess we were boyfriend, girlfriend. We might have snuggled a time or two, but she was really cool, really smart. We were really good friends and we could really, really talk to each other. And even though I'm ugly as ugly, and damn, she was easy to look at all day, all night. Could stare at her forever. Tell her, do your girl tricks, flip your hair. Look at how your eyes sparkle in the light. I don't know, or I doubt, or I don't know. I have no clue. But we were really good friends, and that's something. And then our time together ended, except that it was always and forever. Because no matter how big the place is, like Los, you be right back, Miss Lori. We'll wait for you patiently. No, we'll just keep talking. I took a short nap and was woken up by Frisky screaming. I popped up to see Mr. Buddy chasing her. I came out and swatted them with the broom. Swatted him with the broom. Well, anyway, yep, that was the tale of the sweater model. Never went and tried to find her later, and she never looked me up later, and our worlds grew apart. But man, the time together, including when she shut off the power at the big show. There's probably about 2,500 people there when she killed the power, all of it. I guess the reason my girls don't like him is because he's not exactly very nice to my girls. Yeah. Strange days indeed, most peculiar, mama. Anyway, this Scott guy, I start watching his replay live, got the second like. It said it only had 2 views, but maybe I got the third like. It had the numbers thing, Mr. Under Duress Scott. Any YouTubers out there on planet Earth? How can it have 2 views and 3 likes? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but okay. And because he said in the live stream, oh, there was a lot of people in that thing this morning. More than 2. And you kept reading chats from more than one person. So obviously it had more than 2 views because there were so many chats. But I wanted to ask you, and I was going to send you a message earlier today, but time got away from me. Yeah. Her sister was cool. Her brother was cool, but her brother had a hearing problem, born with those fused bones in his ears. So he talked really loud because he was partially deaf. And they called him King Loud Bill. Another Bill. Both of the sisters, Maura and Mary. So did you take that thing down and mark it private, or did the bots get it? Because I was almost through it, and you had discussed a pharma, let's say. Message retracted. Oh, okay. Well, it's all right. The message is on the replay live stream of this, whatever you retracted. But right while I was getting busy watching and thinking about typing a comment, because I don't remember what you were talking about right at that time. You'd already gone well past something about a friend, and you told the doctor such and such, and the doctor was like, "Oh, S word," which made me have a flashback we'll talk about someday. And then suddenly it said video unavailable. And I know I didn't reach the end because if you reach the end, it shows you should also watch these other things. But did you mark the video private or did YouTube kill it? Okay. Now we'll go back into the deep end. We discussed YouTube. 140. But that was a cool video. You fed the kitty catties. You set it to private. All right. Well, I saw most of it. But I had to wonder, and it goes to part of what made yesterday so long is the things you said about the doctors and the, yes, that. Go back and see the beginning of this thing where I was talking about Dr. FR, a neuro doctor. They say what they are accustomed to saying. They do. They're just more worker bee robots. And it's everybody else's self-inflicted lie denial to ourselves that of course they're better than us. They're a doctor. They had to go to school and all this other jazz. Yeah, yeah. No, they didn't. Well, my Priscilla's listening to her stuff really loud. Sometimes I say things that might get me further restricted. We'll all go play our violins for each other someday. I don't know that there is any restricted happening because now channels that I got a free gift to a channel yesterday. I wasn't even logged in. I don't know how that happened. So I left them a post on their channel. Man, thanks for you guys for the magic membership. A doctor only needs to get a D average to pass a medical school. I said in the chat, yeah, pass is pass. At the end of the day, it's a pass-fail equation. One day we'll go up and look at that stuff again online and bring the receipt so YouTube can't argue with us. It's the North Carolina University at Chapel Hill scandal of about 10, 11 years ago, where thousands of working doctors never attended 1 minute of school. It was pay for degrees, falsified internships, and they fine the school a bunch of money, which only hurts the taxpayers because it's a UNC, it's the University of North Carolina. They did not recall or revoke the licenses or diplomas to those people that paid for them and never spent a minute in school. Thousands at the one college are out there practicing medicine on real human beings. I said that on purpose, Scott. On real peoples that never spent a minute in college. They just signed up for the debt and move on. Which is why one common joke in the medical industry is, do you know why they call what they call the guy that finishes last in medical school? Yeah, doctor. All right. We went a little further. Still on the tangent. 144. Let's go. Let's play some videos. Let's get back and to the left. Back. We need the short one.
Training and education meeting to order at this time. Unfortunately,
The speaker there, who has a very unique to him accent or way of speaking, I think I might sound just like him. That's Mr. R. Steven Johnson. Since 1972, he's been the boss. He was the chief instructor, especially firearms, at the North Carolina Justice Academy for 72 until 2018, 46 years. He's been on all the boards and commissions. He's the man. He is a living encyclopedia of everything firearms and ballistics. If you ever need to know anything about a firearm or a ballistic, and you can't find it anywhere else, even on the internet webs, kick off to Mr. R. Stephen Johnson, a note of some kind, and he will answer you. He probably remembers it. He is a living human encyclopedia of all things firearms and ballistics. This hep cat way over on the left is the world famous Bill McRae. Can I zoom
the
this
chair of
thing?
the committee, is
I guess Windows Meteor Player doesn't let me zoom it. I don't think I like you, Windows Media Player. That's all right. You guys can go watch it in your own YouTubes. I should put a link in the thing, but I uploaded this on my YouTube. This is the whatever he just said.
training and education meeting to order.
Training and Education Committee meeting. It's in my Uploads Videos tab. This, I don't apologize. I didn't do it. And I'm not going to edit these videos. Editing equipment is put away. David Poston, whatever your name is, unverified. Please fix it, David. Don't do this again. You ate half of our screen for 3 hours of meetings. And we are going to make you famous. Because he turned on the video accidentally for a minute. We got to look up his nose. I'm not going to pause there. Anyway. And this over here in the middle, I think, is Andy Renfrow. He's another specialist. Andy, get off the board. Hire yourself somebody that's been to business school and had at least a full semester of human resources to run those companies for you and become an uninvolved financial owner of a company like you're supposed to be. Get out. You and Bill McRae have no business screwing around in charge of people with G words or without G words. We're going to talk about it in a minute. You are so far gone, dude. I'm talking to you as a board member and a business owner. So sue me. I dated a woman that worked in the offices at a hospital. She was the purchasing agent for surgical supplies, including organs for transplant. She had to go into the surgery room frequently. After having seen a half a dozen or so surgeries, she asked the surgeon if she could perform. She said the surgeon said, okay, and let her perform a lot of surgeries. Oh my god. Yeah, I could tell horror stories too. At the free clinic once upon a time, allegedly in a space opera in a town called Los Angeles on the space moon in a galaxy far, far away. Me and my 13-year-old cousin were the phlebotomists and lab technicians. We vampired the hell out of everybody. Why? Because nobody else showed up, especially because it was in the early 80s when AIDS was just becoming a scare. They didn't even know what it was. I don't think it had been identified as HIV yet. All they knew is that certain classes of people seem to be spreading this horrible diseases. And you don't want to get anywhere near blood. But because it was a giant inner city free clinic. Yep, me and a 13-year-old. Professional phlebotomists, lab technicians. And when you tell people, especially in the medical industry, they go, Psh, that didn't happen. No, it didn't. That was just my space opera movie idea.
This time, unfortunately, the chair of the committee, is. You say that in your sleep? Yes, sir. It's a known conflict appears, interest, or appears conflict with regard to any matter coming before this education committee today. Please so state the conflict or appearance of conflict and refrain from.
My name is Karen Battle. I am the training officer investigator.
I do kind of want to let this play, but I don't want to get hung up in this one. Karen Battle is the lovely training officer coordinator, and she's an investigator for the board. Ray Bullard, he was the lovely training coordinator investigator for the board. Now he's the deputy director before she took the job. I'm not smashing on you, Karen. I know you're married. Tell your husband not to punch my eye. I want to get to
Unarmed guard trainers who are interested in becoming fire education and pre-qualification. Date of that observation was Thursday, June 11th. Conduct 2 firearm trainer observations at 12:45 course correctly, and he did use firearms education and training center. There were no violations observed, concerns. We did have 3 weapon discharges reported to us since we last convened. The first weapon discharge involved a
the chat went off. Well, we're talking about weapon discharges. After see, oh, okay, never mind. It didn't go off. It went up and it went down. I thought it went. Anyway, Miss Karen Battle reads out these 3 weapon discharges things. All of them happened in the company Allied Universal Security Services. It doesn't really matter to me. It does, but I know what's happening here. It's at the end of her reading it is what's important about this stuff to me. We're not talking about these little, we're not getting this far into let's chew on this chewed up pinochle. Hey, Allied Universal Security, consult with me. I have licenses and certifications and registrations and used to be a federal law enforcement firearms instructor through the NRA until these idiots at this board, Bill Matt Ray, vanished my CEs and I couldn't renew that certification without my continuing education hours. Bill Matt Ray, Ray Bullard. So I don't get to teach cops anymore. I accept my destiny and my fate. And every time one of these cops violates somebody's rights or gets themselves KIA'd on the streets, I blame you, Bill Matt Ray, Ray Bullard. My work here is finished. I've had cops call me up from 20 years ago and say, without you, I would have DOA'd. And then my destiny, the river that is the flow of my life, changed course at your hands. You shoved a dam in it. You have the blood of anybody that cops killed that didn't need killing, or dead baby cops like that poor kid in Los Angeles I keep talking about on these live streams. That's on you jackasses who won't let them have good training and instruction. It's your old stupid way or the highway. Somebody please get this to their children and grandchildren and their wives. Or their mistresses. That's who they really listen to. I would like to know what changes they made in NC that are detrimental to defense. None really. Not in NC. They have a very, very in your face. We don't have it anymore. But for the entire reign of Roy Cooper and now Josh Stein, we've had a Republican supermajority in the legislature. So they could have impeached and got rid of that any one of these two governors at any time they felt like it. Because impeachment is a political process. Oh, but they don't. And because the governor gets to blame the retardicans for whatever happens, the dash R's, and the religious Democrats say, oh yeah, well, our guy said it was their fault. And then the other way around. The legislator blames the Democratic administration. Man, poor Americans. That pushed you out of credential status. You have to go back and listen to the beginning of this stream, and I'm going to talk about it again in a minute. It's Bill McRae's amnesia. They were tired. They called me and about 40 other like me that took care of our own selves. I had my own licenses. I had 2 of them, which I parked my training credentials. If you go to my website, it says I don't have a contract security license. I have a special license. Back then, they couldn't decide which one to give me, so they gave me both. One's called a limited, and one's called a proprietary. And I did everything myself. And until 2014, in law and code, individual security guards, which we're going to talk about in a minute too, even though I already talked about it, sort of. These were some important meetings they had on Thursday. So anyway, what pushed me out, I got mine back. I never lost my state credentials, but my state credentials have never done anything for me. I used to use law enforcement, military, and some private, like the real private contractors, not flub guys with giant bellies and leg braces sitting at the gate of a closed factory. I'm talking about overseas running G-word, private army, private security. All of that paid for me and what I call my destiny. And lots of NSA, police, the ones that have to go out in the world and get qualified, U.S. Marshals, United States Secret Service. And it's not just about the G words. That's the top of use of force training and professional officer training. You got to train everything else first. If you start training at the last resort and that's all you teach your people is G word, they become G men. And that's why they're always ripping their G words out and shooting up the neighborhood. I don't work at it that way. That's why in spirit, our law says you have to be an unarmed guard trainer before you can even go take the pre-qualification to become a G-word trainer, a firearms trainer. Because if you can't teach the other stuff like how to communicate, why the hell would you be out teaching people to pull triggers? The spirit of the law seems to make sense. But the letterings of the law and the BS interpretations by these morons, which is just the American way. That's how we do. It's fine. So what got me out of my NRA credential that allowed me to teach the NSAs and the Secret Services and police in several states, all they use. I used to go all the time down to Georgia and teach real cops not just the G words. Man, that 80-hour class, back then it was only, you must make this last at least 40 hours. I made mine last 80 hours. Because cops aren't taught anything. Go watch James White's Southern Draw Law channel. He assumes what little bit or whatever that he like got the least of it and had the rudest awakening. But he still isn't seeing big picture. He's never gone himself to another police agency and look at, holy cow, they really don't teach these people anything. His bubble is only so far burst. He enjoys some naivete. So what they wanted, the problem they were having is with every trainer, every guard, every private investigator, everybody. You had to go to all the counties you'd ever lived in and get a certified background check report. You had to do all this. And the most important thing up until they never enacted it until 2019. Sorry, anybody else listening to a tangent. Not sorry to you. I don't care how many times I say it. Paul Sherwin puts his fingers in his ears and says, nanny, 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 that didn't happen. It was before you got there, Paul. There was a PPSB before you, dude. And they're psychopaths. And I'm okay with it. I'll just keep uploading videos about Rip, girl, pizza girl on the bus, and reminding Bill Matt Ray, when security fails, when this S word poop spreads across whatever, and that happens to your granddaughter, like you made some woman ordering your men in Durham to hold her there, and that 8-month pregnant woman pissed on herself. There goes your daughter, sir. I hope it comes back to you directly. So back on the real world, what happened were guys like Bill Matt Ray, who owned a company and were on the board, decided that what they needed to do is give all the power to the guys that own a company. And they could use computers. They got a no-bid license people, no-bid contract people to do the criminal background checks. Because I understand. I've managed companies my whole life. Trying to get your people just to tie their shoes and go to work on time is impossible. It sucks to be the boss. Let alone go out and get their own background checks from every county they've ever lived in and submit the appropriate set of fingerprints to the right address with the right code on it to the North Carolina SBI, so they'll kick it back, the report results, to the North Carolina Private Protective Services. We couldn't hire anybody. Between the red tape and the incompetence of board employees trying to follow the board rules of back in the day with, hundreds of pages of paper, tear them apart and put them back together, but don't lose any. It was a nightmare. We could not get to work. Somewhere at the edges of that, little small-minded tyrant lords like Bill Matt Ray thought, I need the big office and I control it. They all must go through me. And that's how they made it. So those of us that had our own license and did our own thing, independent, without the need of a boss, a king lord tyrant, all of our licenses vanished. I'm getting to it. Attached to my license, because I have to renew that piece of turd every 2 years, was the continuing education error hours. Because I had to do them anyway, the NRA Law Enforcement Division honored continuing education hours from a state entity. In late July of 2019, with my NRA thing expiring in October or November of that year, Ray Bullard calls me from a burner phone and tells me that I have 3 hours. Bill Matt Ray is going to wait 3 hours. If I don't move my training certificates under him, they're going to vanish those like they vanished my license. And so I got 3 hours. And I was a slave to him having total power over my certificates, not only to Bill Matt Ray and his bumblebee BS. Blame it on his ADD, baby. He blames everything at the end of the day on his ADD. But when they vanished my license, they vanished off of the other, because back then PPSB was under DOJ, not under Department of Public Safety. They deleted my Acatus account at the Academy, so NRA couldn't verify my continuing education hours. So I lost my NRA thing also. And being enslaved to Bill Matt Ray, I didn't have enough money to pay anything. He cheated my pay. He's a fraud, a thief, a scumbag, and a slave owner. When you hold somebody's certifications hostage, go read those emails, Andy Renfrow, from your boy. When you threaten people's registrations and certifications and careers, and thousands of them in this state know me and they know it's true. Holy crap, they'll ruin you. And they don't care. No matter how many times you tell them, that cost me my NRA certification and I can't teach cops anymore, which is what used to pay me all that money from outside training and instruction and other things. I accept my fate and my destiny. I don't care. Then my work here was finished. The worldly system prevails. Which that all goes around. That's how I lost my certification for my NRA law enforcement. I had my own NRA affiliated agency. I was teaching police instructors. Oh well. All Bill Matt Ray cares about is he put on this nylon coat and go stand shift at the Hilton. I ain't got no one else. True story. That's the same problem they all have. We need to strike 74C and just get rid of the board. We don't need them. It's 2026. So that's what's wrong with all of them. And that's how I lost my CEs. But it was them converting it to it's all computerized and it's all in control by the license holder or the company owner or the boss. And then they have this meeting where they talk about this stuff. All right, here we go. They just got done talking about 3 negligent or accidental and they're going to spend 20 minutes arguing about what do we call it when somebody stuck their finger and shouted a G word when they didn't mean to at a bad guy. Whatever. Go have your terminology war.
To allow him to work unarmed moving forward.
I have a concern here.
I got Do we see a pattern by any chance?
How many, do you know Or can you tell how many firearm instructors Allied has?
Again, R. Steven Johnson, Your Royalty Highness, living encyclopedia of all things firearms and ballistics. In your other two boards, commissions, and all of the churches of R. Steven Johnson, you are firearms instructors. In this lowly crap box that you keep sitting on top of called the Private Protective Services Board, in law and code, we are called trainers. In North Carolina, Allied has exactly 0 firearms instructors. If you can't use your words to describe the industry you're in, you sure as H cannot use a G word for anything. It starts at the top, sir.
If you give me just a moment,
Ever see the street cop training video that went viral a couple years ago when John Bryan, the civil rights lawyer, published their training conference? Yes, I see all of it. And even though I lost my Facebook because I did do a lot of this rantery and stupidity on my Facebook, I always say that if there's not 1,000 reasons why I got permabanned from the Facebook, if it wasn't just the bots, the leftover bot algorithms from those 200,000 employees they've got rid of in the last few years, I would program a time bomb in the machine if they fired me too. If it wasn't that, I did knowingly and willingly push the edges a lot on the face space, like talking about the G words.
you have it or okay.
I mean, we've got 3 discharges since our May meeting, all of them occurring with the same company, and all of them occurring in North Carolina Department of Corrections Institutes. I would think the Department of Corrections would be a little concerned about this, but maybe not. Somebody's missing that part about the gun won't fire unless you pull the trigger. And I don't know.
Steve Johnson, back in time, 2 days ago. Look right. Both of those are alleged firearms trainers. Steve Johnson. Look left. I don't know about any of them. He can shoot the scores. Andy Renfrow can shoot. He shoots high 90s with a 2.5-inch gun. He can shoot it. He can make the scores. He could become a firearms trainer. Being king of all he surveys, thankfully, takes all his times. But Steve Johnson, look around this room. Especially this one on the end. And then Steve Johnson, Paul Sherwin. Sorry, Karen. I told you I wouldn't forward the emails. I'm just saying. And unless somebody else really gets hard on this or Paul Sherwin actually listens to it, you better have done something with that. You pulled all them mental gymnastics on me last year, and then I requested Bill McRae's firearms paperwork, and it's all BS. And I submitted statements and guards you could call in and demand that they tell you the truth. Steve Johnson, they don't get understanding about fingers and triggers and 4 rules of safety because this dude does 0 seconds of classroom. Then go find out what it took back in 2014 for this dude's business partner, Joel Van Norman, to give you a certificate. Steve Johnson, you were there then too. Do you guys have total amnesia about everything, or just the ones that make you feel good? But the rest of us out here were cursed with memory. Don't start talking about Allied. Hey, Allied Universal. Does your corporate lawyer division want to sue the hell out of a public official for besmirching your company? And if not this one public official, these public officials, I don't think that is one. Andy Renfrow, Bill Matt Ray, and I think this guy in here, I don't remember his name exactly. These are your competition, Allied. They're using their seats on the board to talk trash about you in a public forum. Andy, Bill, somebody on this planet that knows somebody that works at Allied, tell them, oh, damn, Dean in North Carolina could hook Allied up. Because if these guys get suspended and lose their licenses and get kicked off this board for talking trash about the world's largest security company, be careful what you say, Bill Matt Ray. It ain't you and Andy and Steve in a closed room anymore. If you're gonna live in 1954's idea of our little cliques and clubs, and if I say the old white man's club, am I wrong? I wish I could zoom this thing. Are you racist? Where's your diversity hire? They have one. Her name's Candace. She's the one he said the chairman's not here today, or chairperson. I think he said it correctly. He's good at what he does, sort of. But they're too used to this. They're accustomed to it. They're conditioned. Hey guys, it's 2026. And thanks to Dean, because you guys don't publish your own meetings, I do. This is on the internet forever. Okay, thanks. Don't talk trash about Allied. But wait. But wait. There's more.
What we need to do to have them emphasize that in their training a little bit better.
It just it gets worse. A little better than nothing. Allied is another one that's famous for piss on your North Carolina BS. We're Allied. We'll just pay the fees. And I can understand it. They're not the Renfrow group with 40 officers, 39 of which absolutely hate us, and the 40th one will hate us next week. Why? Why are you bad bosses and bad board members? Because you're bad people. That's why. Steve Johnson, they can't do better if they don't do anything. Go ahead and let them continue lying to you. Listen back 15 minutes ago where Karen conducted 2 audits, and when you let them know you're coming, holy cow, they used the whistle, and they used the stopwatch, and they used the barricades. Karen, get that complaint to them that I filled out to you, or the start of an investigation that this guy right here, in the name of this tard's company, submitted false applications, signed under penalty of perjury. I don't know why it says that on your stupid form. You're not a court. It can't be penalty of perjury. But that's what it says on it. He signed the forms under penalty of perjury, so lock him up. They had 0 seconds of classroom. That's very revealing. In the space of citizen journalism, Allied Security has a very infamous reputation in the space of everything because they are the monster. They are by far the biggest, and we might get to it, we might not. That number 2 or 3, which is Securitas, came up in a live stream I was watching lately about something entirely different, because Allied has severe things to worry about, especially since the Securitas settlement in Florida about the collapsing building, I think 3 years ago now. Big companies that these guys, because they don't have one, and no big company, Allied would not hire any one of these people on this thing to work as a guard for them. You know why? Negligent discharge is going to happen. This dude won't show up and stay awake for a whole shift. These guys that live in these locked up little rooms and they vote themselves chairman of each other and whatever. If you really want to live in that kind of place, you guys better pool your funds, which are our funds, and go buy yourself a private island that don't have internet access. But get out of my government at every level. Be gone. In the old days, they called it vacating the oath. If somebody died while they were holding office, you couldn't fire them and replace them if they just died. They had to invent a British parliamentary thing that they had vacated their oath. Dump the chair over, let the corpse out, and let the next corpse sit in the chair till it stops breathing. So anyway, here they are, solving the Allied problem.
Something needs to be addressed because, you know, when we're looking at trying to get armed guards in schools, this don't bode well for that. No.
You can already have armed guards in school, but you can't call them guards. They have to be, unless your school in North Carolina, they did do this. It has to be a private school. They have to be an other employee. They cannot have contract security guards in schools with G words or handcuffs or anything else. If the kids can't carry it, your stupid guards can't carry it. All right? Criminal guard operators running around schools with batons and pepper sprays and handcuffs and electro stunning devices. Yeah, that guy found an antivirus software was invested into that building that collapsed. They didn't say he was killed in that building collapse. I don't remember the whole narrative. Yeah, it's because it's engineering, and that's what I went to school for first. Not really, but kind of. It was a trade school, so we studied a lot of engineering. And because my other friends were in other trades like metallurgy and construction, and I was just interested and bored, I guess. I'm a sponge for information. I have lots of engineering, and those things intrigue me. Architecture and engineering and things that are actual, factual, scientific, recreatable. Horses, G words, John McAfee. Yep. Horses, G words, and computers are all binary operators. It works or it don't. There is no gray area. Jeffrey Gray, well-named attorney, the Gray Man.
I have a question. Are these weapons being hot seated? And what I mean by hot seating, I mean.
Okay, now this is Andy Renfrow. It's not called hot seating, dude. Go drive a truck. I don't know what you guys call it in the Army or the Army Reserves or whatever you were or are in, Andy. But you should have come and taken some of the free classes. And Andy Renfrow had to sit and listen during one of my classes once when he was just the guy that shared the tiny little broom closet with his friend Bill McRae getting started. Because even though I was a slave to Bill McRae, I told him, and because Bill had both of his trainer things, I said, Bill, you sign his damn thing. If you're not going to make him take a class and you're going to sign a certificate, piss on both of you. So Andy sat through the class, sort of, but it came to a point during the arm portion where I told Andy Renfrow, You keep messing around with that phone, I'm not going to sign your certificate. And you can just get out of here because you're distracting everybody else. If you can do it, everybody else say, well, Andy does it, I'm going to do it. I'll sit here and look at titties on my phone. And then I have to have another talking to by Bill McRae. Do you really want to throw it all away? Do you want to throw it all away? Or worse, that pedo that you hired to be your general manager to do your dirty work, Bill McRae. Remember that, who you enslaved me to. But he didn't listen. It's a willful thing. He ignored. Andy, you ignored this thing. You have the right to remain silent. That means shut the F up. What is your takeaway from that Florida condo collapse? That's a whole nother stream, and so many other people have done so many good streams about it. My biggest takeaway, and nobody mentioned it, all anybody wanted to talk about was figure out the cause, and the cause goes all the way back to, you know what? Paid off politicians, inspectors didn't inspect, engineers didn't engineer, construction workers didn't construct. There might have been a cheaper material, but why Securitas paid the biggest portion, $517 million they paid out of, at the time, but these are amazingly speeding up times we live in. That record is not going to hold long. At the time, it was the largest, the official narrative is exact. Failure to maintain, the failure in the duty to train and supervise, which is what it came down to for Securitas. But go look at there's an international security association called ASIS that these buffoons at the board occasionally mention. I don't remember if it's an org or it's asisonline.org. And I accept the cookies. This is international. And of course, probably down at the bottom somewhere. Somewhere they'll have listed, of course, the giants. Man, you can get all these certificates. Some of them are free, but you can avail yourself. Like let's search their search. Champlain search. The NIST reports find that the South Tower compression started weeks before the final collapse. Yep. More than weeks. But this one back from June of 2022, contract security to pay $517 million to settle charges from Miami building collapse. That was Securitas. They had one guard there. She was a hero. What no one at Securitas, and it's going back 10 years before that, is a whole nother security and mainly law enforcement thing that a lady at a big giant super duper law school and adjunct instructor and law firm wrote, that I got to be the privilege and honor of being part of it, and she was able to turn my madness into, oh yeah, I understand. And let me write it so lawyers and legislatures can understand it. It was entitled The Duty to Train and Supervise, because that used to be a thing, part of being a police chief or a sheriff, or when you took your sergeant title in these quasi/paramilitary policing units. There used to be, and especially for us instructor trainers, there's still legends and wives' tales about When your officers get blah blah and they do a bad shouting, you as the instructor are going to get called into court. No, you're not. Show me the court case. It doesn't happen. Which is why in 2012, the really smart legal eagle lady that I met on the internet, never met in person, it's about 550 pages, entitled The Duty to Train and Supervise as Diminished by Recent Court Rulings. Diminished, whatever you call it. But the absolute base statement why Securitas paid $517 million of the largest civil money settlement in world history, even adjusted for inflation, was that they had failed to train and supervise that one security officer, that they had a big red easy button. They had a fire evacuation button that the residents every 90 days did practice runs and rehearsals to test the system and the residents' ability to get out of that building. Securitas, as the number 3, maybe number 2 then, they might have been edging out Allied back then for number 1 spot. No one, top to bottom of Securitas, bothered to ask, is there a way for us to effect an orderly evacuation? The security guard lady, it was a lady, and I reached out to her, and because she is long forgotten, but she is not forgotten. If anybody types her name in Google, of course, they dumped it all off on her by name. It's her fault. Well, them and their insurers paid $517 million. I feel horrible for her. Anyhow. Yep. I don't know, there was no bombs. It wasn't Islamic. I don't need conspiracy theories. We in this country are that sorry, that incompetent. That was already 5 years ago. Yep. So the official narrative is that good? Yep. It's perfect. All they had to do, and the clients at fault themselves, that's why the clients, the constructors, the management HMOs firms, or whatever they call them, HOAs, the condo association, they're all equally responsible because that security guard lady didn't know how to push the red button. And it doesn't matter. Whoever was there, there was people around her. They didn't know either. They knew how to evacuate when the evacuation alarm goes off, but they were residents. They didn't know that what sets off the alarm. So it was the failure to train and supervise. And a lot of things, and it's one day, I don't want to argue with you, Scott, never. But it's one of those days, like, I don't know where we'll do it. We might just have to record it, and I'll upload it to my own, because I do own my own server. And discuss. I don't want to activate or go off on that tangent, but things like September 11th, I take it at its face. But I am open to further discussion as long as it doesn't go off as far off as poor Jesse Ventura destroyed himself with. It's because of him, and people like him they took it too far. That they invented it became a derogatory term, calling people truthers. I'm very open to, can we find information about this or that? Like, you know, anyway, that's a big tangent that is world different when you're talking about twin tower sized buildings and international wars. than this bunch of flubs sitting around a room in Raleigh, North Carolina, thinking they're all alone in the universe, picking on the N-words and the women folks with their, these guys. So here we go. Continuing on. Andy Renfrow, get off my rock. Get out of my security business. I forget what I was trying to work on. Let's back it up just a couple of seconds.
This don't bode well for that. No.
I have a question. Are these weapons being hot seated?
Oh, hot seated. It's called slip seating. Hot seating is a very derogatory term amongst professional drivers for you having to go sit in someone else's farts. I can imagine Army guys. He recons himself a military. He's some kind of reservist or guards or something. And what he's talking about, don't use jargons. See, now they get off into a tangent about what the hell is he talking about. Talking about when he says hot seated, and he's going to try to explain it right now, and it just confuses it worse. There are sites in security and police departments, which is where they stole this stupid terminology we're about to get in. But that's, see, this is one, how many minutes is this? 24 minutes? I don't even know. 23-minute meeting, and I can go for 7 hours about it. I hope not. I was hoping to get through some of this faster, but I am having fun getting this cathartic out of my system. Jesse Ventura was a controlled opposition agent. Yeah. Squirrel. Sorry. Yin and Yang. Heart and Broken Heart. Damn, he was good in Predator. He's talking about some sites you go to and these government operations, which is what these detention facilities in North Carolina prisons are, that since COVID, we're about to get into that too. These guys don't even know when it started, and you're the bosses of it. You guys, get all the way in or get all the way out. Talking about where the site or the government agency or the company, the private security company, owns the pistola. The officers come in, one hands one to the other if allied. Get with me. Someone can get this to allied and let them understand. Number one, you keep turning me down to do contract training for your company, so I can't afford to eat off training, so I just don't want to train. I hope these things happen. I'm so happy for you, Allied, that your 3 idiot officers discharged their guns incorrectly, especially the one that critically injured himself. Take that, Allied and board. Our way is good until it ain't, isn't it, bro? Failure in the duty to train and supervise much. But what Annie's talking about is they put exactly, if they have 2 officers working this place 24 hours, 7 days a week. Well, they either have, let's just say 1. There's 1 officer 24/7 at the one door, and it's an armed officer. Do they buy each officer their own equipment, including G-Word, so that they can take it home? Take home the company's gun. These officers don't take care of anything companies. And you can go ask Bill McRae, who was the worst thief of a company gun? Ex-cops. Failed cops. always off stealing and pawning and brokering Bill McRae's company guns. What Andy's getting at is these companies, and the worst of them, and that's where we get our language copy pasted, is from law enforcement agencies. Back in the good old days, why it says the company or agency must own or lease the gun. No personal weapons. They don't even know how to call a G word a G word. They all get stuck in this whipping talk. Use your words again. So Andy's talking about one gate, 2 guards covering 12-hour shifts. These cheapskates buy one G word. And it's got to stay locked up at the post. Or worse, these buffoons are supposed to unload it, clear it, hand it to the other guy who reloads it, chambers it, and puts it in a holster, a different holster. That's what he's calling hot seating. Yes, they share the one G word, Andy.
What I mean by hot seating, I mean, are they switching these weapons out?
Yes.
Every shift?
Yes.
My next question is, how are they doing the leasing?
Now, see, this is where I put in the notes. But I was watching this live. I took notes. Here we go with the incompetence. Andy, listen to me. Zero confidence in you as a company owner licensee, as a private investigator. Thank goodness I saw you got yourself recently a unarmed guard trainer certificate. Don't you dare start screwing around with the guys with the guns. Andy, you are incompetent. And you should not be running that mouth as reckless as you're running as a board member. These committee things are open to the public now. It's not you and the rest of the whole room combined doesn't seem to be able to add up to 100 IQ. That's 10 for each of you. How can I have confidence in you as anything, especially the oversight body of my security industry, if you are this head up your butt? I mean, in the sand. I mean, in the clouds, up in the clouds.
The leasing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you can only lease a weapon once.
Oh my God. You can lease and sublet and sublet. You can lease anything infinity times, Andy. You should go sit at the back of the room during the public board meeting. All those disqualifying, self-effacing statements that Bill McRae says every time he opens his damn mouth, learn them, you. And then when they get done with the full meeting and they say, does anybody have any public comment? And you say, well, I know you're all going to hate me for opening my mouth like Bill McRae does. And all of us, including all the board members that thankfully you opened up the seat for someone else, is going to groan and say, yep, here he goes. You go ask those as a student boy at the back of the room. Don't you dare sit on my board being this Marie Antoinette-ish about the industry. Don't like it? Stop saying stupid. All right, let's pull it up. Because now what he's talking about is it's on the website. Board members, that's Bill McRae gets a gold star. He says, well, I'm looking at the website. Just wait. It gets worse. When Bill McRae is the smartest guy in the room, think about that, the rest of you who love to mock and hate him and bully him behind his back but won't to his face. Let's go to North Carolina's General Assembly Statute number 74-C, and we're going to search for the word lease. There's 4 matches. Released. Here it is in 74C-13. This is everything armed or G-worded. Armed licensee or registered employee required to have firearm registration permit, firearms training. And now at 74C-13, letter B, number 2. All firearms carried by authorized armed guards or armed licensees in the performance of their duties shall be leased by the employer. Do you have your lease in place for you, Andy Renfrow, between the Renfrow Group Company and yourself as an armed licensee? Me wonders. Me thinks not. Personally owned firearms not leased to the employer shall not be carried by an armed guard or armed licensee in the performance of his or her duties. They stole this from the law enforcement laws, which we have 2 sets of in North Carolina. They have separated the sheriffs and sheriff's deputies and any other than sheriff. Because a house divided shall stand. You know, that's what we believe in North Carolina, where our flag says we lasted almost a year. We died as a baby. I was looking at that earlier, wondering, what does it even mean? I wish George Hintz would get on here because he knows this stuff. If I'm a little thing, if I'm a thingy, my little thing, he said. Why does the North Carolina flag say May 20th, 1775 to April 12th, 1776? Why? What happened? I don't really care. But I noticed for the first time today, trying to make a thumbnail for PPSB and traumatic stress disorder. Then a text machine went off. My machine. What does text machine say? Text machine says, oh, it's satirical. It's a secret message. It's a secret message. I got the letter. I found the letter. I was trying to scroll to something. Oh, there it was. Desktop on the lappy, I was making Blackjack's lyrics. True story. I write logs of everything I do. Dear Diary. Oh, at the law. This whole thing about leases and leases and leases comes from North Carolina law about armed government officials. Mostly cops, but we do have other government officials that do end up carrying G words. There's another G word we shouldn't be allowed to say, government. Ban it. Cancel culture to governments. All of them. I'm ready. Anyway, that's where this language comes from, and they just copy pasted it. Back in the days, they had to put a carbon paper in there and type it hard. Press hard. You're making several copies. And adopted from police forces to armed guards at another government agency, the Department of Corrections. So they just, well, we use it for the cops. Let's use it for them. Security. This is utterly unnecessary. Strike it. Somebody sue the state of North Carolina and get number 2B, B2, to be or not B2, stricken. It has no meaning. It has no value. This is a useless piece of law that interferes in the private industry. If us and our insurers want to do this without bullshit paperwork, that's between us and our insurers. This is dumb red tape to fill out a lease form and occupy one of the 4 of Andy Renfrow's total brain cells with lease to lease to lease. Please release him. Let him go. Because now they're spending board time talking about this bull poop shaving cream. And poor Andy just can't get it. Andy, get off my board and get out of the C-suite, bruh. Turn your business over to a qualified business manager. And that jerk you've got, go back and see the last 6-hour video, ain't it. We have to adhere to these letterings. But if I work dual registered to infinity companies, how many leases can I have to all my companies, Andy? Pop quiz. Infinity leases. If they're worded correctly. And the only reason we have leases is for this BS piece of law that our stupid state stole from the law enforcers. Because cops got law. We got to have it. God knows. Yes, it's this base. It's this low functioning. Back to the log file. What am I saying about it? God, let's see, we're still in the first meeting. Am I still in the first meeting? Law and rules, qualifying statements, felonies. I skipped over that real quick. On about it being, I didn't get to that part. False information during an application. I skipped it and went on to this other garbage and more so. Basically, the reason, according to Bill McRae, that they would not let this poor working person, here we go, catch Bill McRae, I'll remember where I was at, come back and kick Andy Renfrow in the figurative nits a little bit. Dude, you stand there with your legs open and that crap hanging out in my face, I'm going to kick it. You're going to learn. Keep your fly shut and keep your fly trap mouth shut. Don't like it? Get a YouTube channel and call me names and I'll get up there and put a thumb on it. Yeah, damn, Andy, you got me, bruh. I'll First Amendment you on my platform. Go call me gay in my comment section. I'll leave it there. I'll put a heart on it. And then I will go seek consultation, like, is this coming from a qualified individual and I really need to rethink the things I said? Or I have sayings, but put a heart on it. Pat the little pat the little brat on its head and move on. Shove another ice cream in its face. The reason Bill McRae said, and I skipped quickly over it, that they left this poor person who had been called That's a whole nother thing that I always start on, and I try to get through it in classes. And one day, me and Scott are going to figure out a way to communicate on this thing. I might have to show my face and do co-streaming or share a stream or invite a streamer, but I'll put something in front of the camera so it doesn't show my face. Running my voice is embarrassing enough for me, but I'll go for it. When we talk about 2 Peter, we're also going to talk about some of the other things tied back to the oldest literature of planet Earth and most influential. There may be older written documents in secret underground tunnels in China or somewhere, but got out and had an effect upon mankind for thousands of years. There's a book about it, a collection of tales. Anyhow, what Bill McRae said is that the reason the board screening committee or whatever it was denied this poor working slob how you treat the least amongst you. What if this was this guy's everything? Oh, what I want to talk about with you later, Scott, when we do talk about 2 Peter, is a calling, being called upon or called out. I have to go. I'll come back in a short while. I will be on here for a while, sir. And thanks for typing so many and hanging out so long. And it says 4 watching now. At least 4 of you listening. Thank you a million. If you have influence with anybody anywhere, especially this Private Protective Services Board or North Carolina government or some other government, let all the other governments, hey, where's Huntington Township Watch? Marie. Go ask Huntington Township Watch. Do you really want that idiot to take a day off sometime and go that hard at you guys? Because I could. They make it so easy. Bill McRae said that the BS reason they denied this dude his job, his ability to work and feed himself and his children, was false information during application. That is a thing, but it's under the revocation and denial of license. Scroll back earlier, listen back a long time ago. Paul Sherwin said we need to clean this stuff up, get some of the gibberish out. I don't remember if that was his word or how I reworded what he said, but that was the good gist of it. I think he did say it, and I was like, yay, Paul Sherwin. Well, the basis for that was that he didn't check the box that says, have you ever within the last 5 years? And somebody does say in the meeting, that's a leftover from when we used to have this on paper. I think it was from 1989. And that's where I put down here. They got arguing about whether or not it was 5 years or 15 years. But either way, on the form, it says ever within these years periods. They still won't get the word ever off the questionnaire. Anyhow, so they said that because the guard didn't check the box in the computer that he has no access to, the box was not checked. They blamed the officer applicant and said you cannot be registered to work the field. They didn't dump it off on the license holder who actually did not bother to click the form. You guys fix yourselves. Go find that licensee or find the licensee for the inappropriate actions of their designee and vote that poor working slob back onto the island. But first, publish that background report. If the felony that you denied a registration for was child stuff, abuse of any kind, if this is a child harmer, no security uniform for you, bruh. But if it was whatever, they had 0.75 grams of marijuana in the 1990s, it's still illegal. Please don't. You can go south of the border. You can go just south of that border again from North Carolina and be as legal with your sweet green leaf as you want to be. But if you're going to stay here, live here, and work here, we're still an old-fashioned. These guys are in charge. Let me get their picture back up. We're still the old white man's crew, and you know what is the devil's lettuce in North Carolina. 2 or 3 hours in every direction, and you are out of here. You can smoke your buds and toke your herbals. But if you're gonna be here, don't. Go see your doctor and get you an RX and get knocked all the way to F out. You don't even have to cough or munchy about it. Costs you nothing in snacks. It is what it is. The old white men's club. Who's the oldest? You, Andy Renfrow. The oldest, the most senile, the most dementiaed and demented, and Alzheimer's, obviously. Please release Andy. Let him go. Because it is here and it is in the law. Listen, everybody, careful. Allied. Do you have your leases in place where you haven't taught your people and taught them with any teeth? If you're at work, that gun better not come out of your holster, period. If you take it out of the holster at work and you weren't fully within the big four and all the caveats, emptor and post-emptor, if that gun comes out of that holster while you are on the clock, you just quit. Set that gun on the floor and get the hell off my sight. It's an at-will state here in North Carolina. You're better them to abandon your post than to be waving a gun around. Go ask your lawyers. And hey, guard, that would be hazing and doxing and double embarrassing. It's in the public records. It's going to be in the hot sheet in the minutes, and it is on screen in its fulfillment. There's another reason I skipped the Karen Battle reading the name, because she reads the names. It's a public report. Hey, dude who got critically injured, you get to sue your company. Contact some of these California attorneys who will happily hook themselves up to work under everybody's got to be under somebody, to work with or under a North Carolina attorney in your jurisdiction, and filed a big boomer lawsuit because the real reason you shot yourself is the company doesn't have good policies and training and supervision. Don't matter what Steve Johnson says about, what you need to write in a book. Think safe, act safe, be safe, remember. Because it don't matter if North Carolina covered their butt, that they don't even need to cover. Because 74C does not get qualified immunity. You stole an awful lot from the police in our state and the security, meaning jail or detention facility or prison security guards, to wrap 74 seeing it is stupidity that it is. What you forgot to steal was that what does doing all this get us? Nothing. It gets police limited qualified immunity. It gets you ground to your absolute bones into dust, sacrificing into the stupidity of we have a law. There's a whole lot of red tape in here, but what does it get me? Nothing. You got to talk to your private insurers. They might have more strict rules than these laws. Talk to your private bosses. The board says you got to shoot 80 or better percent day and night. There's lots of license holders out here that I know, especially the bodyguard guys, the high speed, low drag guys that really work in the CPP business. They're like, you shoot 90 or better, or you don't work with me. So anyhow, there we are, stuck in this lease garbage. And the whole wide world won by the decrepit old white guys, all of them named Marie Antoinette. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 is off screen. That might be his hand right there, Lawyer Jeffrey. Whole bunch of Marie Antoinettes that know nothing. Probably still live at home with mama, but that's her wife. They just call her mom or mommy.
They own the weapons.
Yeah, but if they're leasing them out to the actual guard.
But if they're leasing them out to the actual guard, why in the H would you ever do something that stupid? Are you a gun rental agency, Andy Renfrow? For reals? I understand that maybe you are dumb enough to provide, or benefactor enough. Bill McRae, you can catch this guy doing right, not like a stopped clock twice a day, like a stopped sundial once every 20 years. Bill McRae does have some occasional moments, like when somebody's just damn broke and needs to get to work. He does enjoy the fact that it gives him great power over them, and he can make them work illegal and work off the clock and shove their overtime into next week, or just never get it. But whatever. He might provide them a firearm. You better be getting a lease for that thing if they're taking it home, Bill. Especially since I gave you all those documents. Or when I worked for you, allegedly.
No, they don't leave there. They don't have to. Institutions, they leave the gun there. The gun is there. When I come off shift, I go to the clearing barrel. I clear the weapon. I hand it to you with the mag. You load it. You go to work.
That's the problem right there.
Not if I like it.
No, I'm talking about going to the clearing barrel, switching.
That's not a problem, Andy. There's not a problem. It only becomes a problem, and only one out of 3 of these were anywhere near a clearing barrel. What they didn't use the barrel and discharge it into the barrel. It's not a problem if you have training and supervision. And like Steve Johnson said, they got to have better than none practical firearms safety classes. It ain't nothing. How many times a day do police do that garbage, and how many times a day, and look how many of them shoots themselves.
I mean, right there's one discharge into the clearing barrel on the outside of the clearing barrel. You see what I'm saying?
Here's the other guy that shot it in grass because he didn't clear it at the clearing barrel. And he goes and checks it later.
If y'all remember back when another security company had the contract, they had the same problem.
Yes.
And that company switched over to the modular system, where the holster, weapon, and all got transferred from one person to the next. It pretty much eliminated that for them.
Right.
It did. They went to a 100% modular system.
But
Maybe that needs to be explained to
they're putting a lot of faith in letting them take the weapons out, clear them, putting the mag back in.
90-year people do it all day, every day. They wave guns around. They purposefully and willfully point guns at each other. Your employees, Andy. But all the rest of your employees are too bitch ass afraid of you and your weird denial, victim shaming, blaming, and firing to tell you about it. These are guntards, Andy, who couldn't hack it as a DOC or a real police officer. They end up here in private security, and they're all the guy sitting across the room from you, your partner, best friend in business, Bill Matt Ray, is always waving a damn gun around and negligently discharged it next to my baby. You remember that, Bill Matt Ray? And your failure to report it to the board?
And racking it, you know, so
That was one of the things that I made sure at Camp Butler, they wanted to put clear barrels up there. And I said,
no, you don't.
you handle a weapon and it could go boom. If you don't handle it, it's not going to go boom. So,
Technically, pedantically wrong. What if the weapon you're handling is a baton or a knife, Steve Johnson? It can't go boom. Stop calling every G word whatever.
The question I would have, the one that shot himself in the tower, why was he removing his weapon? Why was he back in the tower?
Yeah, exactly. Or sitting in the car.
Because much like Bill Matt Ray, that's his teddy gun. It's the only thing that's his personality. Go see the Three Stooges where Moe was Hitler and they tore his mustache off and he snatched it back and said, my personality, and taped it back on. I call it a teddy gun because they sleep with it and they hug it and they love it and they take it home and call it George. Because he is one. He is a gun man. Without his gun, he is nothing. And that's how the security guards are. They're all nuts. They're believers and talisman and worshipers of idols. And nothing bad ever happens to me until it does.
But that's why would you need a serial number for a report? That don't make no sense.
I had a fire instructor with the Department of Corrections tell me one time that there wasn't a single tower in the state of North Carolina that didn't have a bullet hole in it. Because they get bored and they'll play with the weapon and pull the weapon out, look at it, whatever. I don't know what needs to be done. I don't know if there's anything that we can do. Maybe they should be made aware that it is a real concern that we have 3 in a 45-day period from the same company.
Is anything happening with the company at all for this, or just employees the one getting?
I think it's just employees doing it, but if they need to reemphasize something in their training programs where everybody's doing it the same way, and yeah, anybody pulls a weapon out and fires it, certainly needs to be sent back through training if they are still employed.
Sent back through, hey? Sent back through. And yes, something needs to be done. But when you have a bunch of school teachers and retired judges and all these other retired accountants trying to think about these things, and you don't take advice or accept that maybe people who've lived their lives and dedicated their careers to this stuff might know a thing or two about it. Not more than you, just a thing or two. You might realize that what you have the power to do, pay attention, Karen Battle. This is on you now again. And I don't know. I'm not going to speak too ugly. She's done good. She's done lesser evils than them. Pay attention, Karen Battle. Your title is investigator. and training person. There should be no questions from that board. There should be no questions from Dean. Who did the training? Have you yet interviewed these officers? Remembering that you don't truly have any power over them. So you can't go at them like a cop. You are not a cop anymore. You are a clerk at an administrative regulatory. Yes or no, do we get our piece of paper or card? Yes or no? You guys are not law enforcers. Request a voluntary interview, knowing that flub working security guards that shout to themselves critically through their legs don't know that you are not the God Almighties of everything in the state of North Carolina. An interview, and don't hit them hard with an affidavit signed under the penalty of perjuries. Just ask them in the friendliest way, do you remember? How long was your classroom training of that course? And if they say, do what? Revoke that trainer now. If it happened to one of them, so see, okay, let me catch you doing something right. You have a sense of a thing, Steve Johnson, but you being a professional school teacher all your life, all you know is how would a school teacher solve this problem? How a working manager or working soldier or private cop or private security has to think about this is, how many guys do I work with? All of you security guards out there on the whole planet, all one of us watching now, need to be asking yourself this, what is that got Steve Johnson asking this, what we can turn into a really good question? Especially if you're the one who's about to shout yourself through your own leg and have a critical injury. That means, well, I guess I hope the dude lived okay. She didn't say he died. But you're better off to gut shoot yourself than leg shoot yourself, because you can hit a femoral artery, or that femoral artery goes beyond your femur down into your lower leg. The problem with that one, other than the widowmaker, the main one, the coronary artery, the femoral is a problem because it's the only one under elasticity and stress. This is, again, engineering and physics and bioengineering, biomechanics. Why everybody worries so desperately about the femorals? There's as deeply as dangerous, and it's closer to your heart. The ones through your biceps. The ones through your biceps are not elasticized. They don't snap up and roll up inches from the wound or as much as a foot from the wound. You can't get it. You're a goner. Somebody pops a big dangerous hole center of their bicep. You put the tourniquet right up under their ball of their shoulder ball in their armpit, and you saved them. If they get hit in the femoral artery 1 inch above the knee, and you put that tourniquet as tight as you can put it, depending on how bad the injury was to the artery itself and how much they moved after it was cut, a tourniquet at the bend of the hip or right in the crease of the crotch, it ain't bleeding below there anymore. They're still gonna go. That's why shouting yourself in the legs and all you people waving guns at your own legs is, go ahead. You think it's funny till you clip that femoral. Well, bye. Anyway, Steve Johnson's on to something there. But what Karen Battle needs to do in the name of the board is go at Allied hard and make sure, using the power that you have, the investigative power of just shouting, number one, did the notifications come in on time in the first business day? And number two, did the full report come in within 5 business days? And then, did anybody at that board smart enough to get out there and strike now? Go back, Karen Battle, to what I said about Paul Sherwin, get with Karen. Now, have you, Karen, yet got with any of those guards on all those pre and post delivery reports that I marked up and ragged about on the previous streams that you didn't look at of Bill McRae with that falsified information to find out they didn't have any classroom? What? Damn, you could pull the payroll and find out the time they were allegedly at the range qualifying with their 82s and 86s. Wink, wink. Some of them got 94s. Probably the white guys. I don't know why that happens, but the white guys that never went to the range shooting the high 90s, and anybody with a tan, yeah, we got to keep it believable. And yep, it's by the hundreds. Especially any that have been around Bill McRae and Joel Van Norman, his friend. But you have your door opened for you by destiny, and you could, don't. We should fire that guard or put that guard through another class. Don't make their certified trainers sign another certificate. Audit the classes by everybody that submits a certificate. And again, they all go through the licensee. You can't go at the thing at the guard for filing false paperwork or false statements. That passed through their boss's hands. Go hard at the bosses and the trainers. Use the guards to get the true information. I'm going to lie. Let me tell a lie. I hope you go and find out that this guard just had a bad moment and he'd been forced to cover an extra shift, and that's a whole nother topic of how mismanaged the security industry is. Andy, do your people work off the clock? Did you tell them that they have to stay there, not clocked in until their relief arrives, or you'll fire them? By you, I mean somebody speaking on behalf of your company. You are truly the lunatic that thinks anyone's in charge of your company. So that's where it goes from there. You absolutely can catch, and I will hope, lie, that when you go talk to those 3 officers that did the bad thing, that all 3 of them come up with, man, I'll get you my notebook. Because the first thing my trainer did was say, how are you going to log what you did in my class or anything smart I might accidentally say that I stole from Bill McRae, because he knows all the smart sayings. If you don't have note-keeping supplies, did you not take the note-keeping and field report writing section of the basic class? Then what are you doing in a G-word class? That's what all that's down to. And so there we go with that. You're on the right idea that, yes, you should be doing something, Steve Johnson. Stop picking on the working slave, debt slave, poor, low-class people. Look left, look right, realize that you guys are all pointing G-words at each other just in this one committee. You do these people a great disservice. Catch those instructor trainers and burn them down. See letter L, I think it is. If you're revoked in one, you're revoked in all. And if you've been revoked ever, you're out. You had your chance. Do I think we should be that hard? Sure, you vanished all my stuff, subjected me to being a slave and putting up with that BS from you, Bill Matt Ray. Andy, if it's good for me, it's good for everybody. See the last letters I sent you, Paul, about your mental gymnastics. You did it to me. Go apply it to everybody. And then go talk with Karen and get me an answer. Have you guys convinced him to stop? Because I'm hearing lies from everybody all about it. Yeah. Make sure your leases are in order. Distract yourself much, Andy? Walk and talk away from the truth? There was something I was going to look up. Letter L. Denial. Denial. Here it is. Denial, suspension, or revocation of a license, registration, or permit duty to report criminal arrests. 74C-12. Oh, they're lettered. Would you please make the books have letters where the law has letters, and make your dumb books have numbers where the law has numbers? Because it's letter L in the book. It's like number 21. With a respect to an applicant or a principal in the applicant's business. Which again, they broke the grammar. With respect to an applicant or a principal in the applicant's business, comma, been previously denied a license, registration, or permit, or previously had a license denied, if they've ever been denied, or had a license, registration, or permit revoked for cause. Dangle your true power over all these. Don't call me a rogue instructor when you're out there signing certificates falsely, leaving your people out there in the world with you having no, listen up, Allied, and I know that I could submit a link to this to Allied's a publicly traded corporation. Do you guys know at the board what a publicly traded corporation is? They don't. See what the last meeting was when hedge fund money managers had to show up in front of the board wondering who the hell are you, because they've been buying up security companies to hedge their funds. Neat, said the board people. So if you've ever been denied or whatever, start hammering these bad rogue trainers, the real ones, the Bill Matt Ray. If you wrote and signed their certificate and put them out in the world, a danger to themselves and others, because they had no class, no training, you need to be revoked. And if you've been revoked from one, see number 21, you're revoked from all. So I will appeal board members, investigators, smart guys, always mental gymnasticsing me. Well, when I look at your video, I can't see a yard marker. If the video was too dark for you to see, if it was really me shooting in my night video, Paul Sherwin, then obviously I didn't treat the lighting or cheat the lighting requirement mental gymnastics. Hit all these people. A principal. Bill Matt Ray, you are a principal. And for conduct unbecoming in every way, the rest of the board should vote you off the board island. I've said it before. I'm saying it again. If you don't have enough self-respect to never, the only way you're never going to let me get on you like this again is to stop being you. And that won't happen. So just walk away, dude. But you won't. So the rest of you uselessnesses, I can call you what I want to. You don't like it? Get out of my government. Burn the Constitution and let's do war for real. If you can get away with that crap, why can't Allied? So there we go. Moving on. But threaten these instructor trainers. If we go interview, get yourself a form letter. Mail it out to every person who gets themselves an application submitted through their license holder, because you investigative staff and licensing staff can't seem to work or think. You're utterly incompetent in those fields. Then just put it back on poor Shannon and her registration staff. Add one more thing for them to do, to have a form letter email for, you should do it for all guard applicants, but especially the armed ones. Provide date and times that you were in class, and date and times to the minute that you were on the range. And if the guards don't all answer exactly as the post delivery said, revoke and deny them all. And let those instructor trainer designee license holders know, when this gets done in your license name, because you, Bill McRae, you, Richard Epley, had to have absolute control of everybody under your license, that then you are getting revoked as well. Now, let all that trickle up and down the hill. Karen, go hit up those 3 guards that shouted accidentally and get, if they're going to babble and lie and try to garbage their way through it, we'll talk about it next in the training or whatever. Or maybe I still got to get to that, which led to last night. Psychological stress evaluation. I got to move on. Sorry, not sorry. Hashtag. That's one reason I say stereotypes don't make themselves. Yep. And welcome back. I don't feel so alone now. Me and myself and I, alone in the universe. This could create a controversy between the states, Allied Universal. Please hit me up. I need money, and I need it on a consultant. My life is so destroyed from everybody else, tearing apart my time and everything. Would you rather have me talk shit about you, Allied Universal, and maybe send a link to it to your shareholders at the SEC through the board of directors? Or somebody in that outfit get a hold of this guy and say, you know what? Damn, he's in that state. It'd sure be better for us to throw a few thousand consulting dollars at him and plug these holes in our sinking ship. Because if I could, man, let me find out that a white guy owns the gun and that a black guy shot himself with it at that prison in North Carolina. And I'll see if I can get a hold of Ben Crump, and we'll see how much it can really cost you with your racist guns. But it's really for the good of, we owe our people. And that's why I'm passionate about teaching. If I can teach one person one thing in any of my classes, especially the deadly force classes, that helps them some way in their future, one thing, man, did I get a mission accomplished. But I know why the rest of them do it, because they want to sit around having everybody captive and be the gun instructor and talk about how they shoot their gun upside down and they killed Talibans at 7,000 meters and blah 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 blah. And the best, every one of these guys is the best gun guy ever, and none of them is serious about. You know, you're playing these deadly games for $17 to $23 an hour. 5 years ago it was 11, so we've come a long way, baby. You got to take it kind of serious and not be hung up on whether or not you need to be released, Andy. You need releasing. Get a real memo out. Stop redoing the effing forms and making them more and more and more confusing and complicated. And instead of wasting the space on the range phone number, and you now waste the space on rifle and shotgun scores. If it's a handgun class, can we just have room? It's all stupefied. And then all the other people complain because, oh man, we got to fill out a separate one. I don't want to fill out a separate. Oh man. Make way. And no, I won't go get on that board and fix it. I will consult with you for money, Jeffrey Smythe, PPSB. Go read your 74C. You may contract services that you don't do yourself. See that you contract Permitium. See you contract CRC licensing. See you contract Chad Thompson as a private person to do all of your trainer certification and have denied me it since 1998 that you have to use academy personnel. Well, that was great until, and I hate it because it drew a wedge hard between me and Chad. But there you go. My Priscilla saw him last night. He's forgotten the wedge, and she said he looks good. He said, you idiots have stopped tearing him down as bad as you tear me down. But that's all right, because he's a cop. He doesn't know how to teach private people like I do. I do love me some Chad school, but I work on both sides of the blue line. Yep. And in the meantime, I don't care. I truly don't. Let's go. I laugh. And it ain't gallows humor or nervous laugh. I laugh at you, guard, who shot yourself and almost died. Your destiny sucked. Because this crew, that their ages add up to almost 700 years, maybe 900, they laugh at you too. Go back and watch their meeting right here. Because your deities, I guess, weren't as good as theirs. Person who shot yourself.
Prison needs to address this. So absolutely. But
they have an investigator that supposedly investigates every weapon discharge.
I believe that's the voice of Ray Bullard. He's the deputy director and former training whatever and investigator. And he made it all the way. He's a retired sheriff deputy SWAT guy, specialized firearms instructor, or specialized instructor dash firearms, whatever it says under 92 or whatever law that is, and for law enforcers. And I told the story again, Ray. I guess I'll email this to you too. But I emailed you the last one twice. You didn't listen to it.
the prison does. Do we ever hear
I haven't heard.
Can we look into getting those results from them?
No, Steve Johnson. You would have to go through the office of the Secretary of DPS and probably you could probably submit a Public Records Information Act or whatever, but you don't do something where it might seem like you're backdoor dealing with different offices and agencies. Keep it above board and beyond reproach, please.
See where their stand is?
Yeah, because at one time I pulled as a matter of fact, it was kind of along this same lines. They were having a lot of, and I pulled how many they had. Like even back when it was DOC guards that were working there up until. So
that might be worthwhile.
There was someone with the Department of Corrections that
I think that would be worthwhile if we looked into what they were looking at doing, because we could certainly talk to the secretary about that if we need to.
Well, the next thing we're going to look at is when somebody gets killed because of it.
Yeah, exactly.
It needs to be stopped now.
Anything else, Ms. Battle?
No, sir, not this time.
Any questions, Ms. Battle? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. The next thing I have is the course approval, review and renewal. We have 8 courses that are new.
All right, this is the continuing education stuff. I'm gonna go get some more beverage and unload previous beverage. What time is it on Earth? 3:56 p.m. Short break. BRB. Okay. I thought I was going to skip this, but even without the notebook, I remembered. Catherine Flowers. They can't agree on what 0707 says. I have an offline. Star NCAC star dot PDF. Downloaded a month ago, and this is old. I shouldn't be looking at this one. I should be looking at. Go download it again today because something has probably changed. Oh, poop. How do I make this open with? If I do it this way, nope, it's still opened over there. Can I drag the one tab out? Ah, thank you, Microsoft. Yay, caught it doing something right. They said 0703. This is June 26th edition of the Private Protective Services Administrative Code 14B NCAC 16. They said 0703. So, minimum standards. Sorry, Bill McRae. If you're going to go correct. A applicant for registration shall be at least 18 years of age. It's supposed to say lawful, not a resident alien. Oh, you guys just legalized undocumented migrants to a work. That can't. It's just. It must be a lawful resident alien. It's a specific term. We need our code fixed. Hello, codifier. PPSB. Even though we're not supposed to call them that anymore, everybody still does. Illegal aliens are residents. They're illegal residents. Be of good moral character and temperate habits. See, this is the language, and I made a note in the notebook. I've been going back and forth, but we're going to go on. Here it is. The lawyer was on about right after Bill McRae was on 0703 that we got to have the good moral character and temperate habits. That is so 1725, 1680s language. When the sheriff could decide whether or not you were a moral person. It was at 2019. Well, Bill McRae was busy violating all of my rights and making me a slave unto him. He, of course, wasn't looking around at the Supreme Court of the United States of America to realize that based on a ruling at the Supreme Court in the United States of America, they said, you can't make moral decisions. Do you know why that language is in there? So you could be government homophobes and racists. That's the exact opinion. So because it became Supreme Court law, the Supreme Court ordered that all laws that contain this language be rewritten, stricken, or amended. They sort of fixed it in 74C. They started fixing in 2021. It took them 2 full years for the North Carolina General Assembly to start getting with the program. Mr. Lawyer Man, who's so big on the history of things, why do you not know this? This does not need to be here. Number one, it simply restates a section of 74C. And here it is. Any of the following within the last 5 years. And Bill McRae pulled it up and he said, we'll get to it. Or I've already skipped it. This will be on its face, prima facie. The E is a eh. Evidence that applicant does not have good moral character. Conviction by any court. There's no need to have a non-inclusive or all-inclusive list. Just say conviction in a court or by any court. All these words, you government types, you think adding words makes it better. Keep it simple, stupid. Of any crime, period. Because this is this an all-inclusive list or a non-inclusive list? You've created yourself because you don't know how to shut up and stop typing. You've created yourself an argument point. The illegal use, carrying, and possession of a firearm, conviction of any crime involving blah, 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 controlled substances, drugs, narcotics, alcoholic beverage, convictions of crimes of felonious assault or acts of violence, conviction of a crime involving unlawful breaking and entering, burglary, or larceny, or a history of addiction to alcohol and narcotic drug. Whoa, hold off right there. It does not say that in the law anymore. You can't discriminate against people because of the affliction of addiction. It's a moral judgment that you, government, are not allowed to make. Truly scientific and truly secular. And you are talking not about government employees. You can say this for people who agree to it up front when they're trying to work for the government. And I go back and listen to all my other 20 plus hours of videos and rantings about this stupidity that you morons think, because some of you, Epley and Lawyer Gray, mess around over there at the CJS, the Criminal Justice Standards Division, because you think you fool around polices, that the police stuff or the government employee stuff applies to us. It does not. You cannot interfere in our private employment habits. And here's another one watching now. Says how screaming into the void, but it makes me feel better about myself. I'm going to say it again. Because of this attitude of yours, all of you, do you realize that you make us as private employers violate all of the federal and state disability law? What if our firearms trainer, who's been our firearms trainer for 20 plus years, loses his eyesight and he can't shoot two out of 390s anymore? Should he be forced to stop teaching and training? The answer, according to this board, is yes. They have no accommodation for any form of handicap. And they allow in their code, you can't write code. You can do lots of things. You can stick your little willies in a 12-year-old. Should you? Don't answer that, board. I know your answer. Heck yeah. You can't have these things. And besides 150B, there's no reason for administrative code, and it shall not may not should not, it shall not simply restate or misstate the law. It can only clarify. It does not say the word felony at 0703. You guys wrongfully denied that applicant. because it says within the last 5 years. And only if it was felonious assault. See the semicolon? See the word or? Contact again. And if you weren't having set yourself up this way, Attorney Jeffrey Gray, I wouldn't be hammering away at this. I couldn't. If you were beyond reproach, if you were unquestionable, not even the appearance of incompetent. How can a nerd armed guard like Dean figure this out, or stupid computer repair guy, whatever you want to call me? I'm a chit shoveler, a professional one, and super proud of it. How come I can understand legalese English crappery, Americanese bastardization of words that is the law and the administrative codes, and you can't? The only thing felonious is assault. It could be a misdemeanor act of violence, could it not? I don't know that there's any infraction act of violence. I hope not. Felonious assault. Let's say that you idiots, because lawyers didn't write this unless you wrote it, Jeff Gray. Don't write it this unclear. This seems like the stuff of elected or appointed buffoonery. So you should stop being the board's attorney. You have proven yourself infinity times incompetent. Let's just say felonious applies to both, before and after the word or a felonious act of violence. That's it. But that's it. 5 years. You guys said in your own meeting that his felony was 10 years before, and you didn't say what the felony was. If it's one of these two, it doesn't matter if it was felony, if it was burglary. It says conviction of a crime. Misdemeanors and felonies are both crimes involving breaking and entering, burglary, larceny. So if they commit simple assault, that's okay. But felony assault, not okay. You might want to fix that too. So anyway, this is all pointless. And that you guys go to this and you don't understand that you're missing the word lawful. All these words are meaningless and they're just all jibber jabber. Oh, and that you have not had a revocation of a registration. See my previous hour ranting over start revoking, and start at the top. Start at board members and license holders. Because as long as you keep pissing on all of us little worker bee born slaves, our wives don't pay for us to stay around playing businessman and sitting on boards, or our mommies. And you keep dividing us by the classes, I will keep laughing at all of you. And I'll go shovel my shits. You know why? Because they don't try to boss me. And they don't say stupid that sloshes my brain in my head. But nowhere in here does it say anything that you said at the end of the day you voted to deny this poor kid, man, boy, girl of all ages, this unarmed guard applicant because of false statements. Well, it doesn't say false statements in here. That's under 74C. And nope, I ain't looking it up. It's in here during the course of a application. Refuse knowingly made. There it is. Nope, that's false. Knowingly made a false report to the employer or client. Violate court orders, give legal advice, simulations of process. Judge incompetent. Has failed or refused to offer a report to a client within 30 days of a written request. Generally, in general, is interpreted to mean private investigators. Because private investigators don't like to turn over their final reports until the foolish client pays. And the clients try to get their reports and then not pay. It's private business. 74C doesn't protect the investigators against bad clients. If you have, here it is, number 21. Failed to make a disclosure to the board of documents or information required by the chapter or rules. That's omitting, lying by omission. I remember it. It used to say, and it probably says somewhere, or maybe it's somewhere else in the administrative code. But it does say, oh, it's number 1. Made any false statement or given any false information in connection with any application for a license, registration, certification, permit, or audit for the renewal of a reinstatement of a license, certification, registration, or permit. There it is. Making false statements or giving false information. They said because the applicant who cannot check the box on the computer form didn't check the box on the computer form that they cannot do. That's why they denied this worker person from a felony 10 years ago. Okay, you guys did wrong. I would hope that the employer and the board, and listen to this carefully, Paul Sherwin, go get yourself a class and go, which they don't offer. I'll give you one, but you're going to pay me for it. Here's as much free as I'm going to give you. Would you please sit down without your distractions on the clock at work, having told everybody do not disturb Paul, he's in on-the-job training getting his CEs, and carefully read 150B, sir. You are the director of this. You're the one who has to make sure that those appointed buffooneries who have to know nothing don't, in the secretary name, who is doing their work at the behest of the governor, which means in the state, which means in my name. All, however many million of us fools that are trapped in this old North state, you are abusing our fellows, us work slobs born of a poor destiny, not born governors and of titles. When you, Paul Sherwin, say, and especially you, Ray Bullard and Karen, but we work for the board. You sure as hell don't. They obey you. You work for the people of the state of North Carolina. The board assembles every 2 months to work for a couple hours. Do not let the board do this again, Paul Sherwin. You abdicated your duty as director. Screening board people should not, absolutely not, be voting on somebody's job. But because you allowed to happen, sir, hope that that poor working person doesn't give up. One day, maybe, with permission, I will discuss the phone call I received to start yesterday going down the black hole of don't be an asshole to your friends when they call you up and say, I'm lost because of men of all genders and sexes and identities and transes. People like to be self-sufficient. When they are not, they become despondent. They become depressed. I'm not off topic. These are important things that we are given a chance to discuss, and I'm gonna discuss it. Fast forward at your own peril. Because what if that person went home and jumped in the bathtub with their toaster because they just can't take it anymore? And why can't they just have a job? And an answer. If the answer is no, why does the administrative code say 5 years, which Bill McRae, bless your pea pickle, Bill McRae saying we shouldn't deny this guy for a crime 10 years ago on the report when it says in the code 5 years ago. And it doesn't specify a time limit in the law. That's what you're allowed to have in code. Because without the code clarifying, it doesn't specify a time. It says you shall be denied, suspended, or revoked if licensee, trainee, registrant, blah, 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 has done any of the following acts. And this is without a time limit on these acts in law. Then the word ever is implied. And until somebody brings a lawsuit or kicks somebody practicing for the next big world soccer tournament to go kick all, I guess, 700 or however many it is legislators we have in North Carolina in their groin area for me and tell them to fix in law so the board don't have to bullshit about it anymore. And while you're at it, just strike 74C and dissolve the board. But because the time limit isn't specified in the law, the board sitting around with their, some of them for forever old, and we're going to get to it, I think. I don't think I skipped it. If you have ever made any false whatever, well, all the ones I got you for, Bill McRae, filing false paperwork, making false statements, giving false information, with any, many, how about any with an M in front? Karen, did you kick that around? Did you go behind the Walmart and tell Bill McRae, dude, All he's got to do is go click on the website and file the complaint formal, and you're toast. If I could afford a lawyer, Bill McRae, I would get a lawyer to sue the entire board for not doing their job and revoking you. And then I would sue whatever asshole appointed you back onto my board. That's why your deity won't bless me with total money, because I would use it. I'd pay for lawyers to go through law school and buy them homes and jet airplanes and dedicate my finances to destroying corrupt government crap. I heard a woman say that she was saved by the letter M. I think I would need that expounded upon. Saved by the letter M. But anyway, Paul Sherwin, go read chapter 150B. And here's why. It is your duty, sir, as the director. If a matter is of controversy at 150B, the agency, which the PPSB is not. This is now, you listen up, Jeffrey Smythe. PPSB is an office, is a broom closet full of incompetent, worn out mops. They do this in your name, crapping all over this poor working bum who was called to the security business. It is the agency's responsibility and duty to initiate the appeal and pay for it. She was nobility, so the letter M was very important to her in that verse. Wait, oh, sorry, I skipped one. Let me begin again. Our friend under arrest 5761 said, I heard a woman say that she was saved by the letter M. For ye see your calling, brethren, how that not many wise men after the flesh, not many mighty, not many noble are called. It's not a distraction. We're distracting each other. We're dynamically live streaming and interacting in a good way and constructive and edifying. Or the difference between any and many. Yep. Anyway, Paul Sherwin, staff, stop bootlicking the board. You, board employees, truly Department of Public Safety employees, why do you get a DPS.gov email and the board members don't? Because they are nothing. You are everything. You are the deep state. You're the administrative state. Hundreds of board members will come and go, hopefully, in your semi-satisfying, happy career, 30 years in my government, till you get a good, sweet government retirement, which I know you don't. There's been too many. I hear all the time, man, you know, so-and-so's on leave at the board for stress and hostile work environment and la-di-da-di-da-di-da. Because you guys allow Paul Sherwin, those board members, to think there's some kind of something there. They're appointees. call your boss and tell your boss, I'm tired of putting up with this bullshit from these appointees, and 3 of them are in your name, Secretary of Safety. Kick them out or I quit. And mean it, Paul. So I'm not going to do this anymore. If I'm the director of the board, I'm in charge. They get to sit around and vote on whether or not they can break 150B by codifying horse crap into the code. They don't get to vote. They have no expertise, no experience, and no ability. Their little ethics thing doesn't mean anything, but you guys keep doing it because that's how all governments have done it since before the founding. Go read the Declaration. Nothing changed but the name of the tyrant on the door. There's your fate and destiny, Paul Sherwin. Pull your head out of all those board members' clouds and realize that you're the boss of that shop. And that shop and all of us poor slobs that suffer under it, including that one unarmed guard. That might be, and I really don't mean to diminish something, and I don't mean it in a diminishing way. I hope you don't take it that way, Scott. This may have been the widow's mite that poor working person needed to not, because I guarantee you, I think every day, give me the strength not to have an error of reversion to my youth. If I can't play by these rule of law, powdery wig bullshit that you blessedly ignorant, blessedly stupid rest of us get to live by, y'all better look out. That bullshit placard at the base of the statue, send us your whatever, because we need slaves. I whipped the last one to death, and I got to stand here whipping something. That's what America means and has meant for a long damn time. Go read the Declaration. I will say it again, Paul Sherwin, sit down and listen. And hope that this don't come back. Hope that you're not a religious follower or believer, and that in your religion it's just equal, not a tenfold. The sins of the father, I put that on my thumbnail on purpose. Because I do truly hope or pray or whatever that you learn these lessons hard. That if the only thing all of you Mac Rays and Renfrows and Paul Sherwins care about is you have the biggest member in your trouser. If that's all it truly means to you, I hope it rots off painfully. Or that your children suffer like you make someone's children suffer because you get luxuriously rewarded to sit in a place of power and be a numbnuts about it. And shrug your shoulders and have a happy little giggle over, well, can we really do that? No. Wait for it. Even somebody that it doesn't really matter. You're not hurting their $1,000 with that LaSorsas guy. I got a long way to go, but we're going to get to that. Smug ass nose up in the air. Fuck the judge. Is that what you said? Excuse my French, YouTube. I'll go mute it out later. Yeah, that's what they said. This board voted at the end of the full meeting to F that judge. I saw it flip up there right when I was saying something about the least amongst us, and I worry for some poor person that was called and destined to just try to go get a job and fly right, and me talking about, hey man, and I'm not the worst of it. I know I dwelled in the worst of places, and I wasn't the worst of them. I know I can truly empathize with the I'm gonna go traffic children and slang droogs and red rum and every other damn thing. Because when I tried to go get out of my felonious lifestyle, the PPSB voted me no and could not point to me why no. Remember, one of these loose-fitting gangsters, let's find it, I think it was 2018, Durham, NC, security, shot, killed. Nope. Maybe it was 19 or 20. 18 is the one why I keep saying shout for shot, because this private security guard that shot and killed DeAndre Ballard, he was so untrained and unskilled. See the previous videos, I've already discussed this. He turned in that report while he was still at the damn police department and misspelled shot. He spelled shout. I shout him. All right, let's just try. Hey, Allied, are you listening? Allied, hello? Knock, knock, knock. Durham, NC, Allied Security, parking lot, shot. Oh, it was 2019. It's amazing how much this happened. Why? No training, no supervision, no company heads, and no PPSB. None. Empty chairs would be better than you bunch of idiots sitting around pipping and cheerioing and clicking your little fake wooden gavels. Allied Universal Security Guard J. Aaron Faust. It's a Faustian equation. 46 years old, was shot and killed in an alleyway near a parking deck. He had his face stuffed in his screen in the middle of the night. The bad guy was a badge killer. There wasn't no cop nearby, so bad guy blasted a security guard. Just an unarmed guard working slob trying to make a living, and didn't have a supervisor there to tell him, keep your face out of your phone. Head on a swivel, you're in Durham, dude. Yep. I think he got shot twice in the back of the head. Unarmed security officer on duty. The suspect died in a car accident not long after, so they cold cased it. They're like, yeah, we know who it was. I hope they're right. Sorry, sister girl, I don't mean to salt the wounds, but do you believe in destiny? The management at Allied hasn't got any better, and the PPSB is still sitting around twiddling their thumbs, and they won't remember it next meeting. They'll say, hey, do we have any follow-up on that Allied conversation from last meeting? No, man, they talked about it. We got it off our chest. We're done. Oh, well. Just one unarmed guard. Whoever that was you guys denied. That's if we are going to call ourselves leaders and hold these offices. It's a whole nother tangent, a whole nother 10-hour stream for another day. And me getting barked at, even probably by my own mother, when I say things like running business or running government is a fatherly and male. I don't care. I don't care if you were born bumpy or transitioned or whatever, but you keep that mommy stuff at home and you come in here and you be tough and you be stern and you be serious, not undeniable, unrequitable. I love you no matter what, no matter how many bad deeds you do. No, we need dads spanking these people, especially governor. Go back and see the short that I clipped out of one of those videos of Bill McRae giggling, laughing, telling the school officials, "Are you telling me I can't slap that child or beat that child," or whatever the hell he said? Bill McRae, can we slap and beat you? Is this disciplinary? I would say spank you, but I threatened my mayor once with that I was going to take him in the center of the public square and bend him over my knee and spank him till the skin was off his ass and my hand. So he, of course, sent me a letter that said, did I know that even open hand strike against an elected official violated the Patriot Act? So I called him and his son-in-law bitches. I don't want to be anywhere near your arse, Bill McRae. Can I spank your face? Can I beat that child? Does beating really work? Do you believe in it? Choke yourself. Not with your hand, with mine. Dope. Paul Sherwin, you board out of board funds, pay for the appeal, or you, Paul Sherwin, let's find me the word director. Failed to notify the director. No, what I want to find is temporary. Not the board. This is for firearms. This is for G words, Paul. Does it say that somebody may be issued a temporary firearm registration permit by a vote of the dummies on the board? You need a class in what your job is, jerk. You work there full time. They show up every 2 months. Or not. You can write that officer a temporary permit, Paul. Will you direct? See your title? First part of it. Direct the staff to immediately approve that application and send a letter of apology. We abdicated our offices to a bunch of elected morons again. Because this happens hundreds of times every year. Issue the card. It's an unarmed card, and it does say somewhere there's 4 of 8 matches in the law. Call it reciprocity. The director, in his or her, we had the gender fix a while back. It used to just say his discretion and subject to the approval of the board. This is for temporary permits. may issue a temporary permit to a non-resident. Okay, that's for reciprocity. For people who work out of state or are moving in from a state, and like, this is so exclusionary and stupid, and why this law needs to be fixed, rewritten, and the code, and we're going to get to that too. Mr. Steve Johnson, you stuck the entire board's feet, all the employees, all the board members, feet and other things, and your own foot in your mouth again. Where else it say temporary? Reciprocity. Where are we at here? Still on reciprocity. This is for licenses. The director may issue a license pending approval of application. See, the board approves licenses applications at the next regularly scheduled. You can do this stuff, Paul. I've emailed you about it. Take a class or get out. Told you 100 times. If you won't take it as serious as that poor guy who applied for a job, guy, gal, I don't care what, furry, that poor barking dog. If you won't take your job as serious as it means everything to you, and you're passionate about it, and you are called to it, and cannot do it well enough, then get out. If you're just riding the government clock looking for government retirement, which I believe you truly are, remember, in the current era of dealing with the PPSB, I've been through 9 directors, Paul. You're number 9. So you can issue, you and the staff, you don't need them. And if they somehow vote to steal your job from you, they usurped the office and title of director to deny a registration. Then it is up to you as that director to correct them, get them re-educated, and file the appeal on behalf of your office and that one working idiot, and pay for it at the Office of Administrative Hearings, which you allowed them to unvote F that judge. Because our used to be favorite guy is our pariah now. We don't like him anymore. He keeps talking at the meetings. And he calls us out on our BS. That LaSorsa guy, we're getting to it. All right, done with that. 150B, Paul. Lock the doors, turn off the phones, sit down, read 150B all the way through. And when you're at the bottom anyway, start reading it backwards and read it backwards back to the top and see if you don't learn something. If you don't, quit. Walk out. Go ask for lateral relocation in the government offices. You need a job that pays equal or better and has equal or better retirement with less responsibility. It is rare to find people with positions of powers over others having a genuine concern for those that are subject under them by force to their decisions. I know very few, and they all fear G word. You can type it. I have to be careful. The other G word, G underline D, or dog in reverse. If a man has power over the lives of others and doesn't fear G underscore D, the Jews say, they will only be concerned for their own benefits in their decision making. Yeah, they're so pleased in their penny wise and dollar stupid. They want an ice cream now, and they'll give away sustenance. You know, me and my Priscilla talk about it all the time. It's one of the stories that really entitles me, or not entices me or excites me, is what was happening at the foot or the base of the mountain, the mount. Well, Moses was up there, man. Can you imagine? That was something. What were they doing down there? And why did they get fired by G_D? That you are not going to the promised land. Your next generation will. Because the perfect food and water and everything you need, it is perfect, was given to them. The manna. And what did they do? Bitched about it. Man, them fried okries and fried green maters with ketchup back in Pharaoh's slavery were better. You know, sometimes you could have red pepper on it, and sometimes you could have black. It was variety. And what did they do? Man, they built a golden idol, and they bitched and whined and moaned. Allegedly, in a book, in a story, and they cursed themselves because they couldn't be satisfied. And they had no faith. They didn't believe. Even if I thought for 1 minute that Paul had listened to any minutes of this, I know he didn't listen to 4 hours of this. I'm moving on. Maybe he will. Don't care. I don't think, no joke, since about 2011 or 12, we've had 9 directors. It'll be all right. Maybe it's only 8. They are not long for that place. And all the rest of you board members, think about it. Study it. Come back here and read your 07, 03 for real and be like, man, what is this bullshit? You can't have number 5. You shall not repeat the law. That's already stated in 74C. You may not misstate law, any law. There is no such thing as you must be a citizen or a resident alien. Oh, you just opened a government, state of North Carolina. Shame on you. So we are a sanctuary state. You can be an unarmed security guard or armed, because armed says at 0803 you must be 0703. So an illegal alien can be a dang guard in North Carolina with a gun? Oh, well, you guys. This is how little anybody cares. They're also worried about, to lease or not to lease. And please release me.
And 12 up for renewal. Did anybody have any questions about any of those? That's me. Well, I could, but I have one request of staff, and that is number 5.
Okay. Let me drum roll this thing right here. I remembered it. I don't think I made a note. Let me go look at the notes. All right, we got through the weapon sharing. Andy at 1042 said, do better. Oh my God. Internet meme much, Andy. And whenever we get to there, I guess it will be 14 minutes in. We cannot. 1044. This meeting started at when? 10? On rules. Anyway, I did catch him doing something right. Lawyer is right. See, I put it in all caps. You did a good job, Jeff Grey. If you heard nothing else in my BS for all that time, you just remember. Dean said I did right there. Everybody can shut up.
Yes.
Anyway, I paused. Let's drum roll. Steve Johnson is about to say something magical, beautiful, fantastic. Let me rewind it and make sure we catch the whole thing. What they're talking about is new and renewal coursework that is approved for continuing education hours. If you have a license, certain types of licenses, you have to have, I think, 12 continuing education hours every 2 years to renew your license. And there's a whole list of approved courses and approved vendors. They have to periodically submit their courses again with the instructor names for renewal. And when they're new, they submit course outlines. Get ready.
And 12 up for renewal. Did anybody have any questions about any of those? Besides me? Well, I could, but I have one request of staff.
Of staff, he means the employees of the board.
And that is number 5 on the list. Yep. Which is the PPSB rules, portal navigation compliance.
And I haven't seen the true title of this. Hang on. I gotta scroll down to my log. Where are we now? Where are you now? Heck, I don't even know if I'm online. I lost my OBS window. Yep. I have not been keeping good logs. Look at that. 04. 41. 11. Still in the first. Still in the first meeting. What is this one? Training and education at 15 M 54S Steve Johnson on request for of staff.
That the staff see the entire lesson plan, review it, and the PowerPoint to make sure it is absolutely correct.
You guys, anybody out there listening who has not been boiled and had all their skin and hair and everything else meat boiled off them in the Private Protective Services Board boiling cauldron? Make sure, whatever he called it, course work and PowerPoint are 100% correct. How about you, board member Steve? Director of the Academy for 1,000 years. Because now we're going to go back to, if they can't get their own house in order, how are they supposed to mess with anybody else's? Here it is. The standing approval for continuing education for specified organizations. Criminal history evaluation chart. Now remember, the law does not give a date. The code says 5 years. The chart, that if you didn't know it was there, you wouldn't know it was there. It says an A, B, or C felony, never approve it. Okay. Well, again, shouldn't it be up to a license holder to be looking over their employee's application and figuring that out first. Don't waste somebody's time. And I don't know all these different levels all the way to E and H and I felonies in North Carolina. See, they argued earlier and I skipped it. I have the notes how they argued about whether is it 10 years or 5 years or whatever. No, it's 15 and 20. The misdemeanor A1 and whatever the equivalent would be in another state, 10 years. So this is the chart they're going by that has no association to law and code, except that the law, if they went to the letter of the law, it would be ever. Any one of these ever. Felonies or these misdemeanors listed down here. Because that's what the law says. Hello, General Assembly, knock, 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 knock. Which this is okay. They got that. They have something. Is it binding because it's not part of the code? Don't know. It would have to be tested in court. You know, the person didn't know in advance that that was a requirement to go get a thing off the web page. The licensees are supposed to. Violation consent, PPSB, follow up day and night, course requirements, 0809, public hearing. See, there's another problem. And I'm pretty sure it's online somewhere on this crazy thing, but we can't search it. There's no index. There is a handbook or document. That's another one, Steve Johnson. You got some nerve picking on some poor CE trainer. Have you ever bothered to read through both of those unarmed and armed training manuals that have your name hundreds of times in them about how wrong they are? Let's have the board make sure something or other. You get your house in order, then you go worry about someone else's house. Hypocrite much. Stick your feet in your mouth much. I'm looking for their little document that's supposed to be an internal thing. Is that it? Fit to wits. Industry registration procedures. Prepared by the staff. The last time I looked at it, there it is. This is the one. Here we go. This was revised in October of 2024, according to their own revision numbering and date scheme. And I've discussed this on previous streams. Here we go, Steve Johnson. You're seriously worried about somebody's misnamed. Let me go back to it. Hang on. I don't know how far back it is.
Stop now.
Anything else, Ms. Battle?
No, sir. Not this time.
Any questions, Ms. Battle? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. The next thing I have is the course approval, review and renewal. We have 8 courses that are new and 12 up for renewal. Did anybody have any questions about any of those? Besides me? Well, I could, but I have one request of staff, and that is number 5 on the list. Yeah. Which is the NCPPSB rules, portal navigation.
Hang on. Let me write down in my thing, in my logbook. What the heck? And I mean it the other way. Starts with F. What the heck is a PPS rules portal navigation? That's what he said. He's over here going to pick on if ragging on the PPSB and Jeffrey Smythe, who you back then was some kind of title at the DOJ in charge of concealed carry. I put on my web page and my web logger page and a video about it's a Bible verse built on stone versus built on sand. And then my sayings or derivative works. Nothing that starts as good, this bad, can end up good. Nothing. If it starts that bad, it cannot end well. And then see the other ones about foundations. You cannot build on a bad foundation. You cannot see the engineering and the collapses and the leaning towers. Let me make sure I got it right.
And that is number 5 on the list. Yeah. Which is the NCPPSB rules, portal navigation compliance.
PPSB rules portal navigation compliance. You know what the kids these days say? The kids of all ages, they say word salad. And I left off the NC part. Rules portal navigation compliant. What in the world is a rules portal? Okay. But that we're not going to talk about. Let's not approve number 5 because that title is nothing. That's a bunch of words that say nothing.
That the staff see the entire lesson plan, review it, and
Lesson plan. He said lesson plan. Make sure. Lesson plan and PowerPoint. Okay. Which leads us back to no, not that one. Yes, that one. Procedures. Which leads us back to 0452. Let's just call it 53. Blam. Arrows. No, not ands. 6s. Correct at all. Besides all of your training materials, Mr. Johnson. Now we're going to go with you really going to trust the staff, which starts with Paul Sherwin. You were the director, Paul, right? In October of 2024. Private Protective Services, comma, a section. See, back in the day, they knew, the PPSB knew they were not an agency. A section within the Training and Standards Division. Hello? Oxford, comma, of the North Carolina Department of Justice. Paul Sherwin, 5 years prior to you joining the board, sir, Steve Johnson, whatever, 1,000 years after you invented the board, Steve Johnson, in 2024, in 2014, the board got shoved out of here as a section of the North Carolina Department of Justice. 2014. And yet you still call yourselves that, which is why you haven't bothered to remember you guys are the ones that shoved yourselves out of justice over to public safety. But because you were there when it was Justice Steve Johnson, you remember how it was, not how it is. The staff that wrote this garbage and looked allegedly at it and said, "Are we really in justice?" and just moved on, including that lawyer, because he made much ado about back in November or January's meetings about how he was having this rewritten and he was all over everything, but he was not talking about this. He was confusing it with the board bylaws. Incompetent much, hypocrite much. Don't you be talking about some poor slob instructor out there in the CE world trying to get their act together when you guys don't know who you are. How can you judge and vote all over the rest of us when you do not know who you are? Vroom. Okay, I didn't miss any chats. And then you have all this stuff, and I still haven't never decided, because they send this and recommend this to new license applicants and designee, but they don't provide you a direct link. And if it does, it just causes confusion. Go see your employee manual, Andy Renfrow. Your employee manual still points to the old dead code, 12 something. How can your employees do anything? How can this staff, the same staff that won't update this thing 10 years later? Okay. Maybe you should range know, or, check for threats before you go running your mouth reckless. And then it talks about administration. There is so much wrong. This is one that we're going to talk about in a while because one of the board members brought it up somewhere. Psychological stress evaluator. Somebody who talked to me yesterday afternoon. Remember this. This is not a trade by itself. Stress evaluation is a component or tool of interviews and interrogations. They got all into a thing about what about computer aided or AI assisted stress evaluations, body language experts, and it's another, they found themselves something to tangent upon, and so they're off they go. Squirrels. This is just a million words that are mostly all wrong. This is the only one and only place. They may have updated the code. I don't think so. Where they do ageism and say that you must be 21 years old to get an armed registration. You don't even have to be 21 to be a cop in North Carolina. You can't discriminate on people against age. If they can join our military and fight for military purposes, they can run around with a G word and play security guard too. How old were those guys that shouted themselves from Allied last month? It's not because of age. Go see that police chief that shot herself through her own hand. She was a police chief. How much of Steve Johnson manuals had she read? I'm sure there was something else I was looking for in here, but I don't really care. All this is going to have to be updated. And I could go run off on another tangent. Hey, you guys, since you have spare money in the bank, I saw the thing and you're clapping your hands and you still won't address. I'm getting off that. And I know I used to see lots of posts from the lady who's offering this course that he's over there and we need to do something about it. Then don't approve it. Don't say anything about it. You can't have the staff do anything about it if you approved it and they approved it. You can't pick on her after the fact. Go amend your code to say that when people sign up for courses and they get approved, they're subject to some flunky at the office questioning them. How rude. Go back to the top of your own document, allegedly updated in October of 2024, 10 years after it moved to the Department of Public Safety. And here it still says. And here is why Epley and the lawyer and everybody else. And it's a very unique thing that I learned when I moved to Dunn, North Carolina, where they kept telling me, you just drive out that road, like you know what that road is, and turn at the Winn-Dixie warehouse. Well, the Winn-Dixie warehouse had burnt down in the 1970s. There was a grass field where they were telling me to turn at the Winn-Dixie warehouse. That's North Carolina brain for you. I didn't have those troubles in Los Angeles. See the famous British song from the Kinks where the palace used to stand or something? Man, everything, if it's still there a year later in Los Angeles, miracle. When they say a restaurant won't last 5 years, new restaurant upstarts, they must have been hanging around big cities. They're like, man, them things don't last 3 months. Everything moving at the speed of the metropolis. But that's because Steve Johnson was there when it was in the DOJ. He still thinks it is, and he thinks he's sitting around a room full of DOJ people that also have to set the rules for the cops and everybody else. He still can't accept, after 12 years, oh, damn, we're just the PPSB. We're them private knuckleheads that nobody cares about, and we ain't got no immunity. All of this is for nothing. So before you go pissing at that poor woman who stopped posting so much on LinkedIn as she used to for her lesson plan, that I will private message her on LinkedIn if she's still on there, that, hey, lady, what is that you're talking about? And ask her to beg her, please, for free. I've always offered her for free. Like, are you just too high IQ for the rest of us? I don't understand what you're saying. Let me proofread it and offer you my thoughts on it. I won't dirty up your forms. I'll write myself a nice set of pages, technically written, not like I run my mouth or type my email, Scott. Ha ha ha. That on page 1, whatever, I don't understand this term. On page 2, at paragraph number 2, you use an acronym without defining it first. Or you said something like PPS rules portal navigation compliance. What in the hell is that? Are you on the cutting edge? Like, are you having back office meetings that this thing's going to come in the next 12 years? Well, before you get too busy on getting us compliant with portal navigation, and what I think she's talking about is not the rules. I think she's talking about Permitium, registration, but they call that a dashboard. We don't call it a portal. I don't understand. Would you, maybe they'll listen to you because they sure as hell don't listen to me. Get them to edit their own book first. Get them to pay you for it. Make it your idea. Oh, damn, you know what we need to do? Do a Control F, find and replace. And everywhere it finds the word of justice, including the space bar, change it to of public safety. Anywhere you find the words Training and Standards Division, delete it. The computer can do this for you. Board staff, super qualified. There's no rules for who they hire at the board. The girls at the office, Steve, ain't what they used to be. They're worse than they ever be because Paul keeps bragging about how they fully staffed up with all these flunky ex-cops. And then go through and fix everything else. And then go through and fix your administrative codes. And then start worrying about us. You must go to PPS check. Whatever. I know, it's too new. Hashtag too soon. I'll say again, without pulling it up and showing you buffoons, because you can go look at my other two videos where I showed you in both of them. North Carolina e-courts is online. Us employers or anybody, if you got a first and last name, you can go to any clerk of the court's website and look up anybody's court history, criminal and civil. We don't need CRC, PPSB, check.com anymore. We don't need them. But it's all right. They're only $14, $12, $72. Then they add on 3 states that come back clear anyway that the employee says. Go back and see the previous videos and go back and look at the minutes of your own meetings that you don't take. Where catch them doing something right. It's been almost a year since Richard Epley brought to your attention that, man, CRC licensing is ripping us off. But the rest of you don't care because you pass it along to your poor security guards. And then you piss on, well, it's your responsibility. Bullshit, you took it away from us in 2014. It's the licensees, the employer's responsibility. We used to have to do it all ourselves. And all the classes, all they taught us, especially at the trainer workshops, is remember your students this. The most important thing to anything in this business is the money. That's all we talked about is, man, when you send your application in, with or without your fingerprints, nobody cares. If we can't find certified funds in that envelope, we're throwing the whole thing in the trash. And you'll just never hear from us again. At least back then, they were honest about it. We're not hiring rocket scientists. We're hiring flub security guards. And if they can't get the money part down, they don't need to work in the security industry. That's the board doing a good job pre-screening. All right, let's get off of that. We'll leave their dummy old documents up. Educational and informative.
The PowerPoint to make sure it is absolutely correct.
Absolutely correct. Okay.
Okay.
One day I'll do a
Anybody
video.
have any questions about any of the other? Let's start with the new ones first. We have computer voice stress analyzer. Second, computer voice stress analyzer examiner's recertification. Third is tactical emergency casualty care for security professionals. Criminal defense investigation rights, evidence and process. The one I just mentioned, the NCPPS rule, portal navigation compliance. Number 6 is fire watch and fire safety. Number 7 is comprehensive security guard tactical operations and DS.
Okay, he's saying it wrong. Make sure there's a comma in there. And I can't figure out how to zoom this thing. And if I screenshot it and zoom a screenshot, it'll just be pixels. PPSB rules, comma, portal navigation, and compliance. All right, that makes more sense. Because look how long I just spent on rules, and look how long they just spent talking about rules and laws, and not one of them even bothers to know. Did you know that the staff has a chart? Where did it come from? Don't know. Yeah, definitely, because now it makes sense with a comma and an S on the end. He's putting the staff on, picking on people.
And number 8 is lost assets found, finding and claiming your unclaimed assets held in state coffers. Any questions? Do I have a motion to accept the new courses?
Motion to accept.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. Discussion. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
And that includes 5, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
With that caveat.
Okay.
You can't have caveats.
We have surveillance strategies for success. Finding people, skip tracing from start to finish. Third is active shooter for private investigators. 4 is the drone revolution, an earthquake in the insurance industry. 5 is ethics and aid action to be brought forth today.
I skipped it ahead.
Again, anything else from staff? All right, Jeff, you've got anything?
No, sir.
Anyone on committee got anything they want to bring forward?
Well, I don't know if this would be for this committee. I'll bring it up in laws and rules, but as relates to the correction facilities, in looking at 74C 6E, there's a note in there, at least from the one that's on the website, saying delayed expiration C note. I've not seen, I don't know. It's the one that says security services related to entry and exit, direction and movement of individuals at entry and exit, security working towers, and perimeter security patrols at state prison facilities. But because I went to look at that when I saw these discharges, and I see these notes. Right. What they ever did with it. This is probably something I should bring up in laws and rules. I'm sorry. It's just
No, that's fine.
You know, it did have a sunset.
Right.
Yeah, it did have a sunset, and they took the sunset out. And if you'll read the attorney's report, you'll see it got yanked out of the bid.
right. But so that's what that note is.
That's what the note is. But I can say I've never looked at the online. Now that doesn't show.
That's not what the note is. Apparently, there's supposed to be a note, and this is none of them know. Our board and the board's attorney doesn't know. That's also in my notebook. We are on to almost the end of the first meeting. Let me get a timestamp. 5:13. I don't need to pee again. I need a drink. E at 74C6. C Note. So that anybody who comes across this knows what we're all talking about. Chapter 74C, CA 6 is what defines a security guard and patrol. This started in an emergency amendment to 74C, probably by May of 2020, because of a virus, we'll say. It has always said from day one, see note in various capitalizations. I have never been able to get from the legislator, the recorder, the clerks, I have never, from someone who used to work, they live in my town, and they used to work for the legal advisory services to the NC legislator. They were like, huh, wonder what that means, and never could find an answer. What note? Don't know. It used to say expires June 2025. Somewhere around August of 2025, it still said expires June of 2025, but it was still there. And then it came back this way with delayed expiration. Security services related to entry and exit, direction and movement of individuals at entry and exit, security working towers, and perimeter security patrols at lost my line. State prison facilities. The problem we have with this is that they also have somewhere in a note, I assume or presume, probably wrongfully. Don't ever assume to, without a court clarifying it for you, never try to understand what was the legislative intent. They said state prisons. Where one of those Allied Universal shoutings happened was at a county detention facility. Okay, so we're still doing, but the reason they had to supplement staff with private security, and that they didn't know, are we allowed to do it? Because everything else, like it says, prevention of intrusion, entry, larcens at whatever, is on private property. Letters A and B that are Steve Johnson. Fix the slideshows and fix the books. You've got them numbered 1, 2, 3, 4. You never bothered to get number 5, letter E in your book. Don't you worry about somebody else's paper. Fix your paper. But on private property, number 3 is a tough one because it's bodyguarding between the premises of the person, firm, association, corporation. And see, this is why we don't necessarily need an emergency letter E, or unit of government that entered into the contract. We've always had it. The problem is that at A and B, it says on private property. Any kind of detention or whatever facility operates under the auspices of the state or a political subdivision of the government. A and B cannot be done on public property. So their shoehorn was to add this BS about state prisons. Original forms, and I download these often, save as a PDF. The revisions over time are psychotic. Changes appear without an amendment note. So anyway, it was because of the virus. Or not. You know, I heard there was a virus. Maybe I didn't. Very smart people. Let's see. In whatever these session numbers are, 2025-70, S number 22 and 2025. See, this is when it was already expired. They went back in. And that's the only thing that anybody could tell me. Well, the note means the revision history. That's what the note is. See, at number 2020, number 15 is when they added it. Because, if you people remember, allegedly, in that space program that didn't exist in 2020, we were under lockdown and quarantine, which was another word misused. It was isolation. But the government employees, especially the Department of Corrections specialists, found out that if they coughed or sniffed in the presence of their supervisors, they would get 14 calendar or, 10 or so standard weekdays. They would get about 80 hours worth of stay at home. You're suspected of coughing, or maybe you had and I mean every order of, I had security guards. Bill McRae, you remember when Kiker sabotaged your emergency contract at the prison? No, they all have amnesia. They don't remember anything. Those are lucrative contracts. But the reason they had them is because the government can't be ordering private people anything. Hello? Oh, wait, what? When they enacted all those lockdown stay home orders, they damn well the governor can order government of the state employees to go sit at home and get paid for it. See the expanding national and individual states and municipalities expanding exponentially debts since 2020. I've worked with, trained with, consulted with extreme amounts, hundreds of guards, license holders in the last 6 years since the COVID mess, dozens of little mom and pop pop-up shops in private security have come and gone and reformed and renamed and got a new license under another name. Had to get your cousin from out of state to be the qualifying agent. But the reason was, and imagine it did not take those corrections officers long to figure out, if they soaked their face in a microwave towel with a little water on it so it was steamy, and walked out there with a red face that you put the temperature sensor thermometer laser on it, and it says, oh my gosh, you have 102-degree fever or 109. I have security logs or reports that got written through the logging software from the officers. Dude had 109 fever, and he walked out of here smiling. Because as soon as they showed a symptom to one of their supervisors, without a doctor's note or anything else, they got an automatic 14-day stay-home order, and they got paid. All of a sudden, there was no one working at the, here we go, entry and exit of our state prison facilities. There was nobody there. They got paid to stay home. They would get up on the 15th day and call the boss and do the whole 8 and 9-year-old, boss, I'm coughing. Do you want me to go to the doctor? The doctor's offices were closed. No. The hospitals were closed and off limits. No. Just stay at home. Answer the questionnaire. Have you been around anybody that had it? Or that you suspect might have had it? Oh, yeah. Could be. Oh. All right. We'll sign the paperwork. 14 more days off. Somebody's got to work at the dang entry and exit. True story. And it's amazing. Our board members, including board members that had those early emergency contracts and got them, every business is subject to industrial espionage and people hating you. And if they can't have the client, no one can. And I dropped a name earlier. I shouldn't have, but whatever. I don't care. Go back, rewind it, and find out who it was. Another license holder who hates Bill McRae paid people to go apply for and work for Bill McRae in those prisons and purposely sabotage the contract so that he could get it. And Bill McRae doesn't manage his company so much, it worked. So that's what they're babbling about. This. There's a reason I made so much ado about this, or to do about this, especially related to that previous document. And I'm talking about make sure everything's absolutely correct.
On my printed version.
All right, that's the lawyer talking. Wait and listen to this carefully.
Report, you'll see it got yanked out of them. The bill.
Right, but so that's what that note is?
That's what the note is. But I would say I've never looked at the online. Now that doesn't show up on my printed version.
I'm going to play this again. Listen to me, Lawyer Gray. F off away from every government thing that you provide legal advice for. The world will not set me free if I keep talking long enough that I would, for the good of this poor sloppy state, file a complaint against you at the bar and pursue it and spend all that money just because you're a bad person, let alone a bad lawyer. Back this up. I wish I could bump the audio up, but it's all the way up. This is the part where I logged earlier and wrote an extra special note. And this on top of everything else. Jeffrey Gray. You make Bill McRae look like the smart guy, like the good guy. You gave it away.
Report, you'll see it got yanked out of them. The bill.
Right, but so that's what that note is?
That's what the note is. But I would say I've never looked at the online. Now that.
And he's a bad stutterer. I'm not picking on you for your stuttering. It's that something in you was telling you don't say that. And you fought it. You defeated it. You beat yourself, Attorney Gray. Go listen to my other streams. Streams plural. Many of them. Biz School. It only takes one word. Una palabra. Go look up the song. For any of you who didn't catch it through them talking over each other and his stuttering staccato word uttering, he said, I've never looked at the online version. Whoa, stop. What the hell version are you looking at? Something in a big hard printed law book from 1978? Dude, bruh. Let me one more time. He said on the recording, and I do believe this other guy with the pink tie is a former retired judge. Judge, why didn't that slosh your head back on your neck? Because it sure shocked mine. The shockwave of that level of arrogance, pride, ignorance, and something, and arrogance and pride and willful. I don't even know what to call it. And this is the guy that reads them the ethics thing. Let's stop talking about our laws and codes that you can't comprehend, Jeffrey. Let's talk about the Bar Association and that big pile of crap that won't dump on you. Because you guys it's all made up of members, just like the law states that so many of this board has to be license holders. Well, I'm sure that the Bar Association law dictates that all of you have to be lawyers. Because you guys ain't going to let each other down. You're going to cover it up for each other. You got each other's backs. I know how it is. And they ain't going to call you out on the fact that, dude, you got on the internet webs and said that you've never looked at the internet webs. What version of law? And then Jeffrey Gray, man, in just over 100 years ago, because I don't like living on this planet with arrogant, stupid people like you, I would invite you out on the street and not load mine. Because only this kind of evil and willful wickedness will be rewarded in this world that the rest of us have to live in. And we have no recourse but to get on our YouTube with two watching, and I love you two the most of anything right now. Anybody who watches ever, I love you. Even if it's you, Paul Sherwin. It ain't you, Bill Matt Ray. You had your chances plenty. One more time. Let me tell you about it. One more time. I've never looked at the online version. It doesn't say that on my print version where I was trying to get to, and I will get back to it. That's why, you a-hole. What did James Garner say in the Tank movie? That's an old saying, but he made it super famous. Shit rolls downhill. Because guys like you put yourselves above the likes of Darla. I'm not going to say her last name. Anybody who really cares, go look her up. It's a board employee named Darla. And she's a bully and a angry and a frustrated and a power-loving. And she's that way because guys like this room, the smartest guys and the smartest white guys on planet Earth, like Jeffrey Gray, treat her that way. And she can't treat them back that way. She could. She could throat punch them. But she won't. She's just another scared child like everybody else in this world. So what does she do? Tries to find somebody she thinks she has power over and bullies them and picks on them and belittles them. So in 2022, the day before I'm supposed to get my private investigator license, Paul Sherwin, she hits me up with this bullshit cease and desist, and they're not going to count my hours, and I can have a PIA license. Maybe. And I'm sure she ran and told all of this. Doesn't matter who it was. Some of them were there, some of them weren't there. Whatever old crusty old dusty white dudes are sitting in them chairs, she thinks they're going to give her an extra large dog bone for law dogging people. I'm sure she went slapping her feet to tell them, I got him, I effed over Dean, are you so proud of me? And they said, damn, I hope he don't come up here and beat the shit out of you. Nope, we live in a new era, I can't. And I wouldn't. She's a Wms. And she ain't the boss. I would go straight to the boss and say, your law dog bit me, and I'm not going to put the law dog down. It's between you and me. In a science fiction show. All right, here we go. But see, what happened in 2022 is she pulls out the quality was so bad, it's like a scan of a photocopy of a fax of a 2014 version. And she starts grinding me and testing me and questioning me on a 2014 version. On a fucking internet. We weren't on a WebEx, we were on a Microsoft Teams. On an internet video conference, she's scrolling up and down the screen a 2014 photocopy of a scan of who, that's when it was stamped that it was scanned, was in 2014. That could have been a cell phone app scan of a fax that was sent in 1991, for all I know. I caught him where he thought something was in the law and it wasn't. See, he doesn't know everything. You don't know everything, Dean. I'm like, we're on an internet conference. Do you want to pull up 74C on the internet? Because you, Jeffrey Gray, because you.
Right, boy, you'll see it got yanked out of them.
Right, but so that's what that note is?
That's what the note is. But I would say I've never looked at the online. Now that doesn't show up on my printed version.
And don't baby talk. Don't whine like a 5-year-old baby. That doesn't show up on my printed version. No matter how many times I refresh jeffreygray.net, this paper doesn't magically like hold it over the toaster, Jeffrey. It was written in lemon. I've never looked at the online. Okay, get the hell away. We deal with the now of things in security and law enforcement. This Jeffrey Gray guy screws around at still the CJ standards at the Department of Justice. Somebody get loud. Why does he have a better voice than me on the internet? Because he makes better content and can stay on target and keep it short, stupid. Somebody go get James White, Southern Draw Law, or John Lang of Audit the Audit fame to listen to this and lend me their voice and clip out this one piece. How the hell can cops do better when this is who's in charge of their training? This second guy from the left that I can't zoom, David Poston, don't ever do this again. I still got 2 more meetings to go through with your big gray box. ruining my screen. You guys work it out and do some testing before the meeting goes live. And we're going to talk about your incompetence in just a second, whoever you are. I looked it up. I know who you are now. This guy, second to the left, is Richard Epley. Caught him doing something right last year, September or November meeting. And all the rest of them, like he was speaking Chinese. Didn't hurt me. Didn't hurt nobody. Good job way back then, Richard Epley. But here's why. You know what? You've had 6 meetings or 5 meetings since then, and you never brought it up. Hey, did you guys hear me last time? Fire and forget, bruh. Fire and forget. Hey, I said something. Put it in writing and hammer them to death with it every day. And see, you know what? I'm not going to forward you that same email I've been forwarding you every day for 2 years. When you effing fix it. That's what your job should be at the board. That was about CRC licensing or my CRC company charging us astronomical made-up BS prices and refusing to give us our money back when they figured out, oh yeah, our mistake. No, I said something about it. I did my part. He is still on criminal justice standards. And there's so many different levels of that stupid thing that's under the umbrella of North Carolina's criminal justice training, education and training and standards. I don't even know what it's called. Oh, you're trying to click the picture of a web browser in my video. You see what you people do to me? North Carolina criminal training and standards. Education training and standards. Hang on. CJETS. CJS is a tiny little, like it said in that old document, that they keep updating the date and not changing the words. Because of your printed version, Jeffrey. CJS, where Epley is a part of it, is one of the tiny little subdivisions or units under criminal justice, education, and training standards. And this is just for other than sheriffs and sheriff deputies stuff. And he's an ex-sheriff deputy that either was a sheriff or ran for sheriff and lost, thankfully. I'm thankful for it. And I don't live in his county. I'm thankful for the people, or otherwise we'd be seeing in this about his piss poor sheriff's office all over John Lang's and Southern Drawl Laws channels. Because if the top is that bad, the bottom is murderously bad. But just get off, get out, go away. The only way we're going to get anything, and I don't know what to say, if this is the future, if the youth future is Andy Renfrow's, he's only around 40 years old. No matter how hard living he's lived himself, and looks like just the rest of this old crew. Yep. A committee to save the world. And what does it matter? Go back and see the title. I don't know. If you don't take it serious, what happens to cutie pie little pizza girls on the subway where it's supposed to be security, and nobody will answer me still? Ain't no Public Records Act or FOIA going to get me that information. I want to see the contract billing. Was an officer or guard, did the city or municipality or, the subdivision LLC that runs the transit, did they pay for a security guard that was not there? Methinks yes. I can tell you of thousands of hours of Renfrow's billing where he thinks, well, if they work for me, they won't do something like that because I'm me. And it's because you have that dumb attitude, sir, that they absolutely already discussed on previous streams how Bill Matt Ray's people had paid the room cleaners or orderlies or hospitalities at the hotels to run his stupid security guard phones around, and they were out with his cars in his uniforms and his G words working with Walmart sales receipts elsewhere armed in his name. And he's the smartest guy in the room.
So I couldn't find a note. So I'm like,
Well, that's what the note
Okay.
is.
That's not what the note is. Jeffrey. See, this is authoritatively wrong again. And his mind doesn't have enough. His mind has never had to tell himself. Because nobody who amounts to anything like me, and even if they offered to pay me a good salary, I wouldn't sit on that board. You know why? Because the rest of them. Time to clean house. Start over. 1776, bruz, but without the fanfare and the rocket's red glare. Just, hey, you know what we should do? Piss on them. We'll all walk and let them figure it out for themselves, these kids these days. Yeah, we'll do okay.
They put they kept sunsetting it. They have moved that and moved that.
Yeah.
And
No, they did not.
it was in a bill. I don't remember the number, but it's in the attorney's report. Then they yanked it out a couple of weeks ago for
I thought it might be that, but like I said,
yeah, that's what it
I couldn't
is.
find it.
Well, no, it has sunset at least twice.
Only once. June 2025.
And I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know why they yanked it out unless they plan to do away with that program. But they did yank it out.
I think we'll do away with it right now.
Yeah.
I don't see that.
It was supposed to end when coronavirus crisis ended, and they didn't have to keep letting the guards have 2 weeks off. Not security guards, the prison guards, the adult corrections people, which they've again subdivided all of them. Now we have a department of adult corrections and a bunch of other departments that used to be one. Be authoritatively wrong. Or maybe sometimes you should just say, why are we talking about this? It doesn't matter.
Not with the dearth of applicants to COs.
Right.
If you're going to use jargon because you're an industry guy, Bill Matt Ray, please go back. Go get on the accountant's board. Accountant. COs means corrections officer. He just loves hanging around the cops and the cop wannabes and the securities and using all these jargons. It's not about the jargon, dude. At the end of the day, it's about protection. See the name of the board you're on.
Big increase in pay.
Anything further? I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
How fast did he come up with
Have a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye. And that's the picture.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Law and rules will meet in about 10 minutes.
Law and rules, 10 o'clock.
All right. They're quiet. The meeting ended. So I'll say like the famous chipmunks or woodchucks or whatever they were. No, Karen Battle. Thank you. I insist. Let's minimize that one. Let's go back to vidges. But we're going to minimize the flags and sins of our fathers. Somebody, an attorney, and I don't know, he had his office girl, office woman. She's a treasure. She deserves to have a better boss. And nope, I don't remember her name. He had her send me one of his ugly effing emails that I promptly gave myself 24 hours to cool off before I replied. Maybe I'll just email her a link to it and be like, hey, I ragged all over your boss. Do with it what you want. But I wouldn't. If you wouldn't hold yourself out as being an absolute fool, Bible style, Attorney Gray, I wouldn't call you one. Don't give me the opportunity. Don't let me question you. Don't ever. I don't care if you don't ever look at the internets. Don't ever get on an internet broadcast meeting video and say something as dumb as, I've never looked at online. Listen, boomer. That's pre-boomer. Listen, French war fighter trench guy. It's time for you to retire. There's got to be a mandatory retirement age for government contracting and government office and government appointment. And I'm thinking it should be, I don't know, let the new kids have a chance. 35. Because you old guys make it very easy to be ageist, except then you throw an old guy whose skin hasn't caught up with his old closed-minded stupidity like Andy Renfrow. There's an exception to every rule. That's why I said 35. That would exclude Andy also. Never looked at the online. Why is our state only 11 months old? Almost. Why did it only live to 10 and a half months? And that was 250 years ago. These boards and commissions and legislators and governors have not made it any better. They've stacked bureaucracy. How is this ship even afloat? Because we keep shoving peasants like Dean into the holes we shot in the hull. And that poor slob looking for a security job. I don't think there's quite as much from the other stuff. Break. Already closed. The first one. Next. Law and rules. And it won't take long, I promise. I promise. Much skipping. That's not the time on the screen. 0609. No, it doesn't need a 6. 6:09 p.m. Eastern. Break. I don't need to release any. I haven't had enough yet in a while. Don't be a strimmer. Don't dehydrate yourself because you're live streaming. I need a beverage. I need to wet this voice because I've been ranting, and even when I try to talk soft, I've been getting heated and passionate. I don't apologize. My thing, dear diary. Thanks anybody for hanging out and listening. After a while, YouTube will grind on it and create a transcript. You can skim the transcript, search for your favorite keyword, like search for the F word or BS, and see how many times Dean messed up, because I tell myself, don't say those things on the live stream. But this world that we live in gets the best of me, and I lose my professionalism. I give myself a demerit. Be back in a minute. All right. I lovingly call the loud pipe. And I don't recall them in Los Angeles. I believe the overregulated California probably had noise and sound ordinances, and I think to make loud pipes, you have to defeat some of the emission stuff that they have the strictest of strictest ever laws, codes, rules, and ordinances about. Or maybe there were just so many, it was cacophony and I couldn't hear them individually. Good Lord, loud pipes. The neighbor boy, fine young man, and his friends have some loud vehicles. And I never yell at them and I never curse about it. I put my fingers in my ears and wait till they go away. I very ugly call it sphincter rattlers. Well, oh well. I'm a crabby old people and was born that way, by golly. I've never looked at this. What do you kids call it? Interwebs? Why would I do that? I have this beautifully printed book that I can read by candlelight and pretend I'm Abraham Lincoln. Oh, except he was a Yank from Kentucky. That's what the Y in Kentucky stands for, Yankee. Somebody else who read by candlelight, who wasn't a Yank. Jeffrey. Second vigil.
What am I doing here? I have to bring some.
Oh, I remember. Before we get into laws and rules, who was phone? Who was Poston? Back here at the PPSB website, I kept meaning to open in new tab, and I kept messing it up. Board and directory. I, again, misbehaved myself. Broke the rules and inquired in direct message of Paul Sherwin. I apologize, Paul. I shouldn't have broke my own rules. And hey, maybe type that guy's name in the internet web before you ask who is he. Oh, he's on the board. Candace Ratliff is the one that was not there for that meeting. Here he is, David. And I didn't know you were a member, apparently, allegedly, at least since July 1 of something. Or that's when this first infinity of terms expires. Welcome aboard, David. Nice to know you, if I may. Mr. Poston. Don't really care, other than, sir, please either show the face or get a tiny little avatar like I've got. See that yin and yang up there in the corner? Which I kind of have blocked by my web browser right now, but that's okay. It's okay. It all sounds very impressive. Retired senior petty officer, 20 years experience in national security and foreign intelligence through the NSA and Naval Security Group. So I'm guessing. Thank you for your service. And go back and listen to my previous videos. I'm not very... Whatever, dude. You survived 20 years of it. You made it. Thank you for your service. Good job, especially putting up with upstairs. It doesn't say that you retired admiral. You had put up with a whole lot of crap that I wouldn't put up with. Then 24 more years. And sir, let me give you a compliment. You don't look that old. That you've done 44 years of work in the world. Good job. Law enforcement. And that all sounds great. And perhaps I could borrow your expertise one day to assist a friend of mine who also has a license. Should have had many, but we can talk offline about that one day, Mr. Senior Chief Petty Officer. Been a licensed PI since 17. Criminal defense, first degree murder. Good job. Even accused red rummers are due, according to our broken system, a vigorous defense. A licensed polygraph examiner, he can find you out being a liar. Anyway, it was very interesting to me, sir, that number one, you apparently didn't read your own blurb and bio carefully on the North Carolina Private Protective Services Board page. And two, Paul Sherwin, why haven't you read this? If you truly, Ray, if the board is your employers, why would you misspell bullying? There's no such organization as Parents Against Bullying. David, you need to have a word and do it in writing. If it isn't written down, if you haven't figured out by now in Navy and law enforcement and private investigations and criminal defense, sir, you listen to those meetings. Why isn't your YouTube or whatever lit up with, hey, before that Dean Tard goes off on 12 hours of YouTube again? You guys, are you in the same industries I'm in? Dude, you've got all this experience and all these licenses and all this stuff. All right, investigator, why didn't you read your own blurb and tell them, hey, don't misspell my stuff? Go do your misspellings all over Bill McRae's. It did make me giggle, but it's a yin and a yang, and the masks, sir. Comedy, tragedy, laughing and crying. I guess I'll apologize that I didn't know that you were on the board. But you certainly don't care enough to go read what they wrote about you at the board website. Or you read the first little bit. Well, they got that right. That's all that matters. Once the Navy, always the Navy. For life. Never mind them Semper Fi heads. For all of us, it's do or die. But with all of this, sir, with all of this, how many of these have you pointed out to them? And tell them, hey, don't be putting my name. You mean you've been here since 2017 and you couldn't tell that lawyer and Bill McRae that it said it since 2020? Anyway, I'm just going to laugh. Or are you that smart and ahead of the game and knowing that we're going to point it all out? 4-dimensional chess. That you purposely had them put that up there in your secret squirrel investigator NSA intelligence secret societies, that let's see if anybody actually reads this garbage, other than that we know Dean's going to get on about it, but no one hears Dean's voice. He was made mute by the universe. Hence, he calls himself the world's most frustrated inarticulate. Parents Against Bullying and Injustice. You guys typoed it. Steve Johnson. Can we get the girls at the office? Staff. Could we get staff, Steve, to make sure it is absolutely correct? I didn't read the rest of them. My heart breaks for and because of you, Candace. I don't really know anything about Suzanne Creech, and I didn't read her stuff. Premier Investigations in Greenville. Hey, Greenville. Please contact board member whatever and make her rich and famous. She services herself and suffers these fools. Board of Directors for 13 years, being appointed to the NC Private Protective Services Board. Proud U.S. Army veteran. Thank you for your service. To serve veterans in her community. Prior to her private investigations career, Susan worked as a police. Oh my God. Dorg. Oh me dorg. All of you get away from this private side. If you want to be cops or were cops, get over there on the law enforcement side of the blue line. Don't bring your stuff over here into my private world. At least they don't have any typos on you, Suzanne Creech. I don't want to talk about Andy. He infuriates me. In fact that Andy Renfrows exist on my planet infuriates me. Don't take it personal, Andy. You're one in billions. Billions. Mm. Mm. And Steve Johnson. All hail to Steve. He is truly the lunatic in charge of the asylum. Poor Steve Johnson. He has done well, I guess. Yep. Somebody get me a hold of the Speaker of the House and get rid of this dude. I don't know how much more I can do this. I might just go to the notes and hit the notes. All right. Done with them. Back to homepage. Get off of it. Somebody. Staff. Go fix the spelling on the board members' blurb. And go fix your own internal document, your silliness. What do I have in notes from law and rules? See, these are a lot of. See, I discovered David Poston. Board member, screenshot, misspelled bullying at board page. Tell Sherwin an email later. I didn't. Sorry, Paul. I still might, because I don't expect. Even if I email him a link to this, he won't listen to it. Oh, God, I don't want to hear that crap. That's all right, sir. Maybe I'll email it to your wife's work and tell all of them, oh, my God. Check it out. Maybe I have family in the medical industry. You never could know. Uh, they did start the second meeting at. Oh no, that's the full board meeting. Oh, I guess that was law and rules. Did I not mark it off separate? Oh no, 10 a.m. law and rules. I didn't even go into the 9:30 stuff. I got it all mixed up. LaSorsas. That's all right. 11 a.m. sharp. Where is it? There it is. 11 a.m. sharp. I missed the beginning of the full board meeting by like 2 seconds. Then they held elections and all this other stuff, and it caught the attention of a friend of mine, and he said something to me about how it causes a conflict of interest for Andy Renfrow, and I was like, what? They're all equally anointed at the board. What titles they vote each other should not make a difference, but it does, so okay. We're all entitled to our own eccentricities. Starting at 13 minutes in and then going for a long time because Lawyer Gray read the entire court dee-daw. I somehow got myself all scrambled in that log file in those first 2 meetings. So sorry. We're not going to go back and relive it. We're going to go straight
I would
into,
ask that everybody please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I think I'll skip it, sir. Thank you. This is Lawyer Gray. Dude, bro. Find the internet. If you can't find it, retire. And sorry, you only get a small picture because David, don't do this again. We get so little in this life. We don't need a big gray box with your name on it eating half of our board meeting screen. This is Lawyer Gray. He's going to give them the report on this.
So at this time, I would open the floor for nominations for Chair of Education Committee.
Okay, who's the second?
I said 13 minutes
This
in.
time, Mr. Gray, we have three final decisions, I understand.
We do. We actually only have two. One
Okay.
of them has been deferred to the board's September meeting. So we have for today Mr. Joseph M. LaSorsa and Mr. George Porter. And I know Mr. Porter's here.
Okay.
I do not see Mr. LaSorsa. J.M. LaSorsa was assigned instructor number 86-CEP.
All right, this gets real technical, real in the weeds, real quick. My original plan was to spend time with here and do this pause, react. But trying to figure out the difference between JM and I believe it's JA. Yes, JA. There's two LaSorsas, JM and JA. Sorry, I had to cough. And, you know, it's not that big of a deal. It's just try to counterbalance. I'm a Libra. I do the scales. But I prefer Libra and what it holds. Mwah. Only if it's pretty. Rip Aunt Erlene. It's a insider joke. You have to be me or my Priscilla to know what that means. Anyway, he did a good job juggling the J LaSorsas. What's technical about this and dumb about this is that number one, they're not given power over. The board is not given power in law or code over a continuing education instructor because both of these LaSorsas, and this is something I believe you missed and the Office of Administrative Hearing judge missed, except I am going to try to pause it and find it when he gets to the part of reading the recommendation, which I don't believe that they're doing that right either. I don't think that's a recommendation. Or if it is, it should be taken a hell of a lot more serious than these buffoons took it. And if it's, then we need to have the lawyers and the judges. We've got to get the separated powers back in line. That if this is going to go to something that has the name of a court on it and a true appointed magistrate or judge dealing with it, when the judge rules, it's a ruling. It's not a recommendation. That is horribly broken. It goes deep, and they go because they're lawyers and judges and law clerks and all these other people, and this is what excites them, is adding words and using the proper paragraph symbols and abbreviations, gen stat. Hey man, that used to matter when it was a typewriter. Go ahead and type it all the way out. Or when you're done writing in your abbreviation terminologies, find and replace gen period stat period and replace it with general statute. So that now you don't look lazy fingered. This wasn't hammered out on an old Underwood with two sheets of carbon paper between 3 sheets of paper to be ridden by Pony Express to the capital city. They are so deep in the weeds and excited about finding their little things. What's important about this to me is strip away all these trappings and pomp and circumstance and boards and committees and offices and judges and services of notices. Wait a minute, the board cannot fine, F-I-N-E. The board may not, they have no statutory empowerment to fine any other than a license holder. Instructor trainer is not a license. And the judge missed this. And the lawyer missed this. And Paul Sherwin missed this. You all missed this. No one on the board stood up and said, whoa, whoa, whoa. We can't fine them about CEs. Because nowhere does it say we can. All these morons got together and decided, but they have 2 licenses. So let's find their license about something else that they're certified in, or it's not even a certification. It's an approval. It's not a titled job under 74C that the board can even regulate. A provider of continuing education hours. This is all shoehorned in horse crap. So that's where I think they're wrong. And I've never been able to get the ear of the LaSorsas. Or don't worry, LaSorsas. I've tried to get the ear of the board. And I took a screenshot earlier, so I'm not going to look it back up. But I don't know if I can show you people my screenshot folders. Some of it might require explanation. No, nothing in the screenshots that requires explanation. There's the skull and bones. There's the flag. There's LaSorsas webpage screenshot. Oh, oops, wrong window. It's another thing. When you stack, how many have I got now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 windows and tabs. And you're an old crabby old man like me. You might get yourself behind. And here we go again. And it's in the description. Jeffrey Smythe. You say anything, yes, ma'am. You bum. This is in your job. Previously at the DOJ. And now as my Secretary of the Department of Public Safety, demerit. If I could get the ear of that useless governors of ours for a minute, I would have you removed. Remember when I talked about the board advertises itself as being part of the Department of Justice? I have been complaining to the board for years that LaSorsa.com/executive protection with hyphens in between it, training / they hold themselves out as executive protection training, third party, NC Department of Justice Private Protective Services Board Certified Training Course. There is no such thing as a NC Department of Justice Private Protective Services Board certified training course. It's not certified. And Private Protective Services Board, before there ever was a CPP license, 10 years prior, LaSorsas, and I at least a dozen, no, probably 10, but that's okay. Don't worry. I have all my email at my fingertips going back to 1/1/2010. I can search in the sent items by year. The damn thing won't search the whole, search all of the boxes and find LaSorsa. And let's just PDF print them and upload them. Anyway, after at least 10 efforts with at least 3 directors of boards and assistant deputy vice secretary directors and training peoples and everybody else, to somebody, and I've sent you emails through your contact form or whatever, and your poop don't stink, both of you J LaSorsas, you superheroes. I would revoke you for using the North Carolina Department of Justice's name in that way. Holding yourself out as something that doesn't exist. You are frauding or defrauding or false advertising. I would hammer you over that and make you fight me on it if I was anywhere near that board or could get their ear. Well, tired of begging the board to say anything, because for years what they would do is, oh, Dean's bitching about that LaSorsa shit again. And all the board members were like, oh no, we lick wipe his butt. He's the best guy since sliced toast. Have you seen his aggressive driving course? Oh, they used to love you. Now they hate you. See the Guns N' Roses song. They used to love you, but they had to, because apparently you bitch too much. It drove them nuts. And now they're happier this way. A. It's a Guns N' Roses song. He says, I used to love her, but I had to KIA her. And it's not certified. This is approved. This is a course for, and it's not CE. It's not approved for continuing education. It's approved for licensure. This course, that people can't take it and get CEs. If they take it, all they can do is submit it for their new license application. So this is a false advertising statement. After 10 times of dealing with the board, having had 1 or 2 not good, just the fact that he communicates at all. Communications with Jeffrey Smythe over the stupidity smut that is NCCCH under the current CJS and all that madness over there. I sent to him and Michelle Schilling. Not sure. Sorry if I wrecked your name, ma'am. I hate to start at the top, but I've gone through every level of PPSB and the previous secretary, Buffalo. The Buffalo girls thankfully got the heck out of my PPSB secretary DPS. So when I sent to Jeffrey and Michelle, the PPSB won't do anything about it since you are the 2 that are really running justice, Josh Stein. You were not in charge over there, but he knows that. That's why, when Josh Stein became governor, he made Smythe the secretary. Because Smythe paid his dues, and he ran that Department of Justice pretty good, according to Jeffrey Smythe's own reporting to Josh Stein. And this is what I'm off on this tangent about Jeffrey Smythe. You could have just left it and not said anything. I told you in the thing, if you too busy and you think this is two small taters because you're the two that running DOJ, Michelle and Jeffrey, then ignore it. I'll understand if the answer I get is silence. I understand you've got bigger fish to fry. Department of Justice has big important things to do, like child trafficking and rogue cops. Bad cops are very important to the DOJ. Fraud. Go see all the pats on the back that previous, now Governor Guy Stein, the back half of the Cooper Stein monster that still exists. Cooper's running for Senate. Vote Cooper. He's going to save this state now. 16 years as Attorney General and 8 years as Governor didn't do it. Now him in the Senate, he's going to save this state. He's going to fix it. I don't really care. It doesn't matter to me. I've never been a believer that anything up there is any other than lesser evil. It can't be fixed, and it shall not be. So anyway, I give him all the outs. He took upon himself to reply back, I'll take care of this. Thank you. Oh, and then he moved on over to DPS and forgot all about it. Don't lip service me. Especially when I gave you an out. Do you kiss your mother with that filthy lying mouth? And I'm saying this to you as my Secretary of Department of Public Safety. Hey, Dean, what do you got to say to Jeffrey Smythe personally? Nothing. I don't know who you're talking about. Whatever do you mean? Anyway, so go kick LaSorsas in the arse over this stuff like you said you would. And all you got to do is say, hey, LaSorsas, both of you, show me in writing where you told your web people that's wrong and we're not going to pay our web fees if you're going to keep it wrong. Oh, no, you wrote that. But don't abuse your power of PPSB and stand there like you don't understand what's happening. And you're powerless against it. Paul Sherwin, Jeffrey Grey. If you are truly, and I understand you said you were not in the instant, you were just some guy reading this paper. I forget the exact words he used, but he was taking off the lawyer robes as the contract lawyer for the board to read this. Dude, just keep your lawyer hat on, sit in your lawyer chair, charging your lawyer dollars per hour. Did you cut your pay? I asked you on the last two meetings. If you're not being the lawyer, actively studying every instant of this meeting and what is happening in this meeting as a legal advisor to protect the board even from itself. If we could, somebody would volunteer for absolutely $0 to stand up there and read a damn paper into the record. Or make one of them board B words do it. You want the chair? Read the thing. With great power comes great, oh damn, I gotta read all this? Do I have to say paragraph every time you put the symbol in it? Yes. Yes. And I don't want you to say what those little abbreviations mean. I want you to say gen period stat period and know the difference that when a period is a period and a dot. Like, is that N dot C dot gen dot stat dot? Don't know. Maybe you should say it both ways. But the big flub with this right here is them fining LaSorsa $1,000 and LaSorsa having to go pay for himself, I'm sure. I think it's a $125 fee and service of notice and all this other hogwash. Pay a whole bunch of money to go appeal this to the Office of Administrative Hearings.
By respondent board. Joseph A. LaSorsas, respondent via board investigator Martinez, and that should be Martinez. However, it was.
So down here they say the grievance committee, which is board members, subcommittee, not the full board, conducted an informal review and recommended finding a violation of 1205A. Sorry, Jeffrey, I should just let you read it, but I got it on the screen and I don't want to get the timing just right. Jeffrey did a fine job reading it. The issuance of a letter of reprimand, comma, and the assessment of $1,000 civil penalty on petitioner's failure to submit the required continuing education roster. This is the findings of the court. You know, this is all what really happened.
Was rejected by the board staff this matter by filing a notice of hearing on January.
They're still just going into the history, I guess. We're getting there. Paul Sherwin is the director of the respondent being the board itself, the entirety of it. Paul Sherwin, you are the director. They didn't call to the court any of those buffoon board members or committees, did they? Nope, you. And it's not because you work for them, it's because everything they do in your name. You were standing at the gate, sir. At hearing, Mr. Sherwin testified that the filing of the course rosters is required only if the course is marketed as being eligible for continuing education credit with respondent. So what's not clear here is which course are they talking about? They never got into that. If it was the 40-hour course to get a license, but I do believe they got through it. And somewhere in it was something that sounded like somebody submitted this with a certificate as CE hours. So that, anyway, the undersigned found this testimony credible, notwithstanding respondents' averment that any course which petitioner might conduct requires a filing of the roster. And I don't even know what averment means, and I don't care. Because not any course that the petitioner might conduct. If it's for CE, they must.
30th, 2026, are a letter of reprimand and assessment of civil penalty. Disciplinary action was for the following reasons: failures to submit continuing CAC 16.0201. Contrary to respondent's position that petitioner must file a roster of students for every course taught, respondent does not have the authority to regulate courses which are not offered continuing education, notwithstanding the similarity to a course approved by the respondent. Rule 1.1205 only applies to courses approved by the board pursuant to 14B NCAC 16.1203, which qualifying continuing education credit would be received.
Again, how many wrongs, if you rub all the wrongs together, do you get a correct? No. Do you get rights violations? Probably. Because Judgy Wudgy is incorrect here. There are other types of courses, basic class, armed class for anybody, and the new CPP classes are listed out. Their requirements are at 15 something, not 12 something. Anyway.
Here, the petitioner conducted a course which both he and J.A. LaSorsas considered eligible for continuing education credit, as evidenced by their signatures on the course attendance certification. Accordingly, the petitioner was required to provide the board with a roster of students within 2 weeks of completion of the course, pursuant to 14B NCA 16.1205. Injury or property loss. Petitioner submitted a roster to correct his failure to timely supply one. Thus, a reprimand is.
I'm going to cut to the chase. I'm trying to shorten this up. I'm trying to. Doesn't matter. There's only one watching now. So it's all good for my posterity and just to get it out of my system. Hold on, wife calling. Okay. Especially with your beautiful woman or other or spouse or whatever you call it. With your teammate. Be patient and long suffering. Man, I wish I could zoom this. How do I zoom it? Zoom. Thankfully, when it's just a paper on screen, David Poston isn't interfering. Full screen. A mini player. I want zooms. It says, additionally, the board is authorized to issue a written reprimand to any holder of a license, training permit, registration card, or firearms trainer certificate upon a termination act. So the board is not even authorized in law or code, which this judge should have had put in bold. So therefore, as a provider of continuing education, approved courses, the board has no power to issue that letter. None. They do get down here, they say the board, in lieu of revoking or suspending, they may assess a civil penalty, not to exceed $2,000.
Appropriate.
I found it. Here, there is no evidence that the board considered petitioner's failure to file a roster of course attendees as a license revoking or suspending offense. That's why they put it in bold here, that you can't consider a civil penalty unless you considered revocation or suspending. So the board did it wrong.
As recommended by the probable cause subsequent.
Accordingly, the board cannot listen to this part carefully. The board cannot issue a fine as the fine is not in lieu of the revocation or suspension of petitioner's license. And again, Please understand, Judge Paul, lawyer dude, this has nothing to do with their license. You can't find approved vendors, period.
The board possesses statutory authority in lieu of revoking or suspending a license or permit pursuant to NC General B NCAC 16.020.
So the final decision, which we're getting to, and I didn't log it correctly. Get down here in the log. You jack on it. I put all the windows and I left the light on. Wifey. Oh 06 44 00. Failure to war scribe note. I forgot to log above that I was skipping the law and rules meeting and going towing. Why does towing not mark up as a? I'm gonna have to start a new file. I guess somewhere around 362,000 characters. Windows notepad stops spell checking correctly. I noticed it in the old file. It was well over 1.5 million characters. Failure to war scribe. I was skipping the long room and jumping right into the full meeting with a focus on the LaSorsa injustice. All you justice warriors out there, fix it. Even for, I'll admit it, whatever. They're not mine enemies. Prepare me a table in the presence of mine enemies. I'm a big believer in great and friendly competition. And I would love to attend some of LaSorsas super fun. Man, everybody talks about it all the time, how fun it is. What's it got to do with CPP and 74C? Nothing. Damn, we're going to go shoot each other with paintball guns and drive cars crazy. All right, I'm all down for that. It does sound like, son of a gun, we're going to have big fun born on the bayou. Anyway, I'm all about it. I could probably learn something from them. I would hope they could learn something to me. Like, I would probably never, especially if I got to pay for it. Dude, the title of your class is wrong. What could you teach me in there other than if the title's wrong and the advertising is false, I assume and presume, maybe to my detriment, maybe not, but you're the one who hung the we don't serve your kind here sign over the door. What do words matter? What are words for? When it would cost you nothing to come correct. But I still call it an injustice. I don't care. No matter what else they do over there, advertising themselves does not give the board, especially because LaSorsa don't hold themselves out as a government entity. You're using the power that represents all of us, and then you wonder why people hate the government. I'm not disqualifying or disclaiming my statements. All you proud boys and revolutionaries and everybody else who thinks you're gonna 3% or the next set, you ain't. Everybody else is going to be pissed off because they'll shut off our internet. But even the judgy-wudgy miss stuff. They're like, man, what are you talking about? Assuming arguendo. Oh, now we got to speak a foreign language. We got to be judgy-wudgy languages and put it in italics. Just write your stuff in English, in the common vernacular. And if you're going to be common like the rest of us, just fill it full of F words. All of you piss off. We're judges. We have judgy-wudgy things to do. Assuming arguendo that petitioner's action was a license revoking, that's assuming arguendo, the fine would be $200. Using the board's own sliding scale of, and they talked and babbled about it in all the meetings, how they keep going over it. And we need a class to explain this new sliding scale and proportionate fees and fines schedule. Yes, you do. You need something to try to make some sense that doesn't require a slide rule and Grok to lean over and ask BBT. Man, what the hell are they talking about? Don't know. So the final decision of this, if you're not going to make final decisions and rulings, then cut yourself out of the process. Because you use this soft language, you open the door for what's coming next, and it's just the most disgusting thing. The undersigned proposes that respondent, you don't propose anything, mandate. You are the judge. You are the third branch. This is only in front of you because the other two branches effed up bad. Without court rulings, we have nothing. The undersigned proposes that respondent affirm the letter of reprimand against petitioner. No, they can't reprimand an approved CE course provider. They cannot. It's illegal. You're wrong, Judge. For violation of 1205A and not assess a civil penalty. No penalty at all, because the board did not treat petitioner's failure to submit the course roster as a license revoking or license suspending offense. Fix the words, because 74C, wherever it says that they're empowered to assess civil penalties, is against license holders or licensees only. That's supposed to establish a chain of command and reaffirm the duty to train and supervise. Why, license holder Andy Renfrow up there, do we hold you responsible for the misdeeds of your officers? Because 74C don't allow us to put a fine on a security guard. Only a license holder. And the civil penalty authority under NC General 74C 17C applies only in lieu of such action, which it states itself in what I'm talking about. ACES is approved. It was on the screen a while ago. I don't know how far I'm going to drag this out. I don't even remember where it was. Board documents. Memos and documents. What is it called? Documents and forms. It was called standing approval, and I don't remember if it was on this page or some other page. Hang on, I'm getting into it. Always bring the receipts. I'm not going to get lazy now. Here it is. No, that's a course application that Permitium was supposed to take over long ago. I know how to do this. Use a computer smart. Use smart technology, smart standing. It's not on this page. See, none of this makes any sense. There it is. Standing approval for CE hours. Here's what I want to know, PPSB. Since June 16th of 2022. Does NCAPI submit you rosters after their meeting? If no, then what are you pissing and moaning at the LaSorsas? And I'll guarantee you, I will guarantee you, that ACES International is not submitting you rosters for all the courses because you have approved them as a whole company. So you choose, you pick and choose. You do not treat everybody equally. All right, Paul Sherwin, you're the boss. Draft them some revisions to codes and everything else and get you some minutes together for the next meetings, and you dictate to the board that you guys got to get your act together so we know what we're doing and we're all communicating correctly. And before you go hammering away at them, go back and look at that October 2024 document where you claim that you're part of NCDOJ. Paul, get your house in order and then go back and remind everybody and that administrative law judge. But wait, this is why I'm talking about. I guarantee you, and I don't know, I've never done one, but I used to take NRA law enforcement courses that the board took for CEs, and I guarantee you none of them NRA law enforcement counselors or instructors turned in crap to you, ever. And you guys sure as hell took those CE hours. Maybe I will at the end of this kick off a communication to ACES or one of these others. I'm a member of ILFE. ILFE ain't kissing your butt, even though Steve Johnson is like the president, founder, super cheese over there too. They ain't sending no freaking rosters back to you. And how do I know? Because all the ILFE courses I've taken after you got out from justice, you didn't give me no CE certificates. They don't care about you and the PPSB. All of you, Steve. Before I keep shoveling my foot in my mouth, let me make sure, bring my receipts. Steve Johnson, ILFE, is on the board. There he is. There you are, Steve Johnson. Hey, Steve, let me put in a request. And maybe I'll just email ILFE and get you all proven wrong. And LaSorsa, hit me up. I can help you with this. Let me talk. Let your damn lawyers listen to this crap and come back and fix this for all of us. Maybe you don't give a F. Maybe you're just going to pay the $1,000 fine, or who knows, appeal it, sue them. Yeah, because you guys were born rich, and Steve Johnson's untouchable. He don't give a F. But what about those of us who are not as privileged as you? What about that poor guy looking to start out at the bottom and work his way up? All right, Steve Johnson. I've spent many hours. I've got CE certificates that PPS took for license renewal from ILFE, were roster submitted. I bet not. So why do you have a set of rules for LaSorsa that you don't have for all these real companies, these important people? All right, back to it. So, because this is another drum roll. Can you tell I'm getting excitable again? The judge said, send them the letter, and you're wrong, Judge. Immerse yourself deeper or tell them I refuse to hear this. You guys go work it out. But we're not going to embarrass the courts by being wrong. For a small consulting fee, pass your draft by me and I'll do this in private. But when you're going to go out and put your name undersigned below this, go correct. Be beyond reproach, not even the appearance of impropriety. Unquestionable. Because if that part of what you say is meaningless because you got it wrong, why should I listen to anything you say? Go back and listen to my other videos. It's a short one. It's only 2 hours about stop calling people subject and citizen. Hops. In the alternative, if the board determines that a civil penalty is authorized, a fine of $200 would be appropriate. It would be proportionate. Let me read it correctly. Sorry, it's tiny on my screen. It's got to be smaller on yours. To the degree and extent of harm caused by a single violation at issue. Wrong. Do it again. How can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat? From Pink Floyd's The Wall. Sorry, Judge, you're wrong, and you're wrong. And this is not a final decision. This is a proposal. Make the decision or don't call it a decision. If you say untruthful words, I will call you liar.
That $200 would be adequate. Is that?
But then
That's
says
pretty
that,
much it.
but then says that, says we shouldn't issue a civil penalty, but says we don't have the authority to issue a civil penalty, but then says, but it says if you do, give it $200.
Yep.
I'll make a motion to,
And just let me pause here. Just the grievance committee should not be voting.
Right.
Will not be voting on.
See, here we go with pomp and circumstance. They're trying to claim, the lawyer's trying to claim, dude, you clocked out as a lawyer. You clocking back in as the lawyer? See, you play at what is people's careers. You are above. You are all Marie Antoinettes. You are wrong, Stacy Buff. And did you hear what he said, Judge? He said, not just me, Stacy Buff said, you unsaid yourself. Okay, it ain't me. I'm not alone in this. If this guy figured it out and I figured it out, maybe you need to have more people around you, administrative hearing judge, that will tell you and proofread your stuff. Dang all in state of North Carolina. What are you hiring as assistants to our judges and law clerks and whatever we've got? Contract it out to somebody else. Somebody that will tell them, no, You can't make recommendations. You can't say why. Because even if you didn't exactly say it that way, that's how Stacy Buff and everybody else in this room took it. Get ready. Judge, this is your fault now. You signed your name under it. And let's play it again.
Be NCAC 16.0205A and not assess a civil penalty because the board did not treat petitioner failure to suspend the court officer as a license.
That $200 would be adequate. Is that?
But then
That's
says
pretty
that,
much it.
but then says that, says we shouldn't issue a civil penalty, but says we don't have the authority to issue a civil penalty, but
No,
then
fine.
says,
We can
but
issue a
says
civil
if you do, but if you do, give it $200.
Yep.
I'll make a motion to,
And just let me pause here, just the grievance committee should not be voting.
Right.
Will not be voting on this matter.
No, Lawyer Gray. No. And I won't rewind it again. To you watching, thank you. Welcome. Jump in the chat and tell me how I'm wrong or I'm right or something. Say hi. I don't care. I'm not going to rewind it again. This is where you're supposed to go with your hunches or whatever. And if any of you would stop knowing everything and ever listen to a guy like me, you would learn. If you're not 100% sure, beyond a shadow of a doubt, beyond reproach about a thing, don't do it. Like right now, Jeff Gray felt, hold on just a second, he said, he interrupted them. His instinct was correct. Something deep inside his molecule said, wait, shut them up, stop them from talking. But he doesn't have enough experience that you will get. Go stand lobby at a hotel in America. Security. Unarmed. Jeffrey Gray. You don't have to have a registration. You can get on a probationary list. Go put up with that crap for one night. You will learn to think on your feet and think fast. And go to learn what your instinct was to interrupt them. What your inexperience is that your mouth uttered stuff. Instead of saying something correct like, listen, you guys, as the lawyer for this board, which is an office of the Department of Public Safety, which somebody with resources like LaSorsas, if we get on a who can push harder idea, I don't know, but I have a good idea that if LaSorsas gets on the principle of the matter decided that he's going to take your asses to court and you don't have government employee immunity, you do not have at the board, especially not you, contractor lawyer. If LaSorsas comes at you hard, can you survive the lawsuit? Is the state of North Carolina going to pay for lawyers to defend individual board members when they acted in negligence and incompetence? No. The answer is no. You open the door for LaSorsas to come at you for money or to assess civil fines and penalties in violation of 150B against the Department of Public Safety, not the board. The board is not an agency. It is not a department. Hence, all of your email addresses except you board members are at ncdps.gov, not ncppsb.gov. You are not an agency. The employees who thankfully aren't doing this level of stupid and negligent and mean and vindictive and hateful, aren't doing it. You guys are. Board members. Stacy Buff, when they come at you like this, when you're not on the board anymore, how are you going to feel? If somebody abuses their power on you, I hope one of those cops on all the cop watch channels and everything else channels I look at and body cam reactions, I hope those bad cops from over there at Southern Draw Law get your loved ones. You're too stupid to realize that if there's a little rights violating going on, there's a lot going on. I hope you have a teenage relative that some cop frisks hard on her girl parts. Not that you'd care. If you believe in karma or whatever. I don't. Because why? Because you're still sitting up there being this ignorant. But good job, Jeffrey Gray. Above and beyond. All the other trash I said about you, let me say this. You tried. He tried to interrupt them.
So I will make a motion to uphold what the grievance committee said and not go with the administrative law judge.
All right, the ruling of the grievance committee was issue a letter of reprimand and a civil penalty of $1,000. So I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Do I have discussion?
Just a quick question, Paul. If for whatever reason $1,000 is not paid, what's the next step?
Comes back to grievance.
Back to grievance.
Did you see what happened there? Again, with brute force stupidity, the smartest guy in the room turns out to be Bill Matt Ray. All the rest of you are so far beneath him. Not because of what he said was an error. Because his instinct was, before we vote on this, ask something. Delay this vote. His something deep inside said, not right this second. Give me a minute to think about this. The problem is he has conditioned his thinker to not think. Oh well, he did his part. Good job again, Bill Matt Ray and Lawyer Gray. Catch him doing something right. Paul says, well, then it would go back to grievance. No, it would not. The only way anything's supposed to go to grievance is if someone files a complaint through the front web page of Permitium. The board cannot vicious cycle in on itself. Whatever. They just put up a motion. And this is why, if you're not going to judge and issue a ruling as a judge, which is what 150B says you will do, then what is the point of you? All the rest of us are hopeless. If the people with the money and the power like LaSorsas can't get a ruling out of a judge, it's just some buddy other government dude recommending to these guys. Well, then hell, I'll go pay the janitor some money for him to write a letter of recommendation, because these buffoons are going to do what they want to anyway. And they're going to abuse the process and policies and systems even more. So it goes back in front of grievance, and they issue one of these dumb letters out of grievance to LaSorsas. Now LaSorsas got to stop running his business and come stand tall before the man again. Before they'll do another. Oh, well, you didn't pay the fine that it says on the paper. We're waving in your face. We can't fine you. Okay. So what we're going to do is fine you more. And then he'll take you back to grievance, or back to OAH. and the circle goes around and around, and 10 years from now, everybody will be laughing about it. LaSorsas will laugh. All these guys will hopefully be dead. But their corpses will laugh anyway, because they're immortal. And the toaster will laugh.
And then the grievance committee can decide whether to sanction the license.
Thank you.
No, sir. No, Paul. Wrong with a big red X in a circle. Remember, this stems from CE. You shouldn't be screwing with their license or fines anyway. Go back and read the final decision recommendation thoughts. Kind of, ideas, but they don't really, and self-destructive. Just like Stacy Buff said. Wait, you said we don't have the authority, but if we use it anyway, the authority we don't have, charge them less money. All right, Judge, you did it.
Again, just remind the grievance committee in the vote to not vote on this.
Yeah, the members of the grievance committee who were here in January or have to be recused, which.
And I don't know, maybe Steve Johnson's right, but I've always heard it called recused, not recused or whatever he just said. The end result is that they voted to reissue the letter and the fine. The same letter that they can't issue, they shoehorn that illegally. It's illegal. And is it a crime? Yes. I'm just going to close this. I don't want to talk about them anymore. How long have I been at this? 7 hours, 15 minutes, minus the breaks. These people just drive me, and it's just one small microcosm. Let me go back and holla and shout out to all the other channels that do so much of this. The React content and getting through it. I listen to it. My log book of when I listen to it live is down below in the description. My log of this live stream. There's more stuff in the main meeting, but I've gone too long in closing it. Chapter 74C. That was something I was going to look up, but I've already forgot. It was the shoehorning of find penalty. In the Secretary of Public Safety. Oh, is it a crime? That's what I was going to look up. We'll finish up with that. Not the board. Not the board, okay? Kids, you do this in the secretary's name. How do I know? Because it says right here. The Secretary of Public Safety for the state of North Carolina has the power to cause to be investigated any complaints, allegations, or suspicions of wrongdoing or violations of this chapter. Note, it doesn't say the board employees or whatever. It says the secretary. There's another little glitch problem with this law. Our laws are not only not polished, they're crap. Any of you that don't believe that, you have never read this North Carolina law. Just read 74C and man, this is BS. This is crap. The secretary shall retain the authority to enforce the provisions and any penalties under 12 or 17. You see, you're supposed to be kicking this as all your recommendations. Who's supposed to respond under 150? And here's another one that the judge missed because all the other occupational licensing boards, commissions, committees, and bodies in North Carolina are their own thing. What 150B says is not the director of the broom closet known as the PPSB. It says the head of the agency, in this case, the agency being the Department of Public Safety. Here it is, right here at 74C-7. The secretary's supposed to march his ass in as the respondent, not Paul Sherwin. And I wish that our stupid system of broken government that was stillborn 250-ish years ago, when that was the conception date, when we effed each other and made the baby that is now known as America. I don't know what to say about the poor, ripped state of North Carolina. I only lived 11 months. Okay. Under enforcement, in lieu of revocation or suspension of a license or permit. Not sure what they mean by permit, because it's defined up above as a trainee permit, as in a PIA, a private investigator associate. And yet it is redefined that anything armed is a firearms permit. But see, this says a license or permit under GS 12. This is what I was talking about earlier. Here's the receipts. It's at 74C-17. They can't. It doesn't say registration, certification, approval for CE. You cannot. The judge got around the edges of it, but the judge didn't get to the heart of it. Didn't read with comprehension, judgy wudgy. Put this stuff in front of a panel. Get someone to proofread your stuff and accept it when they say, man, there's something wrong here. You cannot do that. You can't switch it over to their license. If what you're talking about is a CE class and their approvals, you better damn have the receipts, because I might Public Records Act request them for all. I want to see all the rosters that have been accepted for CE classes forever. And then I'll bring evidence from one of these big associations, especially the one like ACES that I'm a member of. How many have you submitted? And how many certificates have you issued? Get your house in order, board. And if you abuse rights a little bit, and if you abuse power a little bit, where you abuse it a little bit, it gets abused a lot. Go back and listen to the first 44 minutes of my rantery trying to explain to yet another stranger on the internet. You enslaved me under the extortion and coercive power of destroying my training certificates. Bill Mac Ray Bullard, and Paul Sherwin, because you refuse to listen, and you won't listen to this either. That nothing bad ever happened at the board before you, and it certainly didn't happen after you got there and saved the board from itself. It didn't need saving, because nothing bad ever happened there. Ever. Paul Sherwin. Every time I've mentioned anything to him, he says, well, not on my watch. Those aren't his words, those are mine. That's what government idiots say. They say, not on my watch. I don't know. Go forward him the last email I sent you, Ray, the long one, about just so you can be reminded, Ray, and go listen to the first 44 minutes of this thing. It doesn't matter what you cost me in terms of security. I accept my fate and my destiny, but I'm not going to lie about it, and I'm not going to pretend it didn't happen. You own it as proud as I do. And this goes back to you, Paul Sherwin. One more little complaint on you. You poo-pooed me on those CE hours for my attending the November meeting, and not only did I attend it, I recorded it and uploaded it without any of my horse crap or response videos or anything. I did a good job way back in November. And then I emailed Ray, and I emailed you, and I emailed you told me to email somebody else or forward it, And then when I still didn't get it all the way in December, I emailed you again, and you pissed and pooed and attitude emailed me about how effing busy you were to get me my CE hours. Well, listen, if you're not going to take everything seriously, because what happened in 2019, Paul, and I don't care if anybody got to this piece on the whole wide internet, clip this and send it to him. I don't care. Send it to his wife. Send it to his children. Send it to the governor of this retarded state. What happened in 19, and they still don't get it, is that when they vanished my license, they vanished my CE's verification. And I lost my credentials through NRA Law Enforcement Division to teach police officers the good stuff. North Carolina doesn't allow NRA law enforcement training. But we don't live behind donkey and cart anymore. We all jump in our jet aeroplanes and fly across this country or around this world in half a day. Grow up. So when you don't give me my CE hours and tell me how busy you are, I think F me, F you. I hope the world someday craps on you 10% as bad as it has crapped on me. And that when somebody could do something that would save your career, like do their effing job that you sure as hell accept to pay for that job, don't you, boy? You are a thief, a liar, a lazy fool. Somebody get it to him. Because if you treat me that way, you damn well go watch all the cop reaction videos, all the cop cam videos, and read the chats. Everybody in this world knows that the people who treat people in public like that go home and treat their family worse. Not because you do bad things at work because you're a bad worker. You do bad things at work because you are a bad person. Fix yourself. This is why you can't, shouldn't. Is it beyond reproach? Proceedings for the assessment of civil penalties under this section are governed by 150B. If the person assessed a civil penalty fails to pay the penalty, Bill McRae, you are a two-time board member. You're the president, CEO, honcho, and all these other big dicky names of several companies throughout your terrorization of my security industry. How dare you go see the Greta meme? How dare you? You stole my childhood. I don't think I quoted her correctly. I'm sorry, Greta. I got the how dare you part right. I love you. You're a great girl. If the person assessed a civil penalty fails to pay the penalty, Bill, why are you asking that at a meeting? We're supposed to look up to you. You're the board member. Learn to shut your yaps. The board may institute an action in the superior court of the county in which the person resides. And Andy, go back and read them stupid email that your stupid guy that you stupidly put in charge of your operations sent out. If any of them could afford not to have ever worked for you, let alone an attorney, you and your company and your jackass out of Charlotte would be burned to the ground in civil lawsuits. Go back and listen to the 6-hour video, Andy Renfrow. It ain't about your company, I promise you. And then what did the lawyer do? Because he doesn't know what the law says, because he can't find the internet? And Paul Sherwin? What do those two idiots combined rub their number 8 single-digit IQs together and come up with? Well, I guess it goes back to whatever committee. No, it says right here at 174C-17, small letter C, the answer to Bill Matt Ray's question. Remember how I told you, Bill Matt Ray? You were there. Some type of molecule inside you said, I need to ask a question. Before we vote ourselves into the wreck, but because all of you answered this way, and you may mistreat this, please somebody get LaSorsas to listen to this and listen to me. And I'm not holding myself out as shit as a consultant. As somebody who can read. I'm not offering legal advice. I'm offering, I can read. I'm not going to ask Paul Shitwin what the law says that I just got in conflict one meeting ago with that idiot attorney about the fact that the attorney doesn't read the law online. He reads some archaic ancient version that he had printed. But Bill Matt Ray, did that question pop in your head? Because no matter how much you try to defy and deny reality, you just said 2 meetings ago, 35 minutes ago, you were reading it right now, online, fresh in your eyeballs. Some of your brain cells caught a hold of it, even if it wasn't the conscious, logical brain cells. Your deep subconscious said, there's something about if they don't pay. Well, there it is. It says, and don't you dare use that imbecile attorney to do it. Don't go to the superior court. Or please do. And please, judge of the superior court, take the case and hassle, harass, use the power of a real court, which obviously the Office of Administrative Hearings and the Office of Administrative Courts are obviously not real courts. Might as well cut that expense out of our freaking upside down budget. It says you'll go to the Superior Court. That's what it says. And what I would hope you do that for is so that everybody that does that gets disqualified from any form of governmental or qualified immunity that you may, but probably don't enjoy. So that LaSorsas can sue you all like you're going after his business, which he feeds his children with, so that he can turn around and sue you. And it is a crime to maliciously misuse the court system against somebody. It would be hard for them to prove malicious, but if LaSorsas and his attorneys and his insurer's attorneys, or I don't know, who do you know? How in the hell does somebody get that well off in the bodyguard business if they don't have some big paying clients? You never know who you're effing with. I would hope that one of his clients would be like, what's it going to take to get these guys off your back? bring you in 600 silk suit attorneys from California and sue them all into oblivion? Don't worry. We got you. We need your mind on bodyguarding us, not on playing these games with this big pack of fools in the broom closet at the Department of Public Safety. And that's the way it was. And that's why I can't do React content and whatever. I thought maybe I'll stretch this out to 4 hours. Maybe. Outside. Rolling up on 7:40. I don't care. I'm not done. I'm still getting into this stupidity. And I didn't look this up the other day. I got refreshed just this second. That's why I better close this thing and look how long this has gone. Because now when we go looking at it, board member Bill quit. Do not serve one more second. And I know they elected you the king of training. Hey, board. Remember a couple meetings ago when you guys were talking about what can you do to vote each other off the island if you don't have notes from your mommies and all that garbage for absences? And should you amend and update the bylaws? And let's keep this where it belongs. Jeffrey Smythe. These are your children. You adopted them. Josh Stein. You're the governor of this state. You get the credit for anything good, anything. And you get the blame for everything bad. You're the boss. You're the governor. Don't like it? Don't be the governor. Don't worry. I'm one in millions who doesn't just mindlessly whatever. All the brain damages I've had, none of them have ever messed me up enough to just be another American zombie. Oh well. Somebody jerked on my wee-wee and I had me a hot dog to eat in my mouth. Hope it wasn't the same one. I voted. What can we do? What can we do? Governor Fodder, what can I do? Blah, blah, blah. The professions. Board established. Terms, vacancies, compensation, and meetings. The board shall elect a chair and other officers, and we shall vote, and we shall pomp and circumstance, and we'll even vote to break the law. And there you go, voting yourselves to break the law and be a-holes, a-hole lawbreakers, and you didn't do it for money, power, or fame, or fortune. You did it because you're bad guys. That's what you do. You do bad things because you're bad guys. And gals. The board shall consist of blah, blah, blah. All these people, and now they're trying to take some of the heat off the governor himself. All these people who have the power to appoint. It's because of you, all of you. And I do know women and men who go home at the end of their security guard shifts or even their private investigator work and cry about why did they decide so many years ago to make a career out of this. They're so stupid. They're so heartbroken and despondent. See, back at the top of the description, my friend that called me the other day, and he said a lot of other things, but the thing that stuck out and made me get faded stuck in my head again and thinking about that poor dead pizza girl and that poor dead black guy, Dennis, because we refused to do our jobs correctly. Like, who are we? He said, I'm lost, or I'm feeling lost, and popped. Alan, what's his name's faded, popped in my head. Vacancies on the board. Take an oath of faithful performance. A board member may be removed at the pleasure of the authority making the original appointment or by the board itself for misconduct. There you go. You all, until you maintain a number that can't get rid of each other anymore. And don't any of you try to make a move on Steve Johnson. He is untouchable. They would tear up 74C and reorganize the whole thing and call it the R. Steven Johnson Board and make it its own agency. He's lived in that crap sandwich for 50 years. None of the rest of you have. So here we go. By the board. And here we go again. Sorry. It doesn't matter how much. I got how many hours now. And it's not evidence. It's not up for discussion. It's absolute factual proof of your incompetence. The misconduct is that you don't give a damn what the law and the code says. That's misconduct. Misconduct is voting to break the law, 74C and whatever. But besides all that, neglect of duty. It is your duty, board, not to push bully fines or denials on the poor working slobs or the rich working slobs. It is your duty, board, to increase the level of integrity, competency, and performance of the private protective service professions in order to safeguard the public health, safety, and welfare. That is your law-given duty. If you get power hungry and abusive and combine all three of the reasons you can be removed by the rest of the board, then get removed. And anybody who gets this far in, go back to the beginning, listen, hear my pleas and begging. My friend initials JA with one of those giant checks your family writes to these asshole legislators of ours. They are responsible for the appointments of these goons. Put their removal of their appointees for cause in the memo line of your next check. Say you won't fix that Private Protective Services Board by not leaving our whole state embarrassed by this misconduct, incompetence. You buttholes not only can't read, you willfully refuse to. Our laws don't contain things like that because our laws are make-believe doo-doo hatched out of a doo-doo fantasy unicorn that of course no government person would ever be tyrant. Stupid little 5-year-old spoiled brat in 70-year-old saggy fat skin. It's not incompetence when it's willful refusal to read the law that makes you a board to begin with. Sorry, I have to text my wife a heart. She sent me a text. And I heard it. I heart her and I hearty it. Even though we're not officially married under your red tape. It's a her thing, not a me thing. I got all my affairs in order. She has all the power. All you women always do. So there you go. Anybody, anyhow, if you can get a hold of the secretary, Jeffrey Smythe, that imbecile attorney, Jeffrey Grey, the president pro tempore of the Senate, the governor, Josh Stein, please, somebody, I understand that Michelle over there at the DOJ is deeply friendly with the governor's wife. Would you ladies please, 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 to make sure that this kind of thing doesn't catch wings and go against the best governor we've ever had, Governor Stein. In all the history of all the versions of North Carolina, Stein is it. Man, if we lose him, we're in trouble. So we got to make sure that on his watch, the bad board members that he appointed got removed by him. That overwhelming veto-proof majority of -R Tartakins? Question mark? I don't remember how to read that correctly. The Speaker of the House? And all those must be licensees. All other appointees may not be licensees. They did, whenever they stole this from whatever state they stole it from, there's a lot of Georgia, Florida, and Virginia in 74C. Anyway, somebody with the power, because no matter if you have the ear, Stacy Buff, whoever, if someone happens across this and knows that guy, hit him up and say, whoa, Stacy, listen to this guy. No one can talk about me that way. I didn't go sit up there on the TVs, on the internet webs, and say something that hateful, wicked, ignorant, incompetent, and stupid, and mean, and bully. Only it's not bully, it's just bull. See the spelling, how you guys spelled it on that poor other board member's blurb. Yep. But this is how it's always been. How do I know? Let's take a look. And I could go listen to my own video, except I had to archive it and get it off my hard drive. Declaration of Independence text. Once upon a time. What is this? Oh, it's sponsored. Good job, Good and the Beautiful. I hope I don't have cookies now. I'm going to get to see all this naked or nastiness. Listen, Google. It was an accidental click. You tricked me. Thousands of times. Don't get in the habit. See what happens? We do what we're accustomed to doing. We say what we're accustomed to saying. That's why nobody will tell you, Paul Sherwin and all the rest of you, especially you board members, because we are raised never to question authority or power. It's the wrong thing to call power, especially corrupt and abusive power. It's an American thing. We call that authority. The first two syllables, author. That to have authority means you are a creator. Ain't none of you in any kind of authority. You're a bunch of flubby bums. At every opportunity you get to do or say something good, you spew hate and destruction and tyranny and stupidity. Go back and see the quote I looked up in the first 5 minutes. Or open your mouth and prove it, fool. Because we can't. There's no possible way. If we go to war, it's going to be a 20-sided psychotic civil revolutionary war, all you people who are so delusional that you think somehow we're going to line up like proper 1600s British gentlemen and run each other through with sabers, and to the victor the spoils, you're crazier than I am. Stop putting your hopes and stop using them ignorant words like civil war's coming. The only answer to this is the Second Amendment. Go see the movie Tombstone. It's to you, I would say. I don't need to go healed to get the drop on a dub like you. Wyatt talking to Ike. Shut up about your G words, your personalities. Swarms. Never mind all the rest that we have covered. Now I can add this to the playlist that I've never created for the founding documents and how those old farts couldn't define people. We the people. But how do you exactly define people / person again? Not black and not women. And we certainly didn't consider those, what does it say in here? All of you natives of the America and the grown-up colonies in the expanded states. Before you keep pissing and moaning about everything else, go back to this and remember, we have a constitution because we wrote this declaration of grievances. Put that in front of your grievance committee. He has excited domestic insurrections amongst us. He puts us against each other. Let's not even say it's the king from far away. Let's just say it's for the Judeo-Christians, it's the serpent, Satan, Lucifer. I'm not sure what kind of devil the Muslims have, and I don't want to offend. I'm utterly a-religious as much as I am utterly apolitical. I have never been gifted with faith in either one. He has excited insurrections amongst us. It means he starts fights between us, whether you call it a man or an evil spirit. So he, in this case, Josh Stein, would be you. You are the king of North Carolina. We currently have 5 to 7 times in this one state the population that all the 13 colonies had when they wrote this garbage. And you sitting atop the mountain eating yourself fat in your gluttony upon the nickels and dimes scraped out of my 1,000 times grandchildren in this debt-funded lie that we live in. Well, you go ahead and enjoy your cream and berry, sir. Somewhere out there in this state, right now in my county, there is somebody, well, you are bathing in wine and cream, whose stomach is just about numb, and that's better than painful from hunger. And you're the governor. You own it. You worked hard to get there and take this responsibility, and all you do is stir up all this crap so that because that's what small people do. This is since before time, when we can't reach the guy on the mountain, and that's Bill Hughes' saying of what he calls people, when we can't reach them and somebody other is standing next to us that doesn't look like they'll kick our ass, is happening to be standing there, well, we'll just hit them. But we need to hit somebody, and it sure ain't going to be the boss. You know, the king will have your head if you look at him funny. That little skinny starving person over there, let's go bully the hell out of them. That's how that whole thing works. But now in the New English of North Carolina PPSB English, We don't call it bullying. We call it bullying. Mess with the bull, you'll get the horns, and yup, yup, yup. That's what it means by to excite insurrections amongst us. It turn us against each other, make us hate each other. Endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers. Get ready. Everybody hold your racist socks. And damn you, YouTube, if you blackmark me again for saying this word, I'm reading it out of the founding documents. The merciless Indian savages whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. Where in the history of flowery documents have you heard such a horrifying racist statement? Dehumanizing. All the rest of you clap your hands over this silliness that started a war 250 years ago. I just giggle and say in AD 1776, war was beginning. Nothing else has changed. We're still just as or furiously more racist because we just lie about it now. We hide it. We pressure cook it because we are not at liberty any longer to say utterly insane racist things. We pretend that we're above that when we are not. This is from whence we came. This is the foundation. So besides that, we must search for swarms. He has erected a multitude of new offices. That would be the bureaucracy, the deep state, the offices, the officials. The damn grass-cutting enforcers running around the towns with their rulers. Might need to clip a millimeter off that. Don't make us take your home away. And sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people and eat out their substance. You, not being the bad guy this time, government employee everywhere, Paul Sherwin. Not being as wicked, evil, bad guy as some other government employee you may have heard legend of doesn't make you a good guy. It makes you part of the swarm of unnamed capital O officers who have no other thing that they do than harass the people, our people, and eat out their substance. That's you. It didn't say police. It didn't say he's going to send a bunch of guys with badges and gunsy onesies and they're going to write us speeding tickets we didn't earn. It's all of you government employees, every one of you that doesn't take your civil service job seriously, especially in this half-arsed, 10% arsed at best. The broom closet is more important because that cleans the floor where His Royal Highness, the Secretary of the Department of Safety, has to walk, and he should not foul his shoes. The broom closet at Secretary of Safety, at Department of Safety, is far more important than the PPSB. You guys need to do everything in your power, including pay me. If you won't write the book and fix, find, and replace in your stupid how-to manual that the Private Protective Services Board is under the Department of Public Safety, not the Branch Davidians. Look it up yourself. You are not a branch/division of the CJS division of the CJETS commission. You're a broom closet at the Department of Safety. Get humble and get serious about it. Do everything in your power every day, especially to the license holder. Protect them from themselves. We'll do another live stream one day, Andy Renfrow, about your misunderstanding. Look in the description below that you still, I talked about it for a while at the beginning of this stream. Andy Renfrow, there is no such thing as this moral stuff. You don't get to, and your morals, because someone hurt your feelings, doesn't make them immoral. You and Darla, who she misspelled the guy's name and then miswrote his license number and put someone else's license number on the investigative report. So who did she investigate? Because she didn't have the nads to tell you he hurt your feelings? Ha ha ha. That's not illegal. That's not against 74C. What? One of your ex-employees who quit you, Andy, wants to have his own license, and you're going to fight against it and file anonymous complaints, but then show yourself up as a witness. And then admit after the fact that you filed the complaint. Falsify much? Lie much? Which is another one. I guess we'll have to do a Renfrow special stream, because it is another thing. Hang on. Let me stick with it. Stick-to-itiveness, because I did type in a chat, and Paul Sherwin did acknowledge it, and I shouldn't have. I apologize again, Paul. I try not to. Well, Paul was speaking. Somebody asked a question, and since Paul's the only one, the board and Paul, and maybe he likes it that way. Maybe he won't give up the control. But I would think you could let Ray stare at that screen a little bit. Or if dude's going to be a co-host, board member, what's his name? Don't even remember his name anymore. Don't care, I'm bad with names. I don't apologize, sir. If he's going to be up there eating up half my screen, make sure he knows the answer when the other licensees ask the thing, how do we get our CE certificate? And I typed up there, they usually give a link and a QR code at the end. And when, of course, somebody asks the question, well, Paul's doing his job, and, you know, he's got to go up there and read all this director stuff and make up a bunch of fake numbers for them to make them all giggly about themselves. Oh, we did that. No. I've told Paul Sherwin before, and I'll say it again, even though I keep adjusting the number down. The PPSB, to me, using a 10 scale, you can't make up bigger numbers. PPSB, when Paul Sherwin got into me, because that's when they did all this to me and made me enslaved to Bill McRae and his general manager PDF. All the code words, the kids these days, talking about a guy who at a client site, well, being illegal and representing himself as what looked more like law enforcement, wearing an agent identification, not security, and wearing a gun, working for Bill McRae. He also, let's say, cooked a sausage in an 11-year-old girl at Bill McRae's client site. That was Bill McRae's general manager. And if your general manager's, it's also the manager that all the employees loved him, because he had them out there running around, where he would have the client staff, or him and his little protege would roam around in the night and enter the reports, or they'd go type on the computer, because they had a computer office back in. The program was called Silvertrack. And this dude and the other dude would go sit down and type all these security guards entries and logs into the security software so Bill McRae and the clients got big 12-page reports every night. And they were all out there making cash money somewhere and whacking it all up with Bill's cars and Bill's G-words and Bill's uniforms and all this other stuff with a damn receipt book from Walmart. It was an absolute insane criminal enterprise. Yep. Yep. I was going to quit, and I didn't quit because I got to something else. I remembered. And then last night, maybe I'm just still catharticizing and I'm still not feeling any better. I feel bad for my friend who said, I feel lost. The song says, so lost, comma, I'm faded. It's a woman voice, but it's made electronically to sound very young and girly. It's a really good song. See it at the bottom. Alan Walker, I think. Rip, Iryna. So sorry. Wish I could have been there for you. That's what Clint Eastwood said in some movie. What was it I was thinking? And I will just email it to all the people. Catch them doing something right. I did catch them doing something right, even if it was they ended up not. And I'm not going to say incompetent. It's because they're not conditioned. They don't know what they don't know. Like when the lawyer, and he did a good job. Jeff, you did a good job. Sometimes you can't stop a tsunami, and you hollered. When he interrupted them and said, wait a second, before they went off and voted to break the law even further. So I put it in the description. What did I say else was in the description? And I will send it to Paul Sherwin and probably Ray Bullard, because he's the deputy director, and with a demand. I say request, but I mean demand. I don't care. If you won't forward it, send it to their emails. Print the damn thing out, the link to this live stream, and send it to all the board members. That no one can make them do it. I can't make them listen to it. But they can see, oh, Dean sent another some crap. At least it's only a one-liner. Here's a link to a whole bunch of words that are useless. Me screaming in the void. The lawyer on about the junk. Self-effacing. Andy said, do better. Yeah, do better. The lawyer said it right at 10:44 a.m. that day. We can not. It says right there in the law in 74C. Can not. Not may not shall not. Ask lawyers how important those individual words are. Go ask any of these gun tards in North Carolina. What does it mean when the law says shall? Particularly concealed carry handgun permits, and it says the sheriff shall issue. Agreements, they had all reports. The guy that typed the good chat got approved. I'm sorry, Joshua Rees. I really wanted to find it in the thing and find out your company name. I'll just look it up later. I spent a lot of everybody who listened to this, any amount of this time. Education, training, finance. Had no report. They haven't had a report in a long time. Finance. I'm beginning to wonder. New business. Computerized voice stress analysis that comes with the later yesterday afternoon, evening conversation. Cops are preying on a broken, let's say it, woman. Because that's what cops do. Their spidey senses went off, and the bad guy, and this is another one of those, she found out her husband was a really wicked, evil, bad guy. Or sig other. They may not be married. I don't know. But what I know, because I know these things, I have lived too long steeped and boiled, tried in this fire of PPS and related industries and fields. Everything this cop is doing to her, he's stress analyzing her. He's watching for her reactions, but she's so upset and she's lost. She is swimming around in a giant, stormy, heaving, freezing ocean. And when somebody comes along and pretends they're helping you and lets you hold on to a string for a minute and you feel like you're getting your breath and you're exhausted and you've been casting yourself about back and forth, go read a certain famous literature about casting about upon the decks. People will, for a moment, the he of the story, walked out after he rebuked them. You can't rebuke. Go look up the etymology and the true meaning of the word. To rebuke, to do an act of rebuke, means that you scolded a person or corrected them verbally. It's a piss poor English translation-ish to say he rebuked the waves and the wind. He did not. He could have commanded them to be still, but he does not. You cannot. From the languages of the time until now in English translations, you cannot rebuke any other than a person. Well, they got off on this big tangent about, and this is, dude, main screen turned on, but not his screen, just his audio. This is the guy, Poston, started talking about Polygraph and how they want to make that worse or better, or I don't know. I don't care. I don't know that anybody's truly interested in Polygraph anymore. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's just more business and everything else for our good, fine, gentle sire of the Polygraph, Poston. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. And then that led Buff to discussing and talking about CVSAs. And he spelled it out. He said it in the first couple of times what it means before he started using it as an acronym. Computerized voice stress analysis and how that addresses and mixes with AI. And the problem with Stacy Buff obviously being power abusing, and you give someone power, they become corrupt. You give them absolute power, they get corrupt absolutely. Check yourself, Stacy Buff, because you're wrecking yourself. I think that's your name. Check it out, Mr. Buff. That maybe the board should hit up the legislator and add another one. This AI assisted computerized voice stress analysis, and voice stress analysis works over audio lines and everything else. And it's been around since the 1980s. I've written algorithms to both filter and detect, anomalies in speech patterns that might be stress or might be something else. It's not AI and it's not new, but everybody's throwing around this AI crap like computers were just invented last year. And so the thought I was having at the time, and this isn't what I was looking for, but that's all right. I happened across something else that I did make notes about. Buff, please go back and take the 16-hour unarmed guard class and study in the communications module, which needs fixing. Talk about, is it absolutely correct? There's nothing good in it. The communications module. It doesn't even make sense. It says to gather information. Letter A or number 1, use proper interrogation techniques. Whoa, that escalated quickly. And then as a sub number or letter to that, it says follow the rules. Okay. Confucius say, no understand. I don't stand under that. I am a real man. Sorry, I went all soft sit on you. Anyway, Buff, no, we don't need a new license. Any kind of stress analysis, whether it's body language or voice or it's computerized or it's AI'd, is a tool of interviews and interrogations. It is not a standalone trade. Stop seeking more power. You were loudest most of all to abuse the power that you currently have against LaSorsas. And if you'll do that to a big company, not a giant, you're not doing that to Allied. I don't know if you were in that meeting or not, Buff. But who do you, and it's from Law Talk with Mike. Go see, they call him Judge Dad. Whether he says it the nice way or, man, I loved it. Last week or 2 weeks ago, somebody really pissed him off. And Judge Dad yelled at somebody, who do you think you are? You guys talking that garbage about Allied Universal. I hope somebody gets it to somebody and hope that I don't send it. And I'll have to wait for YouTube to transcribe it because they don't accept links. And they're not going to listen to an 8-hour video of a lunatic ranting about a what? It's a what? It's a subcommittee of the brooms, the janitors of the safety in North Carolina. What? We're the biggest security company on planet Earth. We don't have time for this. So they don't listen to videos. But you know what YouTube does? And it takes it about 2 days to get it right. It writes me a transcript, which I can copy paste this whole thing. And then even my wore out notepad, see how it is now telling me, it wasn't telling me earlier that I misspelled jurisdiction. It'll fix it for me. And then I will submit it, all 200 or 500 pages of it, however long, 8 hours of transcription of me mouthing, 8 hours, 16 minutes, adds up to be, and I will submit it through the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Board of Directors to be discussed at their next shareholders meeting. And you know what? How pissed off Allied's going to be when they have to include that many hundreds of pages of transcript of some idiot's video in their shareholder information because of you, PPSB. They might get their eyes on you if all of their board and all of their shareholders of some significance, you have to have a certain dollar amount or probably pretty big number amount of shares in that corporation to be entitled to the quarterly, their SEC filings and shareholder filings. Those books have to go to shareholders. And them shareholders don't want to be bothered with what the F? One of our asshole guards? And what do we got to do with that? We're money people. We invest. Some fool shot himself in a guard tower. Did we fire him? Again, it's probably not the best practices. Did the guy, whether or not it washes out the back end that he was negligent, at the time it happened, you better have made sure that you covered his workman's comp and his hospital bills and everything else. You might have to sue him for the money back later, or it don't matter. Your workman's comp insurance will do that. Anyway, nope. Power hungry buff, and especially because I've seen nothing in any of all the meetings you've ever been at to make me say different. But that junk you just did, slobbering at the mouth to vote to break the law and bully or bull LaSorsa more. And if you'll do that to LaSorsa, some nobody like me, I can well imagine. Oh, wait, I don't have to imagine. You guys have effed with me so hard. And I don't care. You didn't shut me up, did you?
Hello, sir.
Howdy. Hi, George. Sometime way earlier, like 6 hours ago, I said, I wish George was here because he knows history and I don't. But I don't even remember what that was about anymore. I hope you are well.
I got on when you started talking about the different members of the board, but I had to leave.
Well, that's okay. I hope you are well and had fun.
We did. We're all
Good.
tired now.
I'm still trying to figure out what was the one more thing. There's always something. All right. So anyway, any kind of stress analysis or even the psychological stuff, case, computer aided something analysis, stress analysis, the AI bots, whether they're using cameras or audios or 3D AI tools that are housed in the data centers that nobody should have, whatever. It's all a part of interviews and interrogations. It's a tool. You really should not be looking to add it as a license, these subdivisions thereof.
Those.
Do we need a separate license buff? That, if you use black pens instead of blue ones, you have to have a black pen license, permit, or registration under the PPSB.
So I thought those were classes they were talking about.
No, he was talking about, he'd been reading in the magazines, or everybody's throwing around this new acronym, CVSA, and he went to some meeting or online crap. And everybody's talking about computerized voice stress analysis. And he started in with, we should really look into adding this as a whole separate licensure. And
if he bothered to pay attention to the licensures they have, it's covered under polygraph operator.
No, it's not. Polygraph operator is a very designated machine, and I don't know if they still have it in here. Let's look. Special limited guard and patrol, because they still have it listed in the code, but we all know how that goes. Private detective, guard dog, security guard, electronic countermeasures, digital forensics, detection of deception examiner. How is that separate from a polygraph? Or is that a polygraph? The detection of deception.
I think that's a polygraph operator. That's the reason I was thinking it falls under that.
It might be one of these where it says repealed in 83. It used to say a psychological stress evaluator.
I just remember in 96, there was a separate license for polygraph operator.
Well, they still operate it as if there is, and there's a license. It says polygraph on it, but it's listed at number 5, as detection of deception examiner. Any person,
And
firm,
anybody.
association, or corporation for a fee or other valuable consideration uses any device, instrument, regardless of its name or design, for the purpose of the detection of deception, or any person who
Was
receives
covered.
the work product of an examiner, including charts, tapes, or other methods of record keeping for the purpose of detecting deception.
That
The
covers stress analysis.
sort of, but that's the way they've rewritten number 5, because it used to say polygraph examiner. I know exactly what you're talking about, and I do believe they still call it that when you go to apply for a license.
And the one the one I love is where it talks about countermeasures.
Oh yeah,
That was also to install listening devices.
right. So anyway, the word polygraph isn't in 74C anymore that I can find.
Oh well.
And this says, shall not include any of the following: insurance adjusters, officers or employees of the United States, any political subdivision of either. And they're not political subdivisions, they're levels or some other kind of subdivision of government. They're not political. But you can't argue with people that write dumb laws.
No.
An attorney at law, repealed 89, repealed 81. Employees of the licensee, alarm system business subject to 74D, application processors, efficiency studies.
Now you said separate processor servers. Private investigators used to do that.
Oh no, I didn't say process servers.
Oh.
I said people who process applications for employment. It says obtains or verifies information regarding applicants for employment. They process applications. A person who works regularly and exclusively as an employee of an employer, an employee of a security department, and it's not included here at 14. If your duty is whatever, internal, and this is unarmed. If you're an unarmed security personnel at a private business, the board don't want to know about you. Add gun. C74C-13. Emergency medicals. Network system vulnerability testing. Occupational licensing board defined by statute GS 93B-12, which the PPSB is not. Civilian traffic investigator, a private investigator licensed under this chapter. Well, the word polygraph doesn't appear here anymore. I don't know why that is. And apparently I didn't know. You didn't know. And the board doesn't know. See, this is we have here is the failure to communicate.
Yep.
If the damn General Assembly is going to change the verbiage and the exact language of the law that we all have to operate under, could you let us know? You guys at the General Assembly, can't you holla? You can't expect Paul Sherwin to do his job if you keep changing his job on him. I feel for you, Paul, but I didn't hold myself out for that. See, it's way down here at J. J of what? It says form of license, term renewal, posting, branch offices not assignable, late fee for renewal. This is all about licensing at 74C-9. See, they didn't remember last time you and I were on here, George, and we were talking about, hey, look, what do you want us elected guys to do? We got all the way like halfway down the webpage. And nobody, including us, ever reads past that. Why would we read to the bottom of it? A licensed private investigator, polygraph examiner, which as of now does not exist in law. There's no such thing, but here it is at I. Electronic countermeasures professional or digital forensic examiner may supervise no more than 5 trainees at any given time. You can't be a licensed polygraph examiner. It's a deception detector. Which that's not all polygraphs are used for. The legislator just reduced the hello guy with the big gray box that they misspelled your bullying. The North Carolina General Assembly just crapped all over all of your professions. Polygraph is a complicated thing, and it is not. See, I don't see the psychological stress evaluator. Those are very different things. Polygraphs are not for lie detectors. That's a TV misnomer. They also detect stress. They also detect the lack of, like, a really qualified polygraph worker can ask all the right questions, and based on their recommendation and referral to, and some of them are actually, even if they didn't get a license to practice, they finished the school for psychology.
Yeah.
They can diagnose like severe sociological disorders or psychosis that maybe even the person sitting in the machine doesn't know that they have. Yeah, they just really dumped on that, and the General Assembly did it. The board has nothing to do with what this law says. They have no effect on it. Just like go listen to an hour worth of stuff earlier that Bill McRae saw that delayed expiration C note about the prisons is back, and Attorney Gray had no idea about it.
Well, I do agree with one thing that they said. If you have 3 of those accidental discharges in a month, all in the same company, it's worth looking into.
Well, they already have to look into it, and I discussed that a lot earlier.
I'm sure
But
you did.
The time for that was when they submitted notification or whatever. Why are you talking about this now? Karen Battle got the notification. She said she conducted an investigation. She wrote up little reports, and nobody else did anything else. No one went out and talked to the guards, and that's what I went on long and hard earlier about. Get out there and find out, because they happen in 3 different places all over the state. So they better not come up with the same firearms trainer certificate on all 3 of those people's work certificates. And go not to the trainer that signed somebody's certificate. Go to the officer, especially the one that hurt himself badly, and say, I have to know, and I'm the board. Don't let them know that they don't have to answer your questions. Leave them with that stupid fear they have. But don't represent yourself as law enforcement, because you ain't anymore, Karen. Anybody at the board, you are not. But as long as they will voluntarily answer the question, say, hey, do you remember which 3 days you did your 20-hour class? Or if you're a renewal, first pull their application for new or renew and get the certificate and know who signed their paper. And do this at the board before you ever talk to this guard, but go to the guard.
My question, and it has nothing to do with the board, I don't think. But when did they start using private security at the prison system?
Yeah, I already answered that long ago. The short answer is in 2020 during COVID.
Okay.
That's the short answer. The long answer is go back to listen to hours 2 through 6, I guess. I have not been war scribing myself well, George. I've been, at one point, I had 11 windows and some of them had 2 or 3 tabs in it.
Yeah.
I'm bringing the receipts. I'm going through it. But yeah, it was a COVID thing because remember the government lockdowns. The government can only order government employees. They can't order us private people nothing. And under government orders from our best governor ever until Josh Stein, Roy Cooper, when he issued a million executive orders about COVID and lockdowns, all the prison guards had to do was cough or claim they had been coughing or their wife or their child had been coughing, and they got 14 days off, misnomered, called quarantine. They had to go home and stay isolated, which nobody was checking on them. But they got paid 80 hours for the 2 weeks that they were off. There was years until somebody finally said, you know what, COVID's over, long after Joe Biden declared it over.
Yeah.
Long after the actual government employees at the DOC facilities, even after they changed it to the Department of Adult Corrections, all they had to do, and by then we'd had this bold lettered injected letter E in our security, because private people could be, well, the governor's order only works against government employees. The governor can't order private business. So what did they do? They said, cool, make the security guards go to the prisons and get COVID. And we're working security bums. And besides, a lot of us got to go play shotguns and rifles now. And think we were really cool and hot poop at the jails. And that's all it was. And I have lots and lots and lots, and I kept them. From Bill Matt Ray's company, from Dwayne Guerrero's company, a friend of mine who suffered, I'm not even going to name them, the ones that stole it from Bill Matt Ray with sabotage and paying people to screw up the contract for Bill.
Yeah.
One of their employees sent me some of their PDF reports out of their stupid guard tracking software, where I never saw it, but I saw the reports and they took pictures. The corrections people were taking a wet, like a hand-sized towel, a hand towel,
Yeah.
like a kitchen towel. They were dampening a kitchen towel, putting it in the microwave for like 20 seconds, and then putting it steamy on their face and going to their supervisor, their shift sarge or lieutenant or whatever. So, oh my gosh, with their little red steamy face.
Yeah.
I don't feel well. And bam, 14 more days off. Aid. Oh, well, COVID isolation, they get 80 more hours. Security guards, no work, no pay. You work for a private employee. Governor didn't sign no executive that your boss has to pay you. So that's why we got letter E with a delayed expiration. It from its inception, the lawyer misspoke and said it's had moving expiration dates. When they first ever put it, it always said from the beginning, from day one, delayed expiration. There was no explanation of it. It says see note, and all of them tried to figure out amongst themselves, Bill McRae and the lawyer in the first meeting. And I know you watched the meetings, so that's what they argued for like 5 minutes. They weren't arguing. They were echo chambering each other on how they know what C note means, and they don't. So that's why we got letter E. When they invented an expiration for it, it was June of 2025, and it did expire. Anybody who's still with it, if you care, because I sure don't. I used to care, and I would put weblogger posts and things like that on my company website, imfscorp.com, even though last year I ditched the corporation. That's just corporate layer liability protection. If you're going to have a corporation, you better damn well have a lawyer and an accountant to help you with what that means under law. If you're not, and you're going to go to LLC route because you believe that, because what LLC stands for limits my liability. Okay, go ahead and believe that. You still have to act a certain way and perform the business a certain way. Otherwise, you're just a Schedule C. Go take a business class somewhere. July. Arm training notes. June 1, 2025. Big stuff. That's when they published the arm books. What else? June. The rules hung up. That was from Paul Sherwin. Somewhere in it, when they finally got to the expiration, I made a weblogger post at my website. Apparently, it's not here. Oh well, enough of that. But yeah, the original date was June 2025 that it was supposed to expire. And when it said expired, they just kept on trucking with it. I meant to look up earlier. Let me go back to downloads, and I can put downloads back on the screen. Search for star.74C. No, star74C star dot. I probably saved it as a PDF. Nope. No, I don't know what I saved it as, but I have downloads of 74C somewhere. Keep snapshots. I probably have them on my other computer where everything automatically backs up. But that's what that's all about. Security services, blah, 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 at state prison facilities. One of the iterations of that said prison and detention facilities, because one of those discharges from Allied was here at Lillington at the Harnett County place, and that's not a prison. Anyway, everybody hang tight. I'll be right back. Oh boy. 8:43. Time flies when you're passionate and ranting. I already said earlier, George, that, I thought I'd be done in 4. YouTube will let me run my mouth till 12 hours are up. It might happen. So anyway, that's the next note. I took notes at an hour 12 into the main meeting, Johnson on one thing, committee chairs. I don't remember what that was about. The reason I noted it that way is because my plan was have the video up on this screen and go to that timestamp and see why did I write myself a note about that? And then they were talking about they suspended somebody named, I guess, Natasha Wms. And I typed in the chat, the lawyer said they suspended her license. So I typed in the chat, and this is something I do want to talk about. I remember why I came back to this. This is important. This goes back again to rules for thee, but not for me. Natasha Wms. I typed it in the chat, and I do apologize, Paul Sherwin, but I'm tired of sending you emails that don't get answered. Who is responsible to notify her/their guards and clients of the suspension? And Paul's answer was, oh, good question. So I typed back in there. Well, oh no, he typed in there, and I should pull it up. I don't want to misquote him. He typed the program proper response. That they're the board, but they don't have a list of everybody's clients. It was busy. It was right after his report. He just read all the charts and forms. I'm giving him all the excuses in the world, even though I don't want to. Whatever, dude. So I did answer that, and I probably should not have, well, you do have the guards' information. Notify the guards. And he said, oh, that'd be a good idea. Yeah, kind of a good idea. Because if they're working as registered guards under a suspended license, they are committing crime. Even if they're unknowing. Especially when it's somebody like this Natasha, because part of what was on in that, go watch those sections of the director's report and the lawyer talking on. Part of the problem they had with this Williams person is that they were unable to locate her and serve her with notices. So what does she care if she's suspended? What do we do? What do we do? Godfather, what do we do? Remember, you're not alone. PPSB, you call the boss, call the secretary. Ask that lawyer, even though the lawyer can't find 74C on the internet, because he can't find the internets. Reciprocity enforcement. Oh, 74C-17. The corporation or their agents and employees violating any of the provisions, and this is again, no one thinks about it, but what if one of Natasha's officers uses deadly force to defend themselves or their clients? It could happen. Well, you must be lawfully where you were when you were used the force. Otherwise, you don't get any justified force of any kind. If you take somebody comes at you with a knife and you disarm them and take them to the ground and twist their arm, and you are illegally there, because it says earlier in 74C that it is a violation, whether you know it or not, to work without a license or registration. So if they suspended her, they have a duty. Board has a duty. Make sure those employees know, hey, your boss is suspended. You may not go to work. And here it is. And this is why the board, all this other stuff about civil penalties and fines against license holders, they sign up for it when they sign up for a license. What no one bothers to read is this enforcement stuff, because you don't enforce it against board members, and none of you seem to be able to understand that 74C is a law. It does contain in it this language at -17, small letter B, parenthetical. Anybody violating any of the provisions of this chapter is guilty of a class 1 misdemeanor, because the board is a broom closet. Either you can't even go up to Jeffrey Smythe, the secretary. You can't go to the SBI. Why? Because it says right here, the Attorney General or the Attorney General's representative has concurrent jurisdiction with the district attorneys of this state to prosecute violations of this chapter. If administratively they do something that messes them up and you charge them a little $200 fine and they agree to pay it in consent agreements and all this other caca, good. But if they don't, then hit them with the misdemeanor. Call the Wake County District Attorney. And especially because if whatever they're talking about with that Natasha lady, and that's why I wanted to play it and do reaction content, because I don't remember what it is, but it's for repeated violations, like not having registered employees and not whatever. Just go listen to the thing starting about 1 hour, 19 minutes. Then if she is conducting a criminal enterprise that includes teens, or even if it's only two officers who wittingly or unwittingly, knowing or unknowing, doesn't matter, are helping her in this criminal enterprise, then you really need to notify the district attorney or the attorney general. And even though they say, but security, that's under PPSB, because they're lazy bums too and will not do their jobs. I can't tell you the number of times when our current governor and the one before him were both attorneys generals, that the answer from DOJ is that even if it involved the R word of minor children, if the artist did it in a security guard uniform, they said, well, doesn't the PPSB have to handle it?
No, because that's criminal.
The PPSB may only sanction voluntary license holders. And they're cheesy little letters of reprimand and fines. If what they do, and that should only be done for violations of the code, because it says right here, if you violate the law, this chapter with a capital C, it's a misdemeanor. That's a criminal offense. And then it describes who has jurisdiction. It is no longer the board's problem. It's a criminal law enforcement in this state has jurisdiction. If you send over your PPSB findings and they all sit around and they wasted more time in this meeting And I've wasted more time on this live stream, but how many times you got to say a thing and repeat a thing, and how many ways until it hits somebody? Whoa, for real? Yes, criminally prosecute them, because very few of our district attorneys have their own investigators anymore. They just use the same county sheriff's office of the county they're the district attorney in. If you, PPSB, was sifting and sorting through cards and the typos and trying to figure out how are you going to fix something in Permitium without letting Permitium know that they made a boo-boo and a mistake and they're not perfect, because for some reason we kiss their bums, and then telling the board that it's okay if they vote to break the law because, it's just LaSorsas and we don't like him anymore. If a group of people are committing misdemeanors on an ongoing basis, it falls under an RICO charges, or conspiracy. Could be that too. Those are felonies. And the board should not be burying this information and hiding it. Do you not have a duty to report? I would say it's 74C-17, and I don't know, but obviously your incompetent attorney that you contract to and trust for legal advice is incompetent. Like, none of you, including the attorney, knew that it says in 74C right here, the question that Bill McRae asked, what if they don't pay? It says right here what happens. And it says if they don't pay, you'll take them to superior court. That's not for crime. That means you, PPSB, are going to go get a civil judgment against them, which then empowers, in the name of the secretary, to seize their bank accounts or garnish their wages, which, if it's a government attachment, they can take their future wages. Maybe North Carolina errs on the side of caution against taking people's current income. But if they ever come up anything like with a clear title to a vehicle, and you have, especially if you're a government agency and you have a civil judgment against them, then we'll go pick up the car and sell it. We'll satisfy the lien. We have a court judgment now. The answer that I think Paul Sherwin came up with during the meeting is, well, I guess you send them back to grievance. No. Just because all of you turds swim in a perpetually spinning toilet that never flushes, stop dragging the rest of us into that with you. But because any violation of the law, not the code, mess up the code, find the licensee, send them another stupid letter, strongest words possible, whatever. If they violate the law, like work without a license, that is a misdemeanor. That is not a civil thing. Stop doing that. You've been doing it wrong since the inception. Burn them down. Let the district attorney send sheriffs out there with warrants and orders and make them stop. That's your duty as the board, to ensure the integrity. Let the rest of us who try to do right do it. Stop not punishing misdemeanor criminals who, as they pile up misdemeanors, becomes felonious behavior. Jeepy creepies. And here I am doing it again. I'm giving all of you who won't listen, none of you will listen. Here it is. It's free. Make me say it to you again. You can pay me $600 an hour. I don't care. $2,000. Why am I the one that's only one out of all you board members and employees that can read with any semblance of comprehension the law that makes you a board and gives you a job to begin with? Or not a job? Why would anybody take a free volunteer position where all you have is bully power, especially because you can just vote yourself illegally to bully harder against your competition in business? Why would you do that for free? And the other thing that goes with this, why I stopped here, and why should anybody else follow it? And why I asked specifically who is responsible, because this has been asked and answered before. And it once something came up and never got brought back up, especially if it got brought up by that a-hole dean, we're really going to bury that one. Oops, it fell in the bottom of a stack of papers and somebody spilled a beverage on it in our email. I always bring that up because who's going to notify the guards and the clients of the suspension goes back to, I think I'm done with the declaration, that useless piece of toilet paper, and it's written on such a kind of paper you couldn't even wipe your bum with it. Renfrow suspension site ncdps.gov. February of 2022. I started to say earlier, Paul Sherwin, -7 bad. When you signed up to the PPSB, it was -10 bad. I remember I used to send you emails that it would include, thanks, Paul Sherwin, you're doing a good job. On purpose or on accident, you've brought it up. It's not positive or zero, but you've brought it up from -10 bad. Right now, I don't know where we're skimming at. -7, -8. Back when they founded this violation, 2022, stemming from a 2021 investigation, for all the violations of all of everything, armed guard violations, 11A, I don't remember what 11 is, 12, failure in the duty to report, and 12A, 25, suspend Renfrow security guard and patrol and private investigator licenses for 12 months. Here is something that is not in law or code or bylaw or secret backroom crap. First 6 months active. Second 6 months suspended on the condition. Oh, so active means he's suspended, but the second 6 months, what they're saying here is they're suspending the second 6 months of suspension on the condition Renfrow remains in compliance with 74C. Now remember, this is a board member. He was a board member then. What they did is refuse to publish this stuff until January or February of 2023, the following year. All of Renfrow's employees, including one of them, this was part of the straw that broke the camel's back, and he went out on his own. He said, I can't work there. The board hid it. They didn't publish it. Not only did the clients not know, the employees didn't know. And the one employee that got really upset, and he was like, man, on top of everything else, this is my license. drag me into that crap. They hid it. So if you're going to hide it for Andy, why are you out here naming and shaming whoever that Natasha person was? Board. Equal treatment under the law. They held all of board minute meetings and everything else until the following year after the suspension was the 1 year, even the suspended part. They made all the excuses in the world, couldn't get any help, understaffed. We're busy, says Paul Sherwin. You're always so busy. Then tell your boss, the secretary, in writing, we're too busy, we don't have enough staff. Fix it, dude. That's a staffing problem at the Department of Public Safety, not at the board. It does not say anywhere in 74C or their code that the board has anything to do with the staffing requirements and employment evaluations of board employees. They can't fire a board employee for those big three we talk too much about that they can kick each other off the board for: incompetence and the other two, negligence. So if you're going to hide it for Andy Renfrow and leave all of his employees and his clients at risk, PPSB, then what do we have you for? Don't suspend anybody. And they did it twice on multiple complaints. 25, 26. There's no such thing. There's nowhere in 74C does it say you can suspend the suspension. All of you board employees and board members need to go back and look at that and let each other go. That is the worst form. Now who's responsible for all of that criminal conduct? The guards that didn't know? Stop wielding your stick at everybody if you're not going to wield it at board members. Especially not the worst of them. Discussed for about 2 hours every time you open that mouth, Andy. Why should anybody else care? If the board member license holders ain't got to follow it, why should anybody else? This is the problem with the entire system, top to bottom. That's why that was important. It's very important to understand. And if it's just you and me yapping about it, George, you and me heard about it. I told it to you. You might mention it to somebody someday and say, I don't remember what he said, but you know what? He put it on YouTube. You can go find out.
The only way I know to put it, and this is how the attitude they should take, is either the rules apply to everybody or they apply to no one.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
I know. And if our governor was worth a damn, or not the governor so much as attorney general, he would come in and go, okay, you're suspended along with all your licenses. To the board members, all your licenses, you're suspended, all your licenses, because you're not doing your job. You're not doing what you're here to do. And
Yeah,
you're using it as a system of bullying other companies because they're not on the board.
You're using a government broom closet for monopolistic antitrust purposes. You're
Which,
badgering and abusing
if the
free
FBI boss,
market competition. That's
yeah,
why I said their deities, whether mine are wrong or theirs are wrong, the system, the worldly system, not this incarnation, man. This stuff has been going on so long. I already
right,
discussed earlier in this stream whether you take it as factual or not. What no one can deny is the age of some of those books of Old Testament Bible.
yeah.
Look at all the stupidity and corruption and lies and cover-ups that was involved in that.
And if there was a halfway decent, lawful investigator with the Phoebes came in and investigated, the majority of the board members would not just lose their licenses and certifications, they'd be on their way to jail for corruption.
Yep. That's why if I could get the ear of one of these district attorneys and find out, wait, who is holding evidence from us? You know what tampering with evidence is, or withholding it? It's obstruction of justice.
Yep.
Who's
But
doing it? Paul
I'm
Sherwin.
just,
Who's doing it? Not the board. They don't vote to withhold evidence. That's you, Paul Sherwin,
what I'm saying is
and that stupid lawyer who keeps saying, what can we do? What can we do? You could turn it over to the district attorney and demand in the name of the Secretary of Public Services that you go find these criminals and get them out of our security business.
what I was saying, also saying is, since it's a criminal enterprise and you're setting up a government to control other people trying to be lawful or doing criminal enterprise, that's federal law. That's RICO Act.
Well, each state has their own RICO.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's federal RICO because they are in the state government.
Only
That's
if,
federal.
yeah, if like that crap Andy Renfrow did. And you know what the North Carolina Department of Justice, under then now Governor Josh Stein, had to say about it? Hey, whoa, the PPSB, who isn't under you anymore, Department of Justice, covered up the suspension of a small company. It's not like they covered up the suspension of Allied Universal,
I know.
but it's a board member company. Now let's talk about the appearance of impropriety. And how do we know if anything went wrong or not? Because while we're covering that up, what else got covered up and buried? What got, how many shots got fired that the guards reported it to the board?
Yeah, that's the reason I was saying.
And the notification and the full report 5 days later disappeared into the shredder.
If the feds don't feel that the state justice department's doing their job, and they can come in and go, okay, PPSB, you're disbanded. You're no longer an entity.
Yeah, well, that would require tens of millions of dollars and a lawyer willing to put their whole law practice to take on a government entity at any level.
Well, that's the reason I said the Phoebes did it, or the Justice Department.
Yeah, well, they won't.
I know.
They
Hell, they have
might.
a hard time handling their own corruption.
They might. Yeah, they're not interested in their own corruption. That's another political nightmare. All these things are the same. Yeah, North Carolina Chapter 75D. It's right after one number, one letter after. Oh no, it's the same. It's one number after. Racketeer, influence, and corrupt organizations. The racketeer part is for gangstas. RICO is an old thing. Back when we used to have mafias. Now we just lie and pretend we don't have crime. Organized crime. Now it's corrupt organization. Unlike the federal RICO law, which is primary criminal, North Carolina state statute uniquely focuses on civil remedies and civil forfeitures brought by the Attorney General or injured parties to target organized financial gain and racketeering. See, North Carolina softened it up. Thanks, super veto proof majority Republicans. You took the crime out of crime. There has to be predicate offenses, which include red rum, kidnapping, arson, robbery, bribery, extortion, drug-related offenses, and money laundering. See, that by making it that stupid in North Carolina, just the fact that it's several whatever, doing whatever.
Look up North Carolina's definition of extortion.
I've seen it. Threatening physical harm for somebody not performing a task.
Or you don't have to necessarily threaten bodily harm. You can threaten their livelihood.
Right.
As in what you were mentioned earlier about your certification. If you don't do this, we're going to do this to you. That falls under that statute.
Yeah, but they let stooges do it and they don't put it in writing. So how would you prove it? It's your word against theirs, and they're the government. They think they're immune. So anyway, doesn't matter. The system is broken. This is just another example. What's worse, this or the fact that our cops are working in the name of 74C security in Charlotte and KIAing people? Oh, well, let's talk about something else. Let's talk about something else. That's not our problem. That's, see the name of the girl in the title of this one too. And the part 2 video, they're both linked in the description. Dennis Bodden. Well, under Texas law, what we're doing is legal, and then you better jump in your Aereo jet transporter from Star Trek and get your ass back in Texas, cop. Are you a cop or are you a security guard? Yep. So that's that. That's the civil penalties. And of course, as long as it's us board members breaking the laws and doing the bad things, we're not going to get loud and talk about it in the meetings. They sure didn't get up in that meeting when they suspended Andy Renfrow. Say, Andy Renfrow, step down from the board. You must recuse yourself. You are suspended. And somebody notify his clients and his employees. Talk about leaving your people out in the wind. Because he sure didn't notify them. He was making money off of every one of them fools working for him. So I just went over, again, with the lack of competence and knowledge, and Renfrow and Grey both babbling on and on and on about their jurisdiction and their whatever, that they have no idea. Have either of you ever read 74C? Ever? Nope. I had a question. More BS. And that's it. And I've been on this a long time, and my Priscilla opened the door and said anger words and slammed the door a few hours ago, so I'm gonna have to wind this down at 9 hours. Does that say 9 hours, 17 minutes?
Yeah.
And everybody go find the link in the description and go listen to Alan Walker, Faded. It doesn't mean anything. None of it means anything. In 100 years, who's gonna care? Said the lady in Terminator. I don't know. Certainly not me. I better not be here then. 09, 18, 02, winding down. More failure in logging / war scribing. Maybe I'll go back later and try to fill in some time stamp gaps. Winky face, winky eyes. Probably not. I didn't even pay close attention to when George hopped in, but that's okay. Well, you know what we'll do? We'll put it in parentheses just like that. Yay, George is here. I was looking for your help earlier, sir, but I surely 9 hours later have forgotten what it was. I was so sure that, man, I need George to help me out with this. And that's that for that. That's all I'm going to do. It's hella more than I mean to do a react or discussion after every one of these sets of board meetings. I stole the time today. I told everybody that I was doing it. And I did tell my Priscilla that, it might take 4 or 5 hours. I understand she's mad. It's been 9 hours and I'm still at it. But it piles up to a lot. And I have not hit on the many, many things that, this all stems from essentially the back and forth and dynamic flow of discussion from their couple of hours. Imagine if somebody was really trying to tear this apart and hold their feet and give them some accountability and responsibility. That would take somebody, Attorney General, Ombudsman's office, the governor. Would you like to make a task force and pay contract consultants to get rid of the bad apples out of this little, man, it's supposed to be a broom closet. Why are we hearing this? I truly hope that somebody can get this in the ears of the Republicans. And I already said before, I'm utterly apolitical. Get with me, give me some consulting to your campaign's money. And because you won't get rid of by your power of veto-proof majority, your Democrat governor scapegoat, beat them fair and square in your next election. Or let's do all this dirt and you guys put your high-paid Republican video editors and audio editors and everything else and show, how I've got it. I've got instant access going back to 1/1/2010 under Attorney General and then Governor Roy Cooper. But what's important about all this? Well, we're mired in this asininery of trying to chase. LaSorsas wipes his ass with $1,000 bills. He don't care. You push hard enough, he'll just pay you your money and tell you to shut up. And then make you do it again. He'll send a whole hell of a lot more certificates in and not rosters. Do it again. What are you going to do? Find me no more than $2,000 again? Let's go. I'll drag it out for 6 months like I did the last one. And you idiots will stand around asking each other in front of the whole wide world, what do we do? What do we do? And then the Godfather jumps up and says, smack across your face. You can act like a man. Or you could go sit down and look back in your tablet, Bill McRae, and read the answer is in the law that empowered you to be a board, let alone be on it. Didn't you read the basic part of the class? Basic class trainer, Bill McRae? Don't ask people questions you don't already know the answer to. Don't you dare ask in a public meeting where you're supposed to be a competent board member, what do we do? Be a resource. It says in the book, be a resource. That's what you do. Every occasionally, all of you guys have a group session in your law and rules committee. Sit down and everybody read a dash number portion of 74C to each other. Act like you care more than who can I abuse? Who can I abuse? Who can I bull? Because we can't spell bully. And I'm done with them. They must go. Yep. But what matters about it is, again, I can't ever remember how to. I don't even have to remember how to spell it. Let's go. Go Firefox. What happens? See, you get IRY, and there she is. Who this stuff about the security and the law enforcement and the government agents giving a crap at all other than abusing is this dead girl. Wonder if she'd have made a good mom. Don't know. Wonder if she'd have made a good board member. How about governor, lawyer? I don't even know what she was hoping to be when she grew up. You know what? It doesn't matter because she died a good death, a soldier's death, all alone, feet from other people, too afraid to even go over there and lie to her and tell her it'll be okay. Why? Because we're all so wrapped up in what can I get from me right now, or who can I throw sand in their face or pull their underpants up their butt? You know, like, can we send another stupid letter that shows proof how absolutely low IQ we are to the likes of LaSorsa companies and associates? I bet he's over there giggling, kicking his feet why he didn't bother to show up at your dumb board meeting. Why would you have him show up? I don't see him in the room. What would you want him in the room for? So you could tell him, nanny, nanny, we got you. Got him. Bunch of fools. F that judge. Yeah, judge. Somebody get to the North Carolina Judge Association or Commission or panel. Get them to go look at. Don't make them listen to this whole thing. Just get them to search the transcript that'll be up in a couple days for the word judge. And yep, they really did. They said F that judge. And he kind of asked for it. He set himself up for it. Are you a judge or not? Judges make rulings, and they're final. Don't like it? Take it to appeals court. How do you expect the PPSB to know what 150B says when you don't? Judge. I guess I should have just clicked on images. Yep. Faded. No one in this state mentions her anymore. And you say, remember the girl that got stabbed on the train? I remember something like that happened. I remember. And the PPSB, who was probably, if we dig hard enough, we could find out. Some security guard who was out there not at the site reported that they were at work, and the boss of that security company submitted the billing to the client and got paid for it. And why would we expect our security guards to do any better when our judges and our boards and our board staff and our cops and everybody else does wrong? Do you expect the lowest people on the totem pole with the lowest pay and no benefits to do better than you do? Okay, go ahead. I guess that's it. That's all I got. I better go make pouty lip and apologize to my beautiful women. Sorry, George, we didn't get to hang out a lot.
That's okay.
I don't know. Oh no, I can't do anything tomorrow. We have to go to Grand Chillin's combined birthday party. The older two are 21 and the younger one is 19. I'm not the kind of person who says the words, I love you, ever to anybody. Never have been. And I've conditioned myself or accustomed myself. Go listen to the beginning of this where I talked about the doctor. Conditioned, accustomed, whatever. That's the log file. Here's the log. For pinned comment, I was saying credit Dr. FR, the neuro doctor said. They say what they're accustomed to saying. They do. Because it is a norm. And they are the only grandchildrens I'll ever have. This is known. I try to tell them and not be a big old stoic guy about it. But occasionally I try to remind them, even them, and I have to explain myself. If you need me to say it, tell me to say it, but I hopefully show it enough that I don't have to say words that then you might say, you're lying. I would hate to be that guy. And that's just a really me thing. But anyway, I do dovey, my good women and my grandbabies. If we get nothing else, hey, the three of you, happy birthday. Even though it's early. Nothing else. They got called out that much, mostly anonymously. Yep. Man, it's not much of a log compared to I've done 3-hour streams that had a 200 line log. Anyway, everybody. And George. I gotta go figure out what I gotta do to unmad the wife.
You do
9:30:54. So we're gonna say 09:31. Click the stop button. No countdowns, whatever. This is not that kind of show with a number on it. Oh man, one more thing, George. This is the 199th video on my channel.
Okay.
Next video will be 200. I hadn't decided to make a short for reloading. Or, I mean, loading magazines.
Yeah.
Or do kind of a long, crazy live stream. 200th video live stream. And just have fun and roll with the punches and dynamics and see where things go.
I got you.
I'll let you know. And I'll try to coordinate it better than like this one. I didn't send out emails. I didn't do nothing. I jumped on and got busy. Let's see. I have to click the button. I think it's this end. I don't know if it stops. Stop screaming. It says stop screaming or end.